Everyone, I declare open this hearing of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 additional budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee has fixed Thursday, the 24th of March as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Thursday, the 6th of March. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the National Disability Insurance Agency and the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. And I think there's an error in my brief because the 24th is a Monday, not a Thursday. So if we can just correct that, Monday, the 24th of March. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. Resolve that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, with courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind all that this is a workplace and we all have responsibilities as such to those around us, those in the room and those we are interacting with today. And I'll be endeavouring to keep order in this regard and remind all of us of the importance of upholding the work of Set the Standard and also this code. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. Live captions have been enabled for the duration of today's hearings. The feed will be displayed on selected video conferencing monitors at the witness bench, at the back of the room and in the waiting room. We ask witnesses to please inform the Secretariat if at any time during the hearing you're experiencing any issues, and they will endeavour to troubleshoot them as quickly as possible. If this happens while you're giving evidence, please draw it to my attention as Chair so I can try to get a speedy resolution for that, or we can, pause questions or whatever we need to do at the time. I now would like to welcome Senator the Honourable Don Farrell, the Special Minister of State and Minister for Trade and Tourism, who is representing the Minister for Social Services today. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. On this occasion, I think it may be more appropriate to give the senators an opportunity to discuss issues with the officials here. So I'll bypass my opportunity to give a statement.
Thank you, Minister. I'd also like to welcome Mr Michael Lai to a new day on our committee schedule, so it's lovely to have you here, and congratulations to your appointment as Secretary of the Department of Social Services. Secretary, do you have an opening statement?
No, Chair.
Thank you. And I also would like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the NDIA, Ms Rebecca Falkingham, PSM. Nice to see you again. And also the Acting NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commissioner, Ms Natalie Wade. Do either of you have an opening statement?
No,
Jay? No? Okay. In that case, I call officers from the National Disability Insurance Agency and the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. I'll be inviting questions from senators. At the moment, as there's not that many people in the room, I'll work towards a 15-minute block. I'll give you a nudge just before, but if there needs to be a faster rotation, I'll let you know, and we might need to move to 10-minute blocks. But the opposition, you have the call. Is that Senator Hughes? Senator Hughes.
Good morning, everyone. Ms Falkingham, nice to see you. So last year, Parliament passed a whole lot of reforms to the NDIA and the NDIS. I was hoping this morning, and we might jump around a little bit, but just sort of to get a bit of a timeline on where things are up to and, you know, whether it's all being kept to schedule. So, I mean, I don't know if you've got a breakdown of the major components of some of the things that were passed, but if we can start to get a bit of a breakdown of each part of the reforms and where they're up to, and maybe if you start and then I'll bring in one of the ones as we go.
Thanks, Senator. It might be more appropriate to start with our colleagues in DSS who have responsibility for implementing the rules that sit under the Act, and then I can talk about operational matters.
Senator Robert Shannon, Deputy Secretary, Disability and Carers in the department. As you reflect, there are a number of components of the reform, so I might just run through, I guess, the key components, if that's okay.
Perfect.
So I guess, as you're aware, a key part of the reforms goes to the establishment of foundational supports, and as you will have seen from various announcements, all jurisdictions have committed to continue to work together on the design of foundational supports. The expectation is that they will start to roll out in 25-26, the financial year, as further changes to the NDIS are implemented. So, as indicated, those changes are on track. That has followed two initial rounds of consultation on foundational reform, on foundational supports, public consultation. Those consultations occurred throughout 2024, with the latest round of consultation closing on the 5th of December 2024. There are a range of reforms that have off the back of changes to the NDIS Act that go to introducing a new approach to planning and budgeting within the scheme. The department, working very closely with the NDIA, is undertaking design and consultation work on those two matters, as said, to sort of give effect to the arrangements required to implement changes to planning and budget reform enabled by changes to the NDIS rules. Again, while they are very large pieces of work, and Ms Falkin may wish to add some detail, key implementation tasks are well underway.
Sorry, so just when you say well underway, the consultation's well underway? Or?
So in relation to that particular piece of work, there's also some procurement of things like the advice and tools. So there are...
For the planning part?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, because, you know, just one point on that one. Part of the reform, and just, we might not be talking about the same thing, but one of the things that participants, you know, were excited about was the removal of allocated buckets so that they have more flexibility. Having had my son's planning meeting last week and discussing buckets, you know, the removal of the buckets, when's that likely to roll out?
Thanks, Senator. It's a great question. It's the part that we're most looking forward to in the agency. So as you're aware, one of the key tenets of the legislative reform was the introduction of support needs assessments and a new budget tool. We are co-designing, and I had the great pleasure of sitting with a group of participants last week, because we're looking at the entire participant experience from access all the way through to implementation and then review. And so we are out to market at the moment. We released a procurement at the start of February to look at the range of tools that are available to us. As you know, there's not going to be one single tool that's appropriate for all of our participants. So we're going through that work at the moment. And
so that's the assessment process. I guess the question that keeps coming to my office is basically just how people's plans are structured.
Yes.
And is that just, you know, not requiring consultation, not requiring...
that requires deep consultation. So there will be supports that are stated, and as you would know, there are things like assistive technology, home and living that might need to be stated. That's not decided yet, but they're kind of the buckets that you have stated. We are aiming to make everything else as flexible as possible, but as you know, the Parliament introduced the Section 10 requirement of kind of what is and what is not an NDI support. So they're flexible in so far as what Section 10 also determined. So they've got to be read in conjunction. But we're co-designing everything down to the look, the feel, how people will experience working with our support needs assessors. We were really fortunate in last year's budget that we got the first instalment around the new workforce, which is the support needs assessment workforce. So we got $280 million for that. That's going to be, we really, and messages I get from people with disability all the time is that workforce needs to represent and be able to have a deep understanding and knowledge of particular disability types. They're going to be much more geographically spread than we've ever seen in the scheme. So you can walk into your local office and actually work directly with someone in your local community who can understand how things are, all the broader ecosystem of disability support. So that is definitely something we are co-designing.
So will that remove the need for participants to get as many reports as they currently do?
Yes.
Because, I can use me as an example. I had to get one from the psychologist, from the OT, from the behavioural specialist. Everyone's writing reports, stating supports.
Yes.
And then, literally we went through them and the planner was like, yes, no, we're not going to fund that anymore. No, we're not going to do that. Even though the OT report said this was a critical part of the plan.
Yes.
So, are these support needs assessments and the workforce and the $280 million going to remove the need for participants and their families to spend so much money getting reports?
There's a distinction between obviously access to the scheme and once you're on the scheme, kind of the support needs assessment process you'll go through. But that is, again, one of our areas that we're most looking forward to is to move off. To be really frank about it, my staff can't read 280-page reports that they get. They can't do that in that kind of dedicated kind of way. And so what we are moving towards is a streamlined support needs assessment tool. So it negates the need for all of those reports. We want to free up those allied health staff to be actually delivering services and not to be producing reports. So the work
and then they produce them and people don't read them.
That's right.
So, that's sort of a frustration. People spend a lot of money getting reports written and then they have their planning meeting and no one's read them.
But to be really clear about it, often those reports are not things we can consider under the Act. So when I say that they can't read, often they're actually things outside of our Act in terms of supports that we can pay for. So I understand that frustration if you've gone to that length to get those reports to really work with your trusted professionals. So we want to get the trusted professionals focused on the service delivery end.
Did you have something? Go.
I was just going to say, I cannot tell you how happy it makes me to hear that suddenly, or that now, to hear this great enthusiasm for need assessments. There's been many years, and a lot of these problems that you're now encountering is because there was a lot of resistance to whatever, independent assessments, needs assessments. So the fact that you are now embracing that is, I think, a very good thing. And it's just a shame it's taken so long.
That's all right. She's whacking me over that because I didn't like them. So
but now you do.
Well, I like some parts of it.
Senator, I do think it's really important to make a slight distinction in terms of the support needs assessment will be done with people with disability. They'll be actively involved in that assessment process. They'll be actively involved in understanding the budget. They'll be actively involved in the implementation of that plan. There will be opportunities to, once that budget is produced, for people to have a review right. So there is slight differences in
very slight, but anyway, I'm just saying it is good, and I think it'll be very good for the scheme that if you've now got the sector supporting these assessments, that if everyone starts working together on a bipartisan basis to finally agree on this approach, I think that's a good thing.
I would say it's a different approach. But
okay. Anyway,
of course you would.
We won't split hairs at the moment over that because we'll be here till Tuesday. So just to get a timeline, so when are we expecting people to be using supports needs assessments? This is once they're in the scheme, isn't it? This isn't the functional assessment to access the scheme.
That's correct. So We will start transitioning participants in September, subject to us being obviously happy with the procurement of those tools and us being able to recruit those staff. And obviously, most importantly, us being able to co-design that work with people with disability. So this is a 5-year transition. This is not something that's being done suddenly to everyone. We have to work with our colleagues in the states and territories in regard to what that transition looks like. We want to make sure that we work with kind of the strength of the workforce as well. We want to make sure that as the transition rolls out, that we can absolutely stop and test and check we're getting things right. So we'll have testing stages as part of the evaluation. Ms McKenzie might like to speak to this as well, but we'll have lots of opportunities along the way to make sure that September's not going to be a really anxiety-ridden process for people. It will be a very gradual 5-year transition.
And are you going to transition it via geography or cohorts?
It's a really good question, and we don't know yet, and that's what we're trying to design for. And learning the lessons from the original trials in terms of how we approach that. Lots of people have got very strong views in terms of, do you start with really complex participants? Do you start geographically? Do you start with particular cohorts within the scheme? And so that's what we're testing and we're asking everyone about at the moment. And so obviously the states and territories have got a critical role in that, because how we interface with their broader disability ecosystem will be critical. When
they get one. You can't comment to that, that's okay.
We can.
They don't have one.
Senator, the actual arrangements around the transition are actually an NDIS rule, so they require, extensive work with states and territories in terms of their finalisation.
So when are people going to find out if it's cohort, geography, disability? Because are the workers going in to do these? One of the frustrations being is that people meet with planners, they've never met the participant, and they have no experience. We know with autism, we used to get questions like, so when do they grow out of autism? Because people just had no experience at all. Are the needs assessment going to be done by people that have experience of disability? Because Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, quadriplegia, whether it's a brain injury, there are sort of, everyone's obviously an individual, but there are issues that are similar across disability. Are there going to be people that have experience or knowledge of specific disabilities doing the assessments, or is it just you get a roll off of?
Yes is the answer, but the planning work we need to do around the workforce is obviously, you'd imagine you can't have that range of specialisations in every community across the country. And so what we're trying to work through, and Scott McNaughton might like to speak to this as well, is with our new approach to the regional model, is looking at kind of, how we have that flexibility in the workforce, that even though you might not have someone in your local community that has that level of specialisation, they can work with someone in a different part of the country, but they still have that local community connection. And most definitely the thing we are absolutely excited about is with the first investment in support needs assessors, that we're looking at not just deep expertise and understanding and knowledge and ability to interpret the Act, the ability to implement the tools, but also we want them to embody the culture, the values that we desperately want to see in the new planning framework, but equally areas of specialisation.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Scott McNaughton, Deputy CEO of Service Delivery. As Ms Falkingham said, one of the changes we're looking at implementing is a much more dispersed regional model where we can have support needs assessors in local regions. As you said, what we want to do is also reflect the communities that we serve, and we have dedicated teams within the teams, whether that's First Nations communities, people from culturally and linguistic diverse backgrounds, and also different disability types, as you mentioned. So, as Ms Falkingham said, it will be hard, obviously, to cover every single disability type, but we will do as much work as we can to build capacity of people to have deep knowledge and understanding of a person's disability and what impact that has on their lives. We've already started pathways internally around people with motor neurone disease, so a dedicated team supporting people with MND, young onset dementia. We're palliative care pathways now, so we've done a lot more to specialise the service delivery for certain disability types over the last 2 years as well.
Okay. So just so I understand, and for those playing along at home, what's it going to look like? So you're going to have supports needs assessors, are they still going to be lax? And how many layers are there that you're going to have to deal with? And what are the navigators? Where do they come in? So if you're a participant, who are you going to be talking to when this is rolled out?
It's like you're bugging our officers, Senator. These are all the questions we're working through with community at the moment.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I'm sure you hear very clearly is that people would like to have fewer touch points with the agency. They'd like to be able to work with someone end to end. In some instances, absolutely, that is our desire to get to that point. But there will be obviously areas of still specialisation that exist, particularly around the issues like home and living and other areas kind of within the scheme. But that's what we're doing at the moment. So that work looking at the end-to-end participant experience, right now we're in the phase where we're hearing directly from people with disability about each of the roles that we have to actually hire a workforce for and help our staff kind of, transition to the new roles as well, will be critical to understanding kind of how we implement the new participant pathway. So that's got to sit alongside the new planning framework. So obviously within the new planning framework we do have support needs assessors, but we also have the budget tool that needs to be implemented. And obviously with that budget tool we've got to make sure that is done by a person who is in the agency, and the interface between the support needs assessment workforce as well. So that's what we're working at. We want to hear from people with disability, but as I said, we also want to work with the states and territories to make sure we're not having layer upon layer upon layer that people with disability have got to navigate. Yeah,
because I mean, when we were talking about it, going through the reforms and passing it through, there was the possibility that you'd have either a functional assessment or a needs assessment, and then a LAC and a planner and a navigator and then a plan manager or a support coordinator, and there was up to 7 touch points before you accessed a service. And it was just, I mean, if we're talking about the sustainability of the scheme, the volume of expense for every single one of those roles, how we better manage that process.
Agree, Senator. We hear very loudly that people want to tell their story once. They don't have to get have a whole range of different people they need to keep engaging with. So very much the design is how do we reduce the amount of handoffs and touch points? What's the role of a support needs assessor to do all of these things end to end? Then who's going to help the participant connect their plan? Find those supports, connect to the disability supports in their community, and who does those really important tasks. So it's not 7 people, is it 2 or 3 people, depending on the community?
And our staff very much want that as well. They would like to assist a participant from end to end as well. I get that a lot in all the offices I speak to, the frustration that people can only work on one part of a participant's journey. So that's very much the co-design process we're in at the moment.
Senators, Senator Reynolds, I'll come to you for a supplementary. Just before I do, we have media in the room, so with the committee's endorsement for them to take photos. Thank you, and just subject to the usual rules. Senator Reynolds, one question from you and then I'll rotate.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification on that. So in terms of the consultations in relation to that last package of work you're talking about, what role has the IAC played? Because they did an enormous amount of work on this nearly 3 years ago. And did a lot of consultations. So what role have you taken that input and the previous reviews that have gone into that, including the work of the IAC, into these consultations?
Well, again, Senator, it's a very different process. We value so highly our extraordinary IAC, chaired by the amazing Leah Van Poppel. We have got mapped for this year a work plan that involves heavy involvement from the IAC in the co-design of the participant experience and also the new planning framework.
So I think that's a no, that you haven't, so you've retasked them to do the work again, and you haven't taken that input, or?
Senator, we always learn from things that that we've done in the scheme through its duration. We want to be better. We want to improve.
Thank you. I think that's.
Thank you. We are actively involving the IAC in the co-design.
Senator Eckert.
Thanks very much. If I can go to Ms Wade with some questions around workforce capability. So I know over the last 2 budgets there's been an investment of around $302.6 million into the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. Can you give me a summary of the Commission's staff levels historically until now and how that's boosted that?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and good morning. I will be assisted by our Deputy Commissioner for Operations, Lisa Pulko.
Good morning, Lisa Pulko. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Commission. Just give me 1 second, I will get the right brief. So over the past few years, our total workforce number is, sorry, if I start, is there a year that you would like me to start?
No, just probably from that investment, how the levels have grown, but also in the past, can you tell me how did staffing levels compare to the growth in the NDIS in terms of participant numbers?
I can certainly do the first part of that
sure.
one. One of my other colleagues may be able to do the second part, or we can take that second section on notice. So at 30 June 2023, our total workforce number was 595. At 30 June 2024, our total staff number was 1035. And at 31 December 2024, our total workforce number 989. And I'll just qualify that that doesn't include the Commissioner, who is a statutory appointment.
Yep, sure. And what about 2022?
Oh, sorry, 2022, 530.
So it's gradually coming up. And the second one you can't answer. Is there anyone?
I don't have that information.
No.
We can take that on notice.
Take that.
Thank you,
Okay.
Senator.
Can you tell me what the Commission's been able to achieve with increased staffing and funding for technology systems?
Sure, I might pass that across.
Thanks, Senator. Catherine Myers, Deputy Commissioner for the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. The government has committed $160.3 million in funding over 4 years for the Commission to deliver a data and regulatory transformation program. So we're in the first 7 months of standing up that program. The budget for this year is $36 million. In the stand-up phase, it's about bringing together the project team, and we have gone to market with some of our major procurements. The benefits of the program, it will definitely improve our ability as a regulator to identify earlier action, to intervene with notifications we receive, whether they're from complaints, referrals or incidents. The capability will also improve or reduce red tape for both workers and providers. It will improve our ability to determine registration applications in a more efficient manner, which will be really helpful because we are seeing increasing numbers of registered providers coming in to the market. And it will also strengthen the protections around highly sensitive and personal information, cybersecurity and those types of things.
Right. So that funding and workforce have both had an impact in being able to deliver a number of those things that you've talked about.
Absolutely, and our quarterly report has recently been published, and you can see that increase in our regulatory actions, both due to a lot of the business improvement activity, but also the increase in our workforce numbers.
Right. I might direct this to the Commissioner, but you're happy for you to handball it off wherever you need to. Could you take us through figures and trends relating to complaints? And could you speak to the number of complaints, the increase or decrease from previous quarters and years versus the time that you've been taking to close complaints?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I'm joined at the table by the Deputy Commissioner responsible for complaints, but I'll start us and then refer to my colleague. complaints made to the Commission are a central function, and they're very important to ensure that people with disability are able to receive quality and safe services. We have seen a marked increase in the number of complaints received particularly and consistently from people with disability. It's really important to note that it is an immediate reflection on people with disability exerting their right to ensure safe and quality services. I'll hand over to my colleague to answer the specific figures.
Can I just very quickly ask before you do that?
Of course.
Are you seeing those complaints coming from the individual or more through advocacy support personnel that they might use?
From the individual is my understanding.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Sian Leatham, Deputy Commissioner from the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. I'll just take you through briefly the headline figures. So in the 22-23 financial year, we received a total of 16,305 complaints. In the 22-23 financial year, that increased to 29,732 complaints. That's almost 80% higher from the previous financial year. If we look at the half year to 31 December 2024, we'd received 16,649 complaints. That was slightly below our expected forecast of 3,000 a month, but we are still expecting to receive around 35,000 this financial year. Yeah. In terms of closures, we in the 22-23 financial year, we finalised 12,224. In the 23-24 financial year, this increased to 15,083, which is about 23% higher. But we also, in the last quarter, managed to finalise a significant number, and that was 22,247. So reflecting, again, some of those business improvements and the uplift in workforce, being able to address some of those backlogs.
Yeah, that's great. And could you take us through the trends of providers who have applied to be registered? You talked about a number of people being registered, and how is the Commission addressing registration decision timeframes, and are they on the decline?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As you would be aware, registration of providers is critical to ensuring the quality and safe delivery of service. We have seen an increase in the number of registered providers come to the Commission and improved timeframes in terms of registration being processed through the Commission, similar to that of other work within the Commission due to recent business improvement measures that have been taken. And I'll hand over to the Deputy Commissioner responsible to go through the data.
Thank you.
Thank you. And in 2023, with the increase in funding, part of our work program was addressing the age matters that we had on hand. And so they were the number of applications from the 1st of July 2023, and there were 6,100 of those. As of December 2024, 92% of those applications had been determined. If I look at the figures for the quarter, we determined over 3,400 applications for new providers, and there were 1,200 that were deregistered in that period. Looking at the, I think you asked about the processing timeframes. So if I look at new applications that require a verification audit, as at for this quarter, it was 29 days. For the previous quarter, it was 56 days. So there has been a reduction in the processing time. For new applications that required a certification audit, it was 204 days this quarter, down from 340 median days last quarter. With our renewal applications that required a verification audit, it was 22 days median processing time, down from 92 in the last quarter, and renewal applications with a certification audit was at 139 days and compared with 244 in the previous quarter.
So can I read into that boost in funding over or investments over the two budgets and adding to the workforce has actually assisted with that process as well?
Yes, absolutely. The increase in our staffing numbers and also some business improvement activities that we've implemented, which has improved the way we process those applications.
Yeah. So if I can talk about improving safeguarding for participants, I know is one of the key Commission's focuses. So if I go to educational activities, how does the Commission identify educative themes and how does the Commission execute compliance programs?
I might start the response and then I'll hand over. Education in the context of regulation of disability support services when you are a human rights regulator is a really interesting and powerful tool. It's important to acknowledge that this tool must not be used instead of compliance and enforcement activities, which are a key priority for the Commission at the current time. With respect to education, it is fundamental to ensuring that people with disability know their rights, but also centrally that providers know their obligations. We have several high priority areas that receive education campaigns, particularly around the human rights of people with disability, looking at areas of the nation that are remote and rural, but also targeting certain areas where we know sharp practice and concerns occur, for example, in home and living support. So it really is about ensuring that the Commission has a high impact when using education as a regulatory tool to ensure that people know their rights, but also that providers very clearly understand their obligations. Would you like to add to that, Catherine?
Thank you, Commissioner. With regard to our compliance and enforcement work, we have made a deliberate decision to shift our regulatory posture away from high levels of education based on the maturity of the sector. While we have lots of tools and resources for providers and workers, we are using education as a regulatory response, less compared to a few years ago, and we are increasing the use of our statutory powers and our coercive powers. And so what we are seeing is an increase in actions such as banning orders, civil penalty proceedings, infringement notices, refusals of registration, and we expect to see that increasing, over the coming 12 to 18 months.
Great. Once you receive a report that a participant is at risk, how has an increase in the Commission's workforce impacted on taking action to mitigate that risk?
Thanks, Senator. I'll hand over to one of my colleagues for that question.
I might say a few words, if I may. Responding to participants at risk is a core priority for the Commission at this time. We have seen over many decades too many people with disability who have experienced significant and egregious human rights violations that have gone without response. And the Commission is deeply committed to ensuring that we respond very quickly, but also we respond effectively, ensuring that that participant has a response from the Commission that achieves an outcome that actually keeps that person safe and ensures that it doesn't continue to happen. I'll hand over to the Deputy Commissioner for the process explanation.
Thank you. We, probably about 18 months ago, reorganised how we did intake of our incidents and complaints, and one of the things that we have created is the person-centred safeguarding unit. That provides a specialised area if we become aware through either a complaint or a reportable incident that there is imminent risk to a participant or multiple participants. We escalate that as soon as possible to that team. they will then work with whomever is required to try and ensure the safety of that participant. That might mean engaging with the NDIA, it might be the local police, it could be the providers involved, but that's something that we've done to be able to safeguard now more than 3,000 participants since we created that function.
That's great.
Senator, I'm
Thank
going
you.
to rotate.
Yes, thanks very
Coming back,
much.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. And
sorry, Senator Reynolds. Mr.
Yep.
The Commission took on notice about numbers.
Yes, thank you.
So, Senator, you asked for participant numbers in the sort of same time frame as the changes to resourcing for the Commission. So, as at 30th of June 2022, there were 534,655 participants in the scheme. As at as at 30 June 2024, there were 661,267 participants in the scheme, and of course the current or the most sort of recent figure at December 2024 is 692,823 participants in the scheme.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Reynolds.
thank you. And I might start actually, given that you're here, Commissioner Wade, just a couple of questions. First of all, can I just say congratulations to you and your team. You've got one of the hardest jobs in this country, protecting our nation's most vulnerable, and just listening to those numbers in terms of not only the increase in complaints, which, as you said, I think indicates that people have been educated and they do know that you're there and that they can go through that process. So anyway, I just want to pass on my congratulations, because I know firsthand that it's a important but quite a challenging job, particularly when you have to listen to and understand some of the problems people have. Can I just ask, in terms of the trend of complaints that you're receiving, are you seeing patterns now in terms of patterns of behaviour, either with individual support workers, as in a volume of complaints against individuals, or are you seeing, in terms of more of a risks-based approach, you're seeing a lot more complaints about individual providers and their organisations? And what are some of the practices that you're seeing? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, what are the trends that you're seeing with this increased volume of complaints? And well done on getting processing and closing out more as well. So I guess, what are the trends you're seeing?
Thank you, Senator. It's our deep privilege to stand alongside people with disability and their families to ensure that they are safe when they're receiving services. And as you rightly acknowledge, it is difficult for our staff, absolutely, and we're firmly committed to ensuring that we deliver every single day for people with disability. In terms of the trends that we see, there is data which I'll hand over to the Deputy Commissioner on, but before I do, I would just say that it is absolutely imperative to acknowledge the role of the regulator in collating and feeding back intelligence to ensure that public policy reflects and delivers for people with disability, and also is contemporary, ensuring that we understand the lives of people with disability and the challenges that they face. So I hand over to the Deputy Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner. And Senator, I just begin by saying that our current system doesn't allow me to interrogate to the depth that perhaps you would like, but I'll share with you the data that I can around complaints at the moment. So firstly, in relation to who's making the complaints, what we're seeing in the most recent data is that 75% of the complaints are coming from the person with disability or one of their close supporters. We're getting about a further 20% from support workers or providers who are making a complaint about another support worker or provider, and then close to 5% are from other government bodies that come into us. In terms of the themes that we're seeing, and these have, I've got the quarterly figures, so I'll give you the most recent ones. The highest category of theme for complaint is around provider practice at 47.7%. So that's very significantly the highest category of complaint. The next highest is around alleged abuse or neglect at 18%. That has come down a little from the last two quarters, where it had peaked in the January to March quarter at 21.6%. So we've seen, but relatively stable around the 18 to 20% mark of our total complaints. We also have a broad category which unsatisfactorily is called other, because it isn't captured by one of the broad themes, but that's at 14.3%.
Sorry, what was that?
It's called 14.3%.
14.3, thank you.
The next highest category then is worker conduct or capability, so specifically about a support worker or something that they've done. And then the smallest category at 6.1% is provider policies and procedures. Okay. And so there have been some fluctuations over time, but those broad bands are largely stable in terms of the relative proportion of themes that we're seeing.
Thank you. One of the things that deeply troubled me when I was Minister is restrictive practices and the unauthorised restrictive practices. It was deeply shocking to me to really find out what are some of the practices that still go on and people are subjected to. Just wondering, could you update us on if you're seeing any other trends and or if there's any sort of programs that are ongoing to reduce the incidences of those?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It's right to point out the deep concern for the use of unauthorised restrictive practice, and the Commission has been undertaking a significant amount of work with providers to address this. I'll hand over to the Deputy Commissioner to respond to that.
So, Senator, if we're talking about the proportion of participants who've had an unauthorised restrictive practice, that has been gradually increasing, but we did see in the most recent quarter a slight decrease. So we are talking about in quarter 2 of 24-25 was 0.84% of participants subject to unauthorised restrictive practice. That was 0.79 in the most recent quarter. During the July to December period, there were 12 providers who were subject to compliance and enforcement action relating to the use of unauthorised restrictive practices, and there were a further 106 NDIS providers who received specific educative engagement about their legislative obligations. We've done some analysis of the reporting from July to October 24, which indicates that most of the unauthorised restrictive practice reports relate to participants who've got expired behaviour support plans or authorisation has lapsed in relation to those. We've now implemented a new approach to reduce the number of NDIS participants subject to URPs. That's kicking off this month, and it will target specialist behaviour support providers who are not complying with the timeframes that they're required to, which means that we have NDIS participants unnecessarily subjected to URPs for longer than they need to be.
Thank you. That's encouraging, mostly. Is there efforts, so in terms of the work that you do, efforts to educate those providers who are still using restrictive practices in terms of more ethical and humane ways of doing so?
Absolutely. We have a practice quality team who do provide guidance material, educative material around positive behaviour support to try and reduce the need for any of those.
Thank you.
Senator, if I might add, the latter part of your question went to whether there's a broader program of work related to restrictive practices, and there is a piece of policy work. We were working jointly with our colleagues across the agency and the Commission, but also with states and territories. So as part of the Australian Government's initial response to the Disability Royal Commission, there was a $1.2 million measure to develop a whole-of-government approach to reduce and eliminate the use of restrictive practices. This commitment focuses on addressing the use of restrictive practices in the NDIS and establishes the foundation for longer-term reform. To look beyond the NDIS as well at the use of restrictive practices more broadly in other disability, health, education and justice settings for all people with disability. The proposal responds to recommendations 6.39 and 6.40 of the Disability Royal Commission, and also goes to action 18.1 of the NDIS review. And it includes a number of initial components, including collecting and reporting on restrictive practices data. So we've engaged the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare to assist with the establishment of a baseline data set and metrics across jurisdictions. We're also progressing work to establish consistent targets and performance indicators to drive the reduction and elimination of restrictive practices in the NDIS. And there's work that was actually just discussed at the recent Disability Reform Ministerial Council around joint work to design a joint action plan between the Australian and state and territory governments to progress cross-government action to reform the use of restrictive practices.
Thank you. That's very good news. I've just got a couple more questions, if I could, Commissioner, on specific issues, some sort of topical issues. The first one is the panel that's been established that former Victorian Police Chief Ken Lay AO, alongside a couple of others, have been appointed to do the work. I'm wondering, so what do you call them, a team of justice experts? Is that through... That's through you. If that's the case, I might come back to that in a minute. But this next question might be as well, is the stories that are in the media about cab drivers caught on CCTV ripping off passengers with disabilities. I think that's probably the Commission. Is that right, Commissioner?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we can receive your question on that.
Thank you, and I'll come back to the other one later. So I saw this on 60 Minutes, I think it was a few days ago, which, for those who hadn't seen it, highlighted a story of a cab driver caught on CCTV abusing and ripping off passengers with disabilities. Just wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about that. Had you been aware of this situation of people with disabilities being vulnerable to those who are transporting them?
I'm pleased to advise the Senate that we have taken action against the individual, and the alleged perpetrator is banned from delivering NDIS supports and services by the Commission. This is a very potent example, Senator, of where state regulation of transport and national regulation of NDIS supports and services is critical. It's paramount in these examples where you do see extremely vulnerable people with disability receiving supports and services in the community, that regulators work together to provide a safety net. I've invited Deputy Commissioner responsible for regulatory operations to speak to the banning order if you would like.
So this Mr Singh, I think in this case, so he was caught, I think, because of a drunk driving episode. So I'm glad to hear that you have been able to, and you have been very quick in dealing with this individual, because clearly he has no right and he should not be near anybody, you know, with disability. What are the lessons in terms of, are you aware of any other incidents or something similar happening, or is there other things that you can do to provide more information, perhaps in conjunction with state and territory authorities, on how to alert people to this issue and how they can protect themselves?
Respectfully, there is the issue more broadly, the systemic issue around people with disability knowing their rights when they're receiving supports and services. But then there is also the second component where we need to ensure that people with disability and their families know when a provider or a person has not done the right thing. We do publish banning orders, Senator, and that is available online. And so when people with disability are looking for services or providers are looking to employ, they are able to access that information. I think that's a really key part of what we do. We also, as I mentioned earlier, provide education campaigns around several issues. But similarly, when this issue or other issues arise, we endeavour to work very closely with states and territories and our colleagues to ensure that the appropriate action is taken and all coercive powers are used to keep people with disability safe.
Thank you. So are you aware of any other NDIS participants who've been subject to similar financial exploitation through taxi drivers or other means of transport, funded transport?
We receive, as you know, thousands of complaints, and they're it's difficult to speak to specific issues, and the trends that we spoke about earlier are the current trends we are seeing, and so it's difficult to answer your question with clarity.
So would it be safe, and I understand because of the limitations of the ability to interrogate, I think Deputy Commissioner was saying...
A complaint like that would be classified as a support worker complaint.
So if I asked you to take this on notice, so would it be safe to assume that this is not the first incident of this sort of fraud and exploitation happening to NDIS participants?
We receive complaints regarding fraud and exploitation often, and that's a core part of our business, to ensure that we are there for participants when they experience that behaviour.
So could I perhaps ask you to take on notice then, or if someone's able to do a quick interrogation while you're here, how many complaints may be involved with people, transportation and taxis? And have you had a look at, or has anybody else had a look at the financial value of this? Because the example used, I mean, it was a very significant, just for one ride, it was a very significant amount. And then you add that over, hundreds of other people. And the story certainly indicated that there were other taxi drivers who were doing the same thing. So are you able to do a quick search, or can you take it on notice?
I think, Senator, it'll be easier for us to take it on notice.
Okay. So I guess just to be clear, so how many cases of abuse, financial and physical, have you seen documenting taxi service or any other authorised people? Now, does the fraud, I can't remember, so does that money come out of the participant's plan, or is that actually vouchers that are provided by states and territories? So who is the financial fraud perpetrated against? All at vary.
I might jump in, Senator. We reimburse the states and territories, so the fraud is against the states and territories. But we obviously reimburse, and there has been a significant increase in that program over the last 3 years. So we're talking to states and territories about that, but obviously we work closely with our colleagues in both DSS and the Commission on that.
So have you referred this then to the Fraud Fusion Task Force? So you've seen a significant increase in the cost of these services, which is consistent with the anecdotal evidence in the 60-minute story that this could well be widespread. So it's not against the individual's plan, so it's not against the individual themselves, so they don't lose money out of their plan. But you're saying that because ultimately, because you reimburse states and territories, it's a fraud against states and territory governments. And okay, so have you referred this to the Fusion Task Force to do some more work and to get the data on complaints, but also to do an investigation into the industry?
I don't know that it would be appropriate for them to do an investigation into the industry. They've been aware of these issues as individual kind of issues have come up, but following that report, the Fraud Fusion Task Force is looking at it deeply.
So they're officially looking at that. So they would be working with states and territory police and authorities?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you perhaps take that on notice, or if somebody else who's here today could provide a bit more information about what the task force is doing? Okay, that's fine. So, yes, if you can provide some more information today, I think it's quite important. And coming back to the NDIS panel of justice experts, which is you, Ms Falkenham, I think you said. So, can you tell us what the latest statistics on NDIS participants who have interacted with the justice system?
Thanks, Senator. As at 31 December 2024, our complex support needs justice teams, there were 200 high risk and 211 forensic participants.
Sorry, 200 deemed high risk?
Yes.
And what was the other number?
211 forensic participants.
Can you just explain the difference between the two categories? So it's 411 all up.
Thank you, Senator. Scott McNaughton, Deputy CEO of Service Delivery. So as part of that number, there is 2,695 participants in totality who are part of our justice pathway. So that's 2,695. As Ms Falkingham said, within that we get additional data from state and territories sometimes that gives us more detail around the specific types of criminal orders or forensic orders a participant may be under. So there's two sets we look at there, whether it's a forensic order.
Which is what?
Usually a person in a mental health forensic order who might be subject to some sort of long stay, unfit to plea order. Those differ between each jurisdiction, and we have 210 participants that we're aware of who are subject to a forensic order through the state and territory system.
So 210, not 211.
210.
Okay.
Then we have an additional where we get information from the states and territories around high risk offences, usually sexual or violent crimes. There's around 200 participants where we know that there is a high
So
risk
what's the breakdown between sexual and violent crimes? Does that include terrorism?
I don't have that detail, sorry, Senator.
Could you see if someone can let their fingers do the walking this morning and get the breakdown of that high risk and forensic? So offhand you've got people who've been committed of sexual offences and also violent crimes.
Yes.
And can you, see if any of those have been convicted of a terror-related offence?
I'll have to take that on notice and see that the data we get is sometimes limited to very headline data. We don't often get to see all the actual offending underneath that. It just gives us a risk flag for then how we respond to that through our planning.
Senator, I should say we obviously deeply rely upon the data from others, and be that states and territories, be that Commonwealth agencies, and following those reports, I've written to the Commonwealth Secretary this week to see if there's any further data that we need to have to, as Mr Norton has said, when we look at access, we're only looking at age, residence and disability. What's more important to us now is the management of participants and the support for participants, and that's what the work of Ken Lay, David Harper and Jennifer Cullen is doing and advising us on.
Thank you, Ms Falkingham. I do need to rotate now.
That's
and
right,
then
I'll come back.
to
We'll
you.
come back. So if we can find some
Thanks
before we
very
come
much,
back, that'd be great, Mr Norton.
If I can go to the Commissioner again. So, Commissioner, I'm really keen to learn more about the proposed NDIS Bill number 2, which is proposed to be introduced into the Parliament. Could you take me through the measures included in the proposed bill and how, in practice, the regulator will improve safety and quality for NDIS participants?
Thank you for the question. The proposed measures in Bill 2 are sharply focused on increasing our regulatory power to match that of other regulators. It's really about bringing the NDIS Commission up to where the community and sector need and expect it to be. There are 11 measures that are outlined in Bill 2. I'll hand over to the Deputy Commissioner leading that work to talk through the 11 measures.
So there's 11, is there? I thought there were 10. But
no, there are 10.
They're 10,
Sorry,
right, lovely.
Senator, yes. I'm not creating more.
That is fine. My understanding was 10, but
10?
that's fine.
I've got 10 written here too.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Alyssa Chambers, Deputy Commissioner at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. So the measures that we have proposed for Bill 2 really come out of evidence that we have received through our intel, through our complaints processes, through what participants have told us. So of the 10 measures, we've divided them into 3 different themes. So the first theme is around our penalty framework and our statutory requirements. So we have 2 measures that relate to the duties of key personnel. We really want to make sure that the leadership of disability organisations or disability providers are really, that they really bear down on how they support and enable the human rights of people with disability. So we're proposing a duty around due diligence to ensure that NDIS providers comply with their obligations. The second statutory duty is around a duty of care so that the provider's conduct does not cause harm to a participant. And the reason that we are amplifying these key duties for key personnel is that we've heard through the Disability Royal Commission, the NDIS review and also our complaints mechanisms that in some occasions, key personnel have not acted appropriately when issues have been raised with them, particularly around worker quality and training that has impacted on people with disability. The next measure is around increasing our penalty framework. So we have looked at a number of different regulators, and we wanted to make sure that our penalty framework was in alignment with those frameworks. So the Work Health and Safety Act, the Aged Care Act. Currently, our penalties, or the penalties that we can apply, are low. So we like to use the example of if a participant is injured or killed in a group home or a group home setting, then the maximum penalty that we can apply at the moment is about $400,000. But if a worker working in that same group home is injured or killed, then the maximum penalty under the Work Health and Safety Act is $1.5 million. So for us as a regulator, we really don't understand why there is a disparity on the value of human life. And so we want to make sure that we have penalties that act as deterrents so that we can uplift the quality of services. The final measure, or there's two final measures in this category, is around anti-promotion orders. So we're just having a conversation around fraud and integrity. We really want to make sure that when providers advertise services, that those services are in alignment with the intent of the scheme. So we want to be able to crack down on that fraudulent behaviour. The next category is around safeguarding. So this measure relates to banning orders. So our banning orders at the moment are limited to being able to ban NDIS providers or workers, so both registered and unregistered. The NDIS market is quite diffuse, and there are more than just NDIS providers in the market. We have auditors, we have consultants supporting providers to go through the audit process and become registered. What we don't want to see, and what we have seen, unfortunately, is banned providers and workers pop up in other areas of the market. So this measure will really support the sustainability and the integrity of the scheme.
Ms Chambers, I might just stop there because I've got a couple of other questions around registration reforms and consultation before I lose my call. So thank you for that. If I could go to the Acting Commissioner, could you explain what the main recommendation of the NDIS provider and registration task force were with respect to mandatory registration? And I note the consultation process will conclude on the 7th of March 2025. And can you talk us through the consultation plan for these changes?
Sure. So as you would be aware, Senator, the government announced in September 2024 that mandatory registration was to be made available for platform providers, supported independent living and support coordination. These are areas of supports and services identified by the government to be of the highest risk, and that mandatory registration is proposed within our current framework. And consultation has been undertaken over the past few months and is only recently wrapped up. And we have heard very loudly that it's still, sorry, I just ran an error, it's still happening.
It's still open.
It's still
so
open.
The
yes.
three categories.
Sorry, it is, the three categories is still open. And we are hearing that there is support for the increased mandatory registration in those areas, and we're working very closely with community and sector to ensure that the way in which that will operate is workable and achieves the outcomes that we're hoping to achieve.
Fantastic. And the consultation plan, can you talk us through how that will occur?
I'll hand over to the Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you.
So we have been consulting on those three categories of registration. In the supported independent living consultation, we have spoken to over 700 providers around the our practice standards and what definitions need to be included to support the development of a rule. We did national workshops throughout August to October last year, and we've taken a really participatory approach to the development of any changes related to supported independent living. We want to make sure that we can develop policy and rules that support a thriving market, but also the consumer choice and human rights element of the delivery of services. With the platform provider consultation, we have got 3 industry workshops. We had our first one last week, and we have 2 more over March and early April. We are working with a number of platform providers. There are lots of different models of platform services in the market, and they are supporting us to shape the definitions, the characteristics of those platforms to help us draft those rules. And then we are then going to deeply discuss implementation around implementing those changes to registration. Finally, with support coordination, we released our own motion inquiry last year in 2 parts. We have an action plan around that, and we're working closely with the community to support us to design those changes. So consultation papers and surveys are still open, and they close on the 7th of March. As part of those consultation, we really want to hear about implementation concerns so that we can get things right.
And how do people...
Sorry,
I was just going to add to the very comprehensive information provided on action that the Commission's taking under its current regulatory powers, because a number of these actions also form part of the recommendations of the NDIS Provider and Worker Registration Task Force, which provided advice to the former Minister for the NDIS last year. And of course the key recommendation in that report, of which there were 11 recommendations, but the key recommendation was really to take forward the thinking out of the NDIS review around the introduction of a risk proportionate model of provider regulation. So the task force recommended 4 categories of registration for NDIS providers, which is based on risk, which go to the proposal for an advanced registration category for high-risk supports, general registration for providers delivering medium-risk supports, a new concept of self-directed support registration for participants or their nominees to direct their supports, and basic registration for lower risk supports. So as my colleagues from the Commission have indicated, they've already started to take early action under their current powers. Government's considering the advice provided by the task force, and in parallel with that work, the department's also consulting on some of the further thinking that we need to do around that proposal for a self-directed support registration category, including consulting with the community more broadly about what do we mean by worker when we're talking about regulating workers in that particular context. So there's a range of work that's ongoing.
And just finally, I think you said the 7th of March was the date for the closing of the consultation period, but I thought you said April. There was another one in March, another one in April. So can you just explain what?
So we've got consultation open, and there's surveys and consultation papers, and so we're closing the surveys and the submissions on the 7th of March. But in parallel to that, with platform providers, we have an industry forum, and we've got 3 different workshops where they are supporting the Commission to develop those definitions.
And how do people, if they want to participate in the survey or the consultations, how do they find out about it before the 7th of March?
So we have a page on our website, which is the regulatory reform page, and there is an email address and lots of information on our website for people to engage and
through that process. Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Kavasic.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going back to the discussion around the taxi drivers. Are you able to give us an indication of the quantum of funds that the NDIA expects has been defrauded as a result of these types of actions? So we're talking about overcharging, meter tampering and unauthorised account charges?
As I said earlier, Senator, the states and territories administer the scheme. They would be the jurisdiction best to direct those questions to. What I can tell you, though, is in 2023, the agency reimbursed $51,448,000 to the states and territories for that scheme.
So in terms of fraudulent activity?
No, that's the total cost of the scheme.
Total cost.
That's what we reimburse. That question is best directed to the states and territories.
So have the states and territories formally raised these concerns with the NDIA?
I'm not aware of them raising those issues, but I would have to take that on notice and check with the Fraud Fusion Task Force whether they've had those conversations.
So they have. So we're aware it's happening. You're reimbursing them. It's happening at a state or territory level. They haven't raised it with you. So you are potentially reimbursing them for fraudulent activity but aren't aware of it at this point in time.
I would just check with the Commission whether there's been any conversations with the Commission regarding the states and territories.
Senator, I don't think that's what Ms Falkingham said, though. I think.
No, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. So we're going to check on notice and come back to you.
Okay.
There may well have been interaction with the Fraud Fusion Task Force with the states.
Okay.
So we're obviously...
But you're not aware of it. You need to go check.
We'll check for you.
Okay.
Come back to you.
Do you know then also if the issue has been raised at Minister or Secretary level?
About the frauds?
Yes, yeah. About this specific taxi fraud, yeah.
Well, we'll come back to you with... Let's come back to you with an answer on notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think you could find that out for us this morning?
I think we'd like to come back to you because I think your question is to what extent do we think there is... We've got a known problem.
Yes.
You're rightly asking the question, is that broader than that one instance?
And if it is a broader problem, what is the quantum of the funds that are potentially exposed to this problem?
That's right. And I think...
And then have the states raised it with you, and then has it been raised at Minister or Secretary level?
Yeah.
And perhaps it would be great if we could get the answer to those questions.
We'll try,
after the
but Senator, I honestly think that we're better off coming back to you with a complete answer.
I agree. Yeah.
Just further to that request, Ms Falkingham, you've got the figure for 2023. Perhaps one way that might assist getting that numbers quicker, have you got a figure for 2024?
I would have provided that, Senator. We're going through the reimbursement process, as you would imagine.
Okay.
We're at the start of the
So do you have figures for
2022? Yes, in 2022 we reimbursed the states and territories $48,237,000.
And do you have the figures for how many claims that were? Because one way of finding out if we think that there's a problem there is if the value of individual claims are actually increasing. So how many claims do that represent?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay.
Just connecting back to that question about the taxis, just going a little bit further, is there any evidence of foreign organised crime syndicates interacting with the NDIS?
Senator, obviously those discussions we can't go into much detail because they're all subject to Fraud Fusion Task Force activity.
Right.
Are you talking about in relation to taxis or more broadly?
Just more broadly now, yeah.
I think we've indicated previously that we are aware of those activities, and our fraud and integrity team most definitely have a number of cases on foot regarding those issues.
So there is evidence of foreign organised crime?
Yes.
Thank you. Just one other piece that I want to go then in terms of that. On Monday, on radio station 2GB, Clinton Maynard spoke about convicted terrorists accessing NDIS transport support. Has the Minister launched an urgent inquiry into this issue?
Do you want to...
Senator, those matters, we have an established Fraud Fusion Task Force in the NDIA, and they are being both proactive and responsive to issues that arise. But as Ms Falkingham said, there's a limit to the amount of detail we'd go into individual circumstances. We don't want to make it easier for people.
Well, this isn't an individual circumstance. It's about convicted terrorists accessing NDIS transport support.
Well,
So it's I'd like the opportunity to ask my questions myself.
I'll just say, Senator, we're obviously aware of that reporting. As I said earlier, I've written to the Secretary of the Commonwealth Attorney General's Department to seek information. As I said earlier, we rely upon the states and territories for all information regarding any criminal activity and any information we need to be aware of, which is why I've written to the Commonwealth Secretary this week.
Okay. So you've written to the Commonwealth Secretary, and then based on the response to that, there will be a separate investigation or a separate inquiry into those matters? Because I'm actually also concerned about the support workers providing those services who might not be aware that they have convicted terrorists as their passengers.
So that is absolutely a matter for the states and territories correction system, Senator. We are not responsible for the conditions on people exiting the correction system. We are not the agency that has the capacity to manage.
No, I'm talking about the support workers that are driving the people around. So there are support workers who are providing the transport for these individuals.
Yep, and as I said, Senator, all safety issues regarding those people exiting the criminal justice system are matters for the states and the territories.
Okay, but the people exiting the criminal justice system aren't the drivers, they're the passengers.
So if we are aware of any criminal activity, we obviously discuss that through our Fraud Fusion Task Force and through our complex support needs team. But I'll reiterate that the states and territories are responsible for any aspect of the community correction system.
Okay. All right. Did you want to finish that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm now a little confused. Can you just describe again the purpose of this team of justice experts? Because I thought it was to examine the management of prisoners exiting jails, and presumably that also means convicted terrorists who have access to the NDIS scheme, as to look for the protections for people who interact with them and who the NDIS pay for their support services. So if you're now saying that's all a matter for states and territories, what's the purpose of having this team of justice experts to provide that protection?
As I said, Senator, the panel is advising on the management of current and prospective NDIS participants. That does involve the work the states and territories need to do in relation to the management of those participants with serious violent and sexual criminal histories. It also does include looking at whether there is anything further we can do at a Commonwealth level to protect people who work within the NDIS ecosystem. But again, that is absolutely a matter for the states and territories. You'd be aware that the Parliament also introduced some further requirements in relation to participants who have had a serious criminal or sexual history of offending in relation to looking at them all being agency managed. So that is another thing that the panel is looking for. The panel met again last week. You might want to add to this just a moment.
So could we just go through then in a little more detail? So the panel's been in existence now for, 8-9 months?
It's had 3 formal meetings, Senator.
3 meetings in 9 months?
I think they did.
June 2024, the Minister announced, but they didn't commence straight away.
Yep.
So when did they actually sort of come together and have their first meeting and start looking at this seriously?
We'll take the dates on notice, Senator.
Okay, so they've had 3 meetings, Mr McNaughton, and what was the outcome of those meetings?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So as Ms Falkingham said, the role of the panel is to provide advice on the management of some high-risk cases. So we provide a case study to the panel. They're de-identified, but we go through the detail of that. And what we're looking at is advice from the panel around, have we got the right disability-related supports in place? Do we need to go back to the justice systems to make sure they're upholding their end of their responsibilities in terms of managing correctional orders, and also making sure that workers are safe? And we talk about things such as plan management type, supports, have we got the right registered providers, have we got the right behaviour support plans in place? So all of those management strategies you'd expect, Senator, when we're working with participants.
Okay, so you've told us that we've got 410, 2,695
Yep, correct.
NDIS participants who have some interaction with the criminal justice system. And so this panel is looking to do two things you've just told us, I believe. First of all, it's actually about what their needs are, so what the needs of the individual is, but also you just said that it's also about making sure that workers are safe. But I think, Ms Falkingham, you just said that that's actually not your responsibility. It was actually the responsibility of states and territories.
It is the responsibility for the safe management of people exiting the correction system in those states and territories. What our panel is looking at is the issue of, which has been raised, which is how do we do everything to keep NDIS workers safe? Some of those might be things that the Commonwealth could do, but a lot of them are things the states and territories can do.
So what are the things the Commonwealth could do better to actually, not so much to look after the interests of the 2,695 people who've interacted with criminals, people who've interacted with the criminal justice system, but all of their, the hundreds, if not thousands, of support workers who interact with them on a daily basis. So what are some of the things the Commonwealth could be doing, as opposed to the states and territories, to keep those support workers and others they interact with safe?
So that's what the panel is looking at. What I would say is that when we get better data from the states and territories, we're able to look and do risk assessments in relation to those participants. Yeah. But again, the people exiting the criminal justice system will have conditions imposed by the states and territories' criminal justice systems.
I understand that, but you said that there is a role for the Commonwealth. So these people, put it another way. So what is the panel, have they come back to you with any recommendations on how you can keep people who interact with these high-risk sexual offenders, criminals and terrorists? Have you got anything in place already or in place or some suggestions from the panel on how you can keep those thousands of support workers safe?
I can jump in there. Thank you, Senator. So some of the key things we look at when we're putting in place the NDIS supports for a person is what service provider is best placed to support that person. And we work closely with the Commission, people that will have a behaviour support practitioner involved in the conversations. We often do a case approach, so there'll be a coordinated approach with someone from the Commission, behaviour support practitioner, the registered service provider. Sometimes we have to talk about the gender of the worker too, because of the nature of the offending. So we do a lot of work around working with the support provider around who will be the workers to support that person. So there are things we do and work close with the Commission, behaviour support experts around what other supports we put in place.
So thank you. So for the 2,695 that you are aware of, 410 are high risk and are on forensic orders, psychiatric and other orders. So have all of those gone through that process? So do they all have a behaviour support practitioner? Have all of them been individually case managed? Or do we still have people who are sexual? In fact, Senator Hughes reminded me, there was a case recently about a convicted sex offender, an NDIS, who was actually advertising for female support workers. I understand. Do you remember the details of this case?
It was a year ago.
Yeah, a year ago.
And just, if I can just follow up. So one of the steps that was taken, Thomas Hoffer was his name. He was advertising on Facebook for young female support workers as a convicted sex offender. And I know we talked about it a year ago. And one of the steps that the agency did take was then put him on agency management so that he could no longer... he was no longer self-managing his plan. So I guess, that's obviously one step that can be taken. So how many of the 2,695 that you're aware of are agency managed?
So, Senator, of all the high-risk offenders, all of those people, the 400, just on the 400, they are all agency managed. That's something that we've worked with their case managers. I think it's important just to go back to Senator Randall's question. Of the 2,600 participants as part of, they're all at different levels of their rehabilitation, of their level of offending.
Yeah.
So not everyone needs...
And they might have been in there for theft.
They could have been in for a traffic offence or for theft or for an assault 10 years ago, and they're living a life in community, and we're supporting that. Right? So every participant we treat individually.
Do they self-disclose?
It's only if we get the data, Senator.
Right.
If we get data from the state and territory governments, the only way we find out if people have a criminal history.
So there might actually, just on that, so they're only the ones you've been notified by states and territories. So we may have other sex offenders, violent criminals and terrorists who are now on the NDIS that you have no knowledge of, and they're not subject of behaviour support, and their support workers will be completely unaware of who they're dealing with.
That's the point I'm trying to make, Senator, is we rely so heavily on the states and territories, and we try and use our powers under the Act to get that information, but we need to get into a pattern of regular provision of that information from the states and territories to the NDAs.
So has the Minister raised that at the Disability Reform Council? So has this issue been formally raised with states and territories?
Yes, it has, Senator.
And has that resulted in any better information return?
So we did get initial... we have had responses from the ACT, New South Wales, NT, South Australia, Tasmania and Victoria, but that is for participants who have been or have recently been held in custodial settings for 12 months or more. So that's the point Ms McNaughton's making, is that we don't have that long criminal history.
So, but you get... So, for example, they would give you an idea of whether it is... So to come up with that categorisation of the 410 who are very, high risk and have got forensic orders, so they actually tell you what the crime type is, for example. So you've got terrorists, you've got sex offenders, you've got violent criminals.
I think they're coming back to you, Senator, with the makeup of the group
To
that we know.
To be clear, Senator, we've not been advised by any state and territory of any NDIS participant who has been subject to terrorism charges. We have not been advised of that. That's why I've followed up this week, based on that report, to the Secretary of the Department.
Senator, I am due to rotate, so I will come back to the opposition. Senator Pratt, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. This committee's worked hard on looking at the sustainability of the scheme and the legislation that sits behind it. So I'm keen to get a current indication about the sustainability of the scheme, which is really set out as being defined as being on track to achieve an 8% annual growth rate rather than a larger one by the 1st of July next year. So can you, Mr Gifford, let us know how we're going in terms of being on track?
I might start, Senator, and throw to the scheme actuary. So the latest quarterly report shows that reforms and legislation changes are making the NDIS stronger, as well as continuing an encouraging trend of stabilisation of scheme cost growth. Total scheme expenses for the 6 months to December 2024 were $22.9 billion on an accrual basis, which is $390 million below expectations in the June 2024 projections. And our January numbers show we are $600 million below those projections.
Thank you, Senator David Gifford, Scheme Actuary. Yes, I think Ms Falkingham sort of made some of probably the main points. In addition, I'd note that the year-on-year growth in the scheme at the end of December was 12%, as at the end of January was 11%.
Okay, so in terms of there was that growth of 12, now down to 11, a target of 8. How are we going against the what was budgeted for? For example, for the last financial year compared to this financial year?
Yeah, so I think that... Sorry, I think...
And I mean, by that I mean what the budget estimate was versus what we've actually achieved.
Yeah, so the final result for the 23-24 financial year was approximately $600 million below the figure in the 24-25 budget. And as Ms Fulkingham said, the year-to-date figure for the at the end of January for this financial year is also about $600 million below the budget for this financial year.
Great, and yes, Ms Fulkingham, you did take also reflect on that in your answer. And I think you said we were at 22.9 billion on an accrual basis, which was how much below the June 2024 projections?
390 million, Senator.
Great. So what is the trend for the inside the plan that you have for stabilising inflation within the scheme?
Yeah, so the plan inflation over the 12 months, the 2024 calendar year, had reduced below the level observed in the preceding 2 years. The quarterly report notes that the plan inflation in the December quarter was 12% or 12.1%.
Yeah, okay, so that's the 12, which at this point is trending towards 11, which does indicate does the timeline of that trajectory of that decline, you know, it will get us to that 8%, we hope, by July 2026?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably add that the projected rate of growth in the scheme for the 25 financial year was 12.4%. So the year-on-year growth to the end of January is below that.
Oh, okay. Ms Fulkingham, I've seen the work done on the scheme sustainability for participants and those in the future, but, you know, that's a lot to balance at the same time as making sure participants have access to the services they need to minimise charges and to make sure, you know, we don't want to unduly limit eligibility or necessary or reasonable support. So how are you going in implementing the reform at the same time as keeping the fundamentals of why we have this scheme intact?
So great question, Senator, and one that we try and balance every single day. So I should start with, we are very confident in the agency that we are on track to meet the National Cabinet's 8% growth target. But these reforms, as you know, are also about strengthening the scheme for people with disability and working with people with disability on co-designing important changes. We use co-design to amplify the voices of people with disability to ensure we're getting the improvements right and learning from the history of this scheme. So while it's important that we're always thinking about financial sustainability now and into the future, scheme reform is not solely a financial exercise. It's about ensuring that the scheme endures and is the best it can be for the entire Australian community. The scheme is the envy of the world, and we have to remind ourselves of that sometimes. There's no scheme anywhere in the world anything like this. And so we are deeply committed to making sure that the scheme puts people with disability at the centre. And that's why, following on from the legislative changes last year, as I was mentioning earlier, the work on improving the participant experience, it always makes us sad any time anyone has a below par experience with the agency. We're deeply committed to making sure that our workforce has the right tools, the right supports to make sure everyone has a good experience. But the new planning framework will be a fundamental game changer for us in relation to moving from bottom-up planning to flexibility, as Senator Hughes raised earlier. We want to make sure that participants have control over their own lives, control over their plan, they're able to make the best decisions for their lives. So these reforms will fundamentally reshape the scheme for the future.
That's good, and I can't help but reflect on the Commissioner's reflection on, you know, the complaints received, and to my mind, in that context, an increasing number of complaints is a good thing because it shows that people are able to actively hold their services and providers to account and to get those complaints resolved. I've seen, I guess in my time in Parliament, when sometimes the worse a system gets, the fewer complaints there are because people can't get through, they don't know where to complain to, and the system is too hard to navigate. So, yeah, thank you for taking me through that.
My email is usually a good barometer of complaints, and we take every single complaint really seriously, and they are, and Mr McNaughton would attest to this as well. We use that as feedback to all of our workforce in terms of how we can do better. But we're also really proud that we've been able to reduce inside the agency complaints quite significantly over the last quarter. And really importantly, the reforms in our National Contact Centre have meant that so many more first call issues can be resolved immediately so that people aren't bounced around the agency.
So, have I still got time to ask a couple more, Chair?
Yeah, you've got about 6 minutes.
Okay. Frontline workforce improvements, which of course connects to what we've just been discussing. Again, that's about the increase in staffing at the agency's front line. How is that improving participant experience? And the quarterly report from earlier this month, what is that telling us about the scheme?
We'll invite the scheme actuary back. He's just gone back again, but I'll start, and Mr McNaughton might supplement, and then the scheme actuary. So we're obviously deeply committed through our agency action plan to how we do support our workforce to improve not only the participant experience but also the experience of our staff, recognising that our staff are also in an environment of significant reform and change. We've heard really clearly through our work through our census results, through the work that we do right across the country, having town halls in all of our offices about what's really important to our staff, and obviously, you know, managing workloads is critical to that. But giving them the tools that they can that can assist them in managing and making the best decisions possible. So I'll ask Mr McNaughton to speak to that.
Thank you, Ms Forkham. Thank you, Senator, for the question. We did receive quite a significant increase in the agency's funding during the 2023 budget. That was a tremendous boost to our front line. We were able to recruit around 700 to 800 new staff in that year, all into frontline areas, through our access teams, our planning teams, our participant support officers, and also into our National Contact Centre. Even within our National Contact Centre, Senator, previously, most of our National Contact Centre, as Ms Forkingham was alluding to, was done by an external partner agency, and so they didn't have delegations under the Act. We now have approximately 300 APS staff in our contact centre, and we're going to keep growing that over the next 6 months. What that allows us to do is to resolve for more inquiries at that point of time. We call it first contact.
I hadn't appreciated the significance of. I understood that, you know, the issues with contracting out as far as, but I hadn't appreciated the bottleneck that would have created inside the scheme because of they couldn't exercise that delegation.
So the outcome of that, Senator, was that when someone made an inquiry to do something like change a nominee, which required a delegate, that piece of work then had to move into a planner to actually then do that piece of work as opposed to doing a planning activity. So over the next 12 months, we expect around 300,000 transactions, participant-facing transactions, will now be resolved through first contact resolution as a direct result of that increase in funding and having more APS staff
What a relief, that's
in our
great.
contact centres.
Yeah.
So that's a really good outcome for participants, especially if they want a quick resolution or a quick inquiry dealt with. The additional staff too over the last few months has allowed us, we had some challenges this time last year with some workload areas, especially around plan change requests.
Yes.
We had approximately 50,000 plan change requests on hand. We've been able to reduce that now to under 30,000. And we've also reduced so it's about a 36% reduction.
Yeah.
As Ms Falkingham said, we've also done a lot of work in our complaints areas and our inquiries areas. We know that when a participant is complaining around timeliness or their plan, that we need to get to that as soon as we can. So we've been able to increase the number of staff in that area, and we've been able to decrease significantly the number of complaints and inquiries on hand over that period as well.
Yeah.
We've also been able to put more staff into our access teams, because we know people applying for the scheme want to be able to get their access decisions done in a prompt manner when we have all the information. And again, we've been able to increase the staff in there to increase the throughput and cadence of our access requests. So that was such a really welcome relief for us, those injection of resources.
Okay, and just finally, I'm struck by the data around the 30,000, 50,000 now down to 30,000 is where you hope it's going to go in change requests. I guess as an actuary you would understand the volatility of, you know, the profile of people inside the scheme, that some people might be more likely to need prompt changes and other have plans that are more stable. How do you adapt to those circumstances?
I'll let the actuary ask. I'm certainly not an actuary, but Senator, what we do know through the data that we have a look when people are applying for a change request is quite often it's because their circumstances have changed. They might have had a breakdown in their informal supports, their home and living, so it's a genuine change
or
in
health change, or
health, their condition might change. So we know that
family support,
around 75% of people that request a change request, their budget needs to change because of that. And others, we can actually do some work just to help spend their plan more flexibly. It actually had the funding, they just didn't know that they could use it as flexibly as they could. So that's some work we're doing with participants, with support coordinators and others to make sure people are spending their plan as flexibly as they can in accordance with their plan.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr Gifford had come to the table, but I might have run out of time.
No, that's right. You can give your answer and then I'll...
Well, look, I think Mr McNaughton covered it pretty well. I mean, look, I just observed that, we always observe a distribution in terms of the changes in the values of participant plans, and obviously, as Mr McNaughton described, when there's a change in circumstances, we expect them to go up. That's just a part of the scheme and the way it's designed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. So I'll go to a block for the opposition.
Thank you. I just want to finish up the last bit of questioning that we had. In April last year, the former Minister, Bill Shorten, wrote to state premiers and territory First Ministers requesting info on current and prospective NDIS participants who have been in detention. So I want to get an understanding if that information was provided, and then connected to that, there was also a Freedom of Information release in June 2024, so a couple of months later, that the NDIA was compiling a list of known offenders. So I want to get an understanding of whether that list has been finalised. And for me, that all connects into this piece in relation to this panel of justice experts and the fact that, we need to understand, what we actually do know and how NDIS workers are safer now than they were before this panel of justice experts was formed.
Senator, I went through that in the last question, but I'm happy to give you the breakdown again. As at the 31st of December, the ACT, New South Wales, the Northern Territory, South Australia, Tasmania and Victoria have provided data on NDIS participants who are or have recently been held in custodial sentences for 12 months or more.
That's right, that's fine. My question relates to when as well. So when did they provide the data?
All at different dates, which I'm happy to take on notice and tell you what date they each provided it.
Okay. And so do you actually have the list now? So they've provided data. Do you have the list of offenders, or you don't have that list as yet?
As I said, we've got 12 months of data.
Yeah. Okay. So that includes the actual list, not just numbers, but the list of the offenders.
we have the details that we requested from them and have received. And to go to your point, again, I'll just reiterate that the obligation that state and territory and the federal justice system have responsibility for in relation to criminal matters, including imposing conditions, but also importantly, the states and territories have work-safe obligations as well in relation to keeping workers safe.
Just very quickly, any reason why WA didn't provide their information? Was there any communication in relation to that?
We are continuing to work through with our colleagues in WA, getting access to that information.
And the information that you requested, does that include the crimes that were committed, the actual... Was that in the data set that you requested? The convictions were for?
Very clear, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so...
Has WA paid their NDIS bills still? How many years is that now they haven't paid their NDIS bills?
Well, there's an election on over there at the moment. Maybe you could get one of the sides to pledge
Just
it.
for Hansard, that was a no, wasn't it? They haven't paid their bills.
We'll check with our colleagues. I think they might have recently...
They have made a recent payment. I think there's still some outstanding quantum, but they have made a payment.
Thank you, and thank you for the info and notice. If there's any chance for today, that would be wonderful, but otherwise, thank you.
And could I just add one thing, sorry, on the data? The data, it can't just be static data, so we're working on a data sharing agreement with each of the state territories so we can get it ongoing, regular, a lot of work to be done, but we want to get it regular cadence moving forward.
Effectively live documents.
Yes, that's the goal. We're not there yet, but that's the goal that we're negotiating through the data sharing agreements.
Brilliant, thank you. My next question relates to a series of questions around music therapy. On the 14th of February, the Minister said that in relation to access to the NDIS, we're not planning to change eligibility criteria, and there's no changes around kicking people off the scheme and stopping people coming on. I want to get an understanding of whether that statement applied to registered music therapy professionals and participants who receive music therapy as a support.
Senator, I can't speak to the quote and what the... I'm trying to understand the relationship with art and music therapy, but I'll just respond in relation to art and music. So, as you'd be aware, the agency is under an obligation under the Act to ensure that therapy is effective and beneficial for participants and is good current practice. On October, when those legislative changes came into effect, that included the list of what is and is not an NDIS support. NDIS supports include evidence-based therapy to enable participants to improve or maintain their functional capacity in areas such as language, communication, personal care, mobility and movement, interpersonal interactions, functioning and community living. You'd be aware that the independent review of the NDIS recommended the establishment of an evidence committee, and I'll let our colleagues in DSS speak to that, but my understanding is that will be effective and operational from July this year. Until then, we are still required to review and apply evidence in accordance with the legislation and to update guidance to delegates. As you know, we've appointed Stephen Duckett to do a review of art and music therapy, and his recommendations will be available shortly to us on that particular therapy.
Thank you. To that, could you tell me how many stakeholders, including peak body organisations, were consulted in the decision to remove funded therapeutic support with music therapy?
Do you want to talk to the list?
I'm not sure that there obviously were some very widespread consultations undertaken in the work on the Section 10 NDIS support list, so I can give you a sense of that. Clearly, there was some feedback provided through that process in relation to art and music therapy. At one point, as a therapy, it was actually on the list of things that would not be an NDIS support. Following feedback, it was removed from the exclusion list, but I think the posture that the agency and Ms Falkingham was suggesting is that as there isn't a deep evidence base that goes to the efficacy of art and music therapy, the agency had indicated an intention to treat that differently in people's budgets. So certainly to support people to participate in those activities as part of their engagement in the community. Sure. But the question really goes to its efficacy as a therapy. And so that's the piece of work that the agency has commissioned. We've certainly shared with the agency, and I know they did their own work, some desktop reviews of the available evidence. and we're, as the agency is, awaiting the outcome of that review. We are, as Ms Falkingham said...
So just to be, desktop reviews, that's individual research, it's not stakeholder engagement,
correct,
like a
correct.
Google
but
search.
I can give you a
Duckett
sense of the total.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you go.
Mr Duckett is currently accepting submissions. He's met with a whole range of many different stakeholders. I should put on the record that the NDIA is very supportive of art and music. The question is in relation to whether art and music should be charged at $193 an hour or at $67 an hour, which is the participation in community, social and civil activities. And when it comes...
Sorry, can I just ask on that? And
yeah, please, yeah.
Because I think that was an important point. Senator Hughes.
My question was, so rather than it being a capacity building support, people could still fund music therapy through their core support budget if they were self-managing for like a, you know, for community participation, daily activities, communications, but so they can still access it, but just not through their capacity building budget.
Corrie McKenzie, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Service Design and Improvement. So the current, yes, what you're describing is whether people have self-managed or agency-managed plans or plan-managed plans. You can certainly claim therapy supports through, it's a support category title of improved daily living, which is the capacity building support, which therapy is usually claimed at. Of course, people can use their plans flexibly, including their core support, so people are able to access their access with daily ADL budget, social and community participation budget for a range of different activities. The price guide sets out the basis for claiming against 4 different activities. As Ms Falkingham has said, most of the therapy prices are $193.99, I think. The price for social and community participation is about $67 an hour as well, so there is a price differential. Self-managed participants who can use their plans flexibly can choose to use their plans in different ways, of course. That's, but we obviously encourage in accordance with the price guide.
Would you be able to then provide on notice for us who was consulted and when in terms of stakeholder groups?
We can most definitely do that.
Thank you.
I can give the broader picture in terms of the consultation on the Section 10 list. So the consultation period opened on the 4th of August 2024 and closed on the 25th of August 2024. There were 6,180 survey responses, 919 email responses and 120 submissions from organisations, peak bodies and other stakeholders. And I do recall, and I can check, that I think one of the representative organisations for art or music therapy did provide a submission, so I can confirm that on notice.
Thank you.
I'm just curious.
Yeah. Point of clarification on that. Thank you. I think I heard Senator Kovacic say that it had been stopped. I just want to clarify that.
No, it hasn't been
stopped.
Senator.
It is still continuing as it is. The review is being undertaken and that outcome of the review will be in March. Is that correct? I just wanted to clarify because that was my understanding.
Well, my understanding was that we were told that it didn't meet the evidentiary standards, but then a month later the review was announced. So the review was after it was initially being said that it was going to be stopped. Is that correct?
Not quite, Senator. Sorry. So we announced our intention to make the changes to the price guide effective on the 1st of February.
Yeah.
I should clarify as well. There was never an announcement that art and music therapy, as opposed to participation in different activities, that therapeutic supports wouldn't be available to any participant. The evidence really relates to particular participants with particular conditions or kind of areas of support required. And so the announcement was that we would make the changes to the price guide effective from the 1st of February. But ahead of the 1st of February, of course, the independent review was announced, and so that price change has not been made, and participants can continue to use their plans in accordance with the existing guidance.
So basically there was the intention to do
We are due to suspend, but I'm coming back to you after the break to finish your block. So
it's
we'll
literally
suspend
30 seconds,
for 15 minutes and then I'll return to you, Senator Kovacic. Resumes. And Senator Kovacic, you're in continuation for about 5 minutes, and then Senator Steele-John will have the call. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just finishing up my question in relation to music therapy, just so I could get the understanding in my head about the timeline. So there was an intention to cease the programs, there was an intention. Okay, no?
No intention to cease the program. The question was in relation to what price.
Correct, yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah, a review of the pricing and the evidence base for that pricing, right?
That's right.
So there was an intention to do that, and then that intention was announced, and then there was a review into that intention announced, correct?
So the independent review that's being headed by Dr. Stephen Duckett is looking at the evidence of the effectiveness of music and art therapy for people with disability, the qualifications and registration of music and art practitioners, and the appropriate pricing of music and art supports.
Good. And so what I'm just trying to understand from the end of that, given that sort of process, the intention and then almost an immediate review, like when and who and why was the decision made that would happen before a review anyway, if there was a review coming, or was a review done on the basis of that decision?
So the genesis of this, Senator, is that following the passage of the legislation last year, the NDIA has been progressing a program of work to implement the legislation, as you would expect. Yeah. That includes reviewing and revising our public guidance, our guidance for decision makers in the agency, to ensure that it's coherent and consistent with the legislative changes. As part of that, we have been developing a therapy guideline to support decision makers. As you would know, we publish our guidelines for decision makers. So we've been developing a guideline on therapy supports and ensuring that that is consistent with the legislation. So art and music particularly are listed as separate line items in the agency's price guide, and so were called out specifically as likely to require change in the development of that operational guidance. Given the concerns about the proposed changes to the pricing arrangements for art and music therapy, we have we've paused work on the guideline ahead of Dr. Duckett's review, and we'll look to release that later this year.
Okay, so it's just that bit of confusion, I guess, around removing access as a therapeutic support. So that's the pricing bit, as opposed to removing access to it altogether. So I guess that's why there's a confusion in the community, because we've done that, then we said we're doing it, and then now we've got a review. So yeah. Okay, thank you. My next set of questions relates to the coalition amendments to the NDIS scheme, getting the NDIS back on track. The amendment requires the publishing of a copy of the report on the website maintained by the agency within 45 days after the end of the period to which a report relates. Could you give us a sense of where that is up to and how that is going?
Thanks, Senator. So since the passing of the legislation, which was in early October of early October of 2024, there have been two reports that were sort of subject to that provision. So the end of the the quarter one report from the from this financial year, which was published in mid-November, and then the quarter two report, which was published in mid-February. And so both reports have been published in accordance with that provision. I could get the precise dates for you.
Okay, but both have been published in time.
That's correct.
Lovely, thank you. Another key amendment was to ensure any criminal activity punishable by imprisonment for 2 or more years or involving fraud or dishonesty is now subject to stricter penalties under the NDIS framework. Can the government provide an update on how many cases involving fraud or dishonesty have been identified since the bill's passage?
We'll take that on notice, please.
Okay. Will you be able to do that today for us?
We should be, yes.
Thank you. What about providers who have committed crimes and then have an ABN? Like, so they've there are things that they've done, and then are they then able to get an ABN? And then do you have any documented information around how often that's occurred and whether that can occur?
We're just checking with someone from the Commission.
So we'll respond, Senator, to that question, and I'll invite Deputy Commissioner Myers to respond.
Senator, do you mind repeating the question for me?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to get an understanding if there are providers who have committed crimes, potentially as individuals, and then have been able to get an ABN, so actually be part of the NDIS, provide NDIS services via an ABN, not as an individual.
So ABNs aren't regulated by the NDIS Commission.
I'm aware of that.
However, we would receive information either via other agencies, complaints, police, in regards to people's criminal history. We would consider that information, and we would be looking at their suitability to continue to be an NDIS provider, and in cases where we determine that they're not suitable to continue based on their criminal history, then we would either ban them or revoke their registration, or both.
So do you cross-check individuals across ABN registrations?
We do.
You do?
We do.
And
it's a manual process, Senator.
Have you found any cases of individuals who have done that, who have attempted to remain in the system via registering for an ABN?
Yes, while I don't have numbers or specifics, we will have identified cases where we have deregistered a provider or banned a provider, and they have gone and opened up an unregistered business.
Thank you. Would you be able to provide on notice those details, please? Could you tell me how many individuals with 2-year convictions have access to an NDIS plan?
So that would be a question for the agency.
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question?
How many individuals with 2-year convictions have had access to an NDIS plan?
So we went through that in the previous block of questions. So obviously following the legislation, we're working through with states and territories again in relation to getting access to that information so we can implement that legislation. But as Mr McNaughton said, our Justice Liaison Officers work hard in relation to looking at those and working with those participants.
Okay. How many people... Sure. If you could tell us how many people have been moved away from self-managing their plans.
We can take that on notice for you, Senator.
Okay. Would that be
as a result of that amendment?
Correct, yeah.
Yes, we can take that on notice.
Would you be able to provide that?
I wouldn't be able to get that for you today, no.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll come back. Senator Steele, John.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. And technically still morning. That's wild. And I want to acknowledge also Acting Commissioner Wade. It's a pleasure having worked with you in many capacities over the years to see you on that side of the table and with us today. I want to start by continuing a line of questioning that we pursued in our previous estimates time together. In that exchange, you were able to confirm for us that in the time period of July to September of 2024, the agency had conducted some 11,500 eligibility reassessments upon participants. Could you give us an updated figure? How many eligibility reassessments have been conducted in the period from the 1st of November 2024 to the present time?
Nothing up. Thank you, Senator. Scott McNaughton, Deputy CEO, Service Livery. So I'll give you the Q2 data. So that's from the period October to December 2024. During that period, there were 13,234 eligibility reassessments conducted during that period.
Okay, so that's October to December. And what about from December to now?
Let's see if I've got more up to date. That was from the quarterly.
Yeah.
I might take on notice in the course of the hearing and come back to you on that one if I can, so I get the right number for you, Senator.
Okay. If you could, that would be good.
Actually, Senator, sorry, I've just found it. My apologies.
Yep.
So we've 1,572. And so that period is from the 4th of January to the 8th of February. 1,572.
All right. All right. So we've got roughly in the period between July of last year and now in February, we have over 27,000 eligibility reassessments that have been carried out in relation to participants.
And that's, I didn't go through the decision outcomes. That's how many.
You successfully predicted my next question. When we were here last time, you were able to tell us that of the 11,500 that had been conducted, some 52% resulted in removal from the scheme. What's the current percentage?
In the quarterly data, Senator, 32%. Had their status exited from or we call it revocation, so that was 32%. 38% changed their status, so they moved from Section 25 under the early intervention to Section 24, so they become a permanent participant with the scheme, so it's 38%. 11% maintained their current access status, and 18% we withdrew the process.
Okay. And you were able to tell us, I think last time, that the relevant branch had received 92 additional staffing positions. What is the current FTE for that branch? Has it increased at all from that 92?
Yes, so there was, again, just reflecting back, that was funding received in the 2023 federal budget for this initiative. The total amount of funding was for 154 staff. So we're now at that capacity. Importantly, though, Senator, from the period from about early December until now, we moved those staff to other work types to do access decisions, so scheme eligibility for new participants, and gradually we're now recommencing eligibility reassessments.
Okay. So there's actually been a effective drop in the capacity of the branch to perform eligibility reassessments in that October to December period.
From December to now, there's been quite a drop-off in the number of eligibility reassessments being processed because we needed to have more staff working on access decisions.
And I should say, Senator, though, that's also given us time to hear a lot of feedback from participants from the disability community, and that's why we increased the time frame at the start of this month in terms of how long people have got to respond to the agency through an eligibility reassessment from 28 to 90 days. And I should say that 28 days has been in place since the inception of the scheme. The other thing we've heard really clearly from participants and the disability community is in relation to our communications and providing participants with all the information they need in a way that is obviously goes to kind of being really explicit about what we do need rather than participants having to try and work out what they need to provide us, and giving much more support to participants as they go through that process. So we heard that really clearly from the community, and we want to ensure that what is a part of our scheme as an insurance scheme is done in a way that understands what families, what participants are going through, and provides the best supports we can through that process.
Yeah, okay. So just to clarify, you brought in the change from 28 days to 90 days. Did you say at the beginning of
Of this month.
Of this month, so 1st of Feb?
That's correct.
All right, so by that time, though, you'd already subjected some 24,000 odd folks to the previous process for the 28-day period, and the very unclear request as to what they were to provide. Have you now gone back and offered those tens of thousands of people the opportunity to have a bit longer to provide clear info?
What I'd say, Senator, really clearly, as I said, is that the process has been the same from the inception of the scheme. But what we are always about in the agency, as you know, is continual improvement and listening to the voices of participants. There's always a process in which people can seek a review of that decision, and I'll let Mr McNaughton speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. And Senator, there was always a provision to extend the 28 days. So we had multiple 28 days if a person needed more time. So that was always part of the natural justice process. And when we essentially moved staff in December to now, everyone who was given 28 days, we essentially provided 90 days from everyone in that process as well.
So everybody from December to now was given the opportunity?
Yes, because the time passed from we didn't do any. We
absolutely.
Provided. So that's what we did.
All right. Well, so that is a basic principle of natural justice that is your kind of obligation to provide. Still, though, leaves the 11,500 folks between July and September of 2024 that were not given that opportunity based on a process that has now changed significantly based on community feedback. And with respect, if the process has existed since the inception of the scheme, then you would have thought it was a great opportunity to just check that it was still applicable, appropriate, accessible and clear before you radically ramped up your capacity to perform these assessments, which we established at the previous estimates session, you have in fact done. There has been a massive increase in eligibility reassessments based on any measure of what it has been in previous years. So is there any plan from you to go back to those folks between July and September of 24 and give them a fair go?
So all the participants who went through that process went through the process that has been the process for many years, as Ms Falkingham said. There is steeped in natural justice, starting with a phone call to explain the process, then a follow-up letter. We then go back to the participant at what information we have. We then provide the participant 28 days, and if they need more time, we provide more time. So that process has always been steeped with natural justice, Senator. If the determination was, even after those periods in the natural justice, that there was a change to their access or a revocation, we provided all of those people with the opportunity to seek a Section 100 review of that decision. And some of those participants have exercised that right, which is part of the process built into the Act as well.
Can you tell me from the 1st of November to today the number of participants who were subjected to eligibility reassessments? How many of those were over the age of 12?
Over the age of 12? So I do have an age breakdown. About... so it's easier for me to go the other way. There's around 95% of people are under the age of 14 who have an eligibility reassessment. Above the age... In
that time period?
In that time. So this data I'm going through, Senators, from the October to December quarter.
Yep, and I understand that, Mr Norton, and that's publicly available data.
Yep.
What I'm seeking, though, is a combination of that publicly available data and the data that you have to this point, so that we have the picture as we sit here as a committee.
Okay.
So are you able to...
I can't give you that. I'll have to take that on notice. I've only got the age breakdown for the quarterly data.
Well, all right, then let's take it by the quarter, the data that you've got. But then, yes, please, can you take on notice the updated data to now?
Yep, okay. Would you like me to read through the actual numbers?
Yep.
So out of the 4,316 people who did not meet access during that period, so they were the people who that was the outcome. 1.1% were aged 12, 1.2% were aged 13, and then it drops down to 0.3, 0.4% as it goes older.
Okay.
So the significant majority are all under that, which is naturally what happens, Senator, because when a child turns 6 under the legislation and they've entered via developmental delay, there is automatically a referral for them to have their eligibility reassessed because of how the Act's constructed through the definitions. And so we get a referral from our early childhood partners for every 6-year-old who has met via developmental delay. So that's why it's heavily weighted to that age range.
To that age group. In terms of the numbers who have, it seems like you're not, have you abandoned the use of the phrase exited in favour for new terminology when somebody is removed from the scheme?
I think the term exit and revocation is used interchangeably. With it's the same outcome.
It's the same outcome. All right.
So when we revoke someone's status is a term in the Act, or exit someone.
Or exit is what. For the last 7 years, it's been exit. When
I'll go back to using exit.
No, that's all right. Just to make sure the people watching understand it's the same thing. So, of those who have exited the scheme following an eligibility reassessment, what in that period that you can share with us? What was the total value of these former participants' plans? Because you were able to give it to us on notice for the July to September period as being some $125 million. So I'm seeking the kind of updated figure.
I'll get that on notice and see if we can get it through the hearing. I'll need Mr. Gifford to assist me with that.
Yep, no worries. And in terms of referrals to the eligibility assessment branch, reassessment branch for reassessment, how does this come about functionally? Is it categorised in a certain way? What are the kind of initiators?
The significant majority of referrals goes to the point I was just making before, Senator, where someone has been supported by one of our early childhood partners in the community. They enter the scheme under the Section 25 early intervention provisions. They're entering that age range of 5, 6 or 7, and the early childhood partner will make a referral to us to do an eligibility reassessment because the early intervention provisions are at that point in time where they need to be reviewed. So they're the overwhelming majority of referrals. People can, you don't need to self-refer into an eligibility reassessment, but you can ask to exit the scheme. Small proportions, but some people do. And also our planning staff can also make referrals if they've done a planning appointment with someone and there might be evidence to suggest this person hasn't had their early interventions renewed.
Would you be able to take on notice a breakdown of actually the source of the referrals? I understand it's a vast majority, but just so that we can have the figures.
I can do that, Senator, and break that down for you.
The final question for you in this block, and then I'll...
You read my mind?
Indeed I did. I even heard you begin to form the statement. Yes, indeed. Would you be able to give us a breakdown of the primary disability groupings of those participants who have been subjected to a eligibility reassessment in the period between the 1st of November and our present day at this time? If you have that quarterly, if you've got that information there from that October to December quarter, great. But if not, if you could take the whole lot on a notice. And then of those who exited the scheme as a result of that process, their primary disabilities, and those whose access changed in as much as to say they went from section 25 to any other relevant section. Just giving you a broad net there. We're trying to understand the categories of impairment disability types that are being affected.
We can take all that on notice for you, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
You'll take, yeah, okay.
Thanks,
take
Chair.
A whole lot. Thank you. I'll come back to the opposition now and then to Senator Urquhart. So, Senator Hughes.
Thank you. If I can come back to foundational supports. My understanding was that things were supposed to be starting to be rolled out on 1 July. Is that the case?
Senator,
I know you said 25, 26.
The intention was that the foundational supports would progressively roll out over the financial year. The department working with states and territories, has put out a document called the Disability Reforms Roadmap, which is on the website, and that shows the proposed timing for the commencement of foundational supports, and it indicates that the intention is to do that in an iterative way. Of course, foundational supports are subject to agreement with states and territories, so that's obviously a significant matter as we're working through with our state and territory colleagues. But we're, from a DSS perspective, working on a range of pieces of work to support the achievement of that timeframe, including, as I said earlier, consulting with the community around what sorts of supports they think need to be delivered in relation to general foundational supports, but also some of the thinking around targeted and general foundational supports for children. So that work's in train. We've obviously been working quite intensively with states and territories on some of the other design elements, including starting to think about national standards, what a foundational support strategy, what the key features that should be incorporated in the foundational support strategy, which is kind of the outward-facing description of this new service system and what that should look like. So there are a range of pieces in train, and as I said, we're working very hard with states and territories to have those arrangements start to roll out in 25-26 financial year, right?
When will there be a list available of what a foundational support is? Because people in the community have lots of guesses, but no one knows what a foundational support is. Yeah. So well, I was literally just going to say even a definition.
Basic question, what is it?
So I think I would draw your... I'll just wait for my colleague to come to the table, Mr Mansfield. But we have tested with the community through the consultation papers, the broad descriptions of foundational supports and received feedback from stakeholders about what they want to see. But we can run through that. I'll just give him a moment to...
I mean, people assume it's community health, so OT, speech, etc., but nobody knows.
Yep.
Good morning, Senator. Luke Mansfield, Group Manager, Disability Reform and Royal Commission. There's a range of supports that we expect will be established through this process. Perhaps just to give you some sense of it and what we heard through the community consultations, there are over 4,100 people who participated in those. There was an expectation set by the community that foundational support should be being designed and implemented with people with disability, that they should connect with existing supports, they should be delivered by trusted organisations in place-based settings.
You're going a bit fast. Would you mind just
coming back to... Yes.
Yeah, just winding back and slowing down just a fraction.
Certainly. In consultations that occurred during 2024, we heard from over 4,100 people and organisations from across Australia, and they shared their views about the importance of having supports outside the NDIS and also shared views on the types of supports that they felt would make the most difference. And we are currently working with the provider who supported those consultations to develop a consultation report.
Who was that?
That's Social Dec. Was commissioned by the department to support those national consultations, and they're developing a summary report as we speak.
What the cost of that was?
To give a sense of the kinds of issues that people with disability and community organisations and others raised during those consultations, they really reinforced a few things. One, that it's essential that those supports are designed and implemented with people with disability, that there needs to be, they need to be delivered by trusted organisations, including disability-led organisations. They need to be delivered in a local place-based setting with wraparound services, be trauma-informed, culturally safe and neurodiversity affirming. There was an acknowledgement that there needs to be work done to address the known geographic and service gaps, including for particular communities and subpopulation groups, and there needs to be longer term funding arrangements to ensure workforce and sector stability and certainty. There was strong support for peer support, more peer support networks, more self-advocacy supports, individual and systemic advocacy, tailored searchable information and local information on supports within a community, and education to uplift community organisations to make them more inclusive and accessible. In terms of supports for, I guess, types, practical examples, Senator.
Because, yeah, I still don't know what they are.
I'll give a few examples. Obviously, it's still subject to negotiations and discussions between Commonwealth and states and territories, but in relation to things like general supports, it's things like supporting a person with an acquired disability to adjust to new issues that they face in everyday life and plan for the future. It's things like helping someone with intellectual disability to build the capacity to make decisions themselves and exercise greater choice and control. It's things like helping provide trusted source of advice for parents about how they can rely on different things that they can implement within the home to support a child, for example, with developmental delay around their development. It's about things like helping families who are preparing an autistic child for the transition into early childhood education and care or school around that transition so that they know what they can do to support, so that they can engage with education professionals about what may be needed to best support that child to thrive in that environment.
So weren't a lot of these things supposed to be sort of tier 2 supports? They were supposed to be things that were funded via ILC grants to provide those links to community, to provide non-therapeutic supports to families and participants within their local areas. So are ILC grants continuing? What's going to happen here?
Senator, certainly the Information Linkages Capacity Building Program was intended to be one component of a Tier 2 system, and that program continues to exist today, and we can run you through the grant opportunities that have been done in terms of...
I would say I think that the ILC and its current focus is probably most closely aligned to general foundational supports. The sorts of projects and activities that are conducted under the ILC really go to building individual capacity, building family and carer capacity, building community capacity. So we could see that a reformed ILC would play a role in delivering the sorts of general foundational supports envisaged in the review and that we've been discussing with states and territories. So that is one component, as Mr Mansfield has indicated, of the sort of foundational supports that we're working through with states and territories and consulting with the community on. Mm-hmm. But I think one of the things that strikes me is that foundational supports are not a whole new type of support. It's actually often a range of existing supports, whether it's allied health or child specialist support that already exists, but it is being delivered through perhaps not envisaged to be delivered through an individual package. It might be more time limited or focused very much on some initial support from an OT or a physio, or it could be an audiologist or a nutritionist working with a parent or with family in perhaps natural settings or in other small group settings to actually support parents to actually then support their children. So it's intended to be lower intensity, but these types of supports are already part of the broader service system.
Well, they kind of existed before the NDIS.
They did, and we've seen, as I think has been well documented, including through the NDIS review, a withdrawal of some of those supports, and obviously a very strong incentive for very explicable reasons that parents then look to the NDIS for those supports. So the intention is very much to look at some of those evidence-based interventions, but to deliver them in a different way that actually does assist, particularly in the case of children, them to address some of their perhaps developmental delay and to help their families actually to do that in a way that doesn't direct children into a highly therapeutic, ongoing kind of environment where, as we see when they reach school age, they're often being pulled out of school to attend therapy sessions and other things, which is, obviously people are doing what they think is best for their children, but also that can have, obviously, it's concerning that it may also be disrupting their opportunity for learning. So I think that's part of demystifying foundational supports in a way, is that many of the things that we're talking about are already there. It's about packaging them in a way that is actually accessible to families. It is, to be honest, it's more cost effective. That's part of the reform. And it's really focused on trying to get the right sort of early intervention to change that lifetime trajectory for children as best we can. So, but I mean, we can give other sort of practical examples if you like.
No, I understand what you're saying. It's just there's a confusion within the community as to, and quite honestly, speaking to state ministers as to what they're going to be expected to do.
So we're very happy to talk through the number of times we've engaged with state officials to work through much of the information that I've just given you, where we have had, I was reviewing how many times even this year that Mr Mansfield has met with his colleagues to discuss these issues and the related work that we're doing on NDIS rules. It's astounding.
Disability ministers went through a presentation on foundational supports with Minister Rishworth. So it was essentially making sure that ministers had that information from all the work that's been happening between officials.
Sorry, I think Senator Reynolds has just got one question, then I'll come back.
Did you, Mr Lai, did your staff prepare that presentation?
That was...
For the DRC, yes. So are you able to provide that to the committee in terms of not the actual presentation, but the data? Because we've been discussing generalities, very helpful generalities, but in terms of more specificity, in terms of what are the actual services and supports that are going to become foundational supports. So are you able to provide that?
We'll have a look to see if we can share it. I'm not sure that it won't necessarily go to the specificity that you're talking about, but it certainly goes to this, the work that the Commonwealth and states have been doing, and detail in as colleagues have been.
If you could provide perhaps today, because obviously things taken on notice might go into the ether, given we're about to have an election, but so if you could provide that just with some specificity, but also, so given it does sound a lot like ILC, is part of the discussions then for the ILC program to be rolled into funding for foundational supports, or to backfill some of the delta that is going to happen in terms of funding. My understanding is that the adjustments for foundational supports in the sustainability framework on the NDIS budget kick in on the 1st of July. So given this is 18 months, if not more, I think you said it's still in very ethereal discussions.
I wouldn't characterise it that way.
I don't think we use that term.
We can't. Well, it is quite conceptual because we've got some good principles, which are sound principles for dealing with people with disability that Mr Mansfield's gone through. And we've also got a general thing about the type of supports, some of which are ILC programs, some of which are funded already under NDIS plans, but that is still very conceptual. So if you're as much as possible to give us an idea of a more concrete time frame for when these will come into effect, how much you think they're going to cost, but also if you're able now to provide, and maybe this is something for Mr Gifford, who I notice have just moved seats, but again, what of this planning has actually now underpinned Mr Gifford's work on the NDIS budget? Because there's been a lot in previous budget documents, as we know, that said this downward trajectory, down to 8.5%, is based on the sustainability framework, which you've never released, and now based on foundational supports that we haven't seen, we have no fidelity on, and certainly states and territories haven't signed up to. So are you able to provide any of that information just to give us something, and the sector, you know, Senator Hughes said, just something we can put our fingers on?
After your answer, I'll need to rotate.
So, Senator, I think we can give you a reasonable amount of detail about foundational supports. I'm not sure we can give you things that have not been agreed between the Commonwealth and states. But we'll give you everything we can. And if I understand you correctly, you also want to understand the complementarity between the ILC and foundational supports.
Because I assume at this stage, so does that mean ILC is planning to get funded into this, maybe to offset states and territories?
I can clarify that. So the agreement between all jurisdictions is that foundational support funding is additional funding. So the Commonwealth will maintain the current investment in ILC. It will not be counted as part of the Commonwealth's additional investment in foundational supports.
Thank you, Michelle.
So maybe, Chair,
you have the call.
Sorry, can I, when we come back then, if we could get Mr Gifford and just start talking about foundational supports and how it underpins the budget.
After this rotation, I'm going to Senator Steele-John. But Senator Pratt, you have the call.
I just wanted to look at your agency reviews and education and outreach programs, particularly in relation to working with the disability community on the reforms to date, and I guess how that's embedded inside the agency's day-to-day work.
Thanks, Senator. So I think we've touched on some of this before, but obviously the NDIA is deeply committed to a positive experience for all 692,000 participants, their families, carers and the wider disability community.
Yeah.
Our commitment to co-designing with people with disability was enshrined in legislation on 1st of July 2022.
Yeah.
We continue to be committed to working with the disability sector to co-design, consult and engage across all reforms. That's reflected now, really importantly, in the shared statement on co-design, which was released by the Australian Government in partnership with the Independent Advisory Council and Disability Representative and Carer organisations, and also co-signed by everyone on this panel as well. We are working in partnership with the disability community to tackle the challenges in the reforms and a shared desire to see the scheme succeed in line with the original vision for the scheme. We know that the outcome is only possible if the voices of people with disability are at the centre of how reforms to the NDIS are designed, implemented and monitored.
Yeah, okay. So that's what about reviewing in partnership with the community users, disability community, and, that feedback loop embedded inside the agency. Can I ask, the disability community is very diverse. It's got some specific needs, but it's also got kind of some fairly universal principles. What does that picture look like in a really diverse community?
We have a very rich tapestry, Senator, of all the different groups that we consult and co-design and work with on a daily basis. So that's everything as diverse from our DRCO forums through to our obviously working under the legislative framework of the IAC as well. Also, Ms McKenzie will talk to all the co-design groups we have, but also really importantly, we have a ICE task force, which is how we work with providers to make sure that really important feedback from the provider sector as well. But we did hold over 70 co-design and consultation sessions in the last quarter. It gives you a sense of how much activity is going on at the moment.
And what kind of topics were they on?
On some of the ones we've spoken about this morning, so be it support needs assessment, the role of navigation, reforms in home and living, the actual participant experience, the workforce, everything is part of our co-design process. But do you want to add to that?
Senator, if I can add, so we, in response to the government's investment in the 2023 budget, we set up quite an extensive co-design program working, as Ms Falkingham has said, particularly through the disability representative organisations and carer organisations, and also with the Independent Advisory Council. And so that program is a program of work with key working groups working on different components of the reforms. We've subsequently built on that program with the passage of the legislation and the new changes that are anticipated to the scheme. So we have, as Ms Falkingham said, quite an extensive program of work. Really importantly, the working groups that include disability representative organisations, council members, agency staff and participants in the scheme as well are really the kind of foundation of a lot of that work. We are really working to go far beyond those groups to make sure that we're listening to a diversity of experiences and different people with disability with different support needs particularly. The focus for us on making sure that we are hearing the diversity of voices is pretty significant at the moment. We're making a particular effort, particularly to make sure that the voices of people with intellectual disability or people with quite complex communication support needs are really front and centre for us as we're developing operational changes and informing policy and practice into the future as well. So it's an ever evolving piece of work, but particularly to your question, just understanding the kind of depth and breadth and diversity of lived experience across the disability community is really important, and so it's something that we're trying to.
Organisations that do a lot of work to consolidate issues for their membership, for example, whether it's Muscular Dystrophy Australia or Aspect or a whole bunch of different organisations, but then still within that there'd be lots of crossing over commonalities as well. It's a very big and diverse stakeholder network, isn't it?
Senator, Ms Mackenzie's talked at length about the sort of opportunities for a wide diversity of disability stakeholders to participate in the co-design process. I guess another element of the kind of broader governance of the reforms is the establishment of the NDIS Reform Advisory Committee. It's actually being established to monitor the implementation of the NDIS reforms, including monitoring levels of engagement by government with people with disability. So the Reform Advisory Committee will provide independent advice from people with disability on NDIS reform implementation, policy process, timing and community views. We're obviously, in establishing that body, very respectful and mindful that there are already a lot of highly valued advisory bodies participating in this process, but I think this has a particular focus on the way that people with disability will be engaged through the process, and it will involve the two co-chairs are people with disability, and we're working with state and territory governments to have representatives from each jurisdiction, as well as 3 broader community representatives, again with a very strong emphasis in trying to secure the broadest range of experience of people with disability as part of that process.
Thank you for taking me through that. I now want to move on to some issues around compliance and enforcement. And I've raised issues behind the Fraud Fusion Task Force in estimates before, and I know they've come up a little bit already today. So, noting the nature of the task force's work and what we are able to share in a public setting, noting, I don't want to, in asking questions, interfere with, your ability to investigate or prosecute these issues. How many investigations has the task force launched? I know it's been going for 2 years.
Senator, as at the 31st of December 2024, there were 100 active fraud operations being led by the NDIA, the NDIS Commission, Services Australia and the Australian Skills and Quality Authority. 530 investigations included 50 persons referred to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions or are currently before the courts. Over 18,000 customers of government services are estimated to be impacted because it's obviously across all of the agencies, and over 96 million estimated in the fraud value.
So that 96 million is an estimate. That is an estimate. Is it possible to to actually quantify it? And how many of those, so there's 140 active now, how many have been resolved and closed, if there's 140 open now? What's the peak number that you've had?
So the implemented integrity interventions in 2024, in their entirety, estimate to save the scheme over 200 million in non-compliant payments to June 30, 28. Though providers banned or subject to manual payment reviews, a further 400 million is forecast to be diverted away from unethical providers into higher quality spending on genuine disability supports and services.
And what the numbers, I think you've touched on 23, 24 and 25. How many tip-offs do you get in each? Have you had it each year? Are they going up? Are they going down? Is the task force meaning that new providers, if they have an intention of being shonky, are not coming online?
Our tip-offs are most definitely going up, Senator, but we'll take on notice the exact number for you. Oh, hang on, we've got it. 5,455. So in tip-offs continue to increase in quantity and quality, with over 7,500 tip-offs received just in this quarter, compared to the 5,455 for the same quarter last year.
Right, and okay, well, I'm interested in, do you know how many providers that's about? You may not have that data
take that on notice,
with
Senator.
you, but are you able to talk to us about the overall fraud prevention and integrity measures? Because clearly there's the task force and there's the tip-offs, but there's also the inbuilt stuff within the agency that can identify, looks for risks of fraud, etc., within how you go about your work on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Senator. It's Penelope McKay speaking. I'm a Deputy CEO in the agency and I look after partners and providers. In relation to both fraud and integrity, there's been a very significant government investment in relation to the Crackdown on Fraud program. The government's invested $83.9 million in 2024 and a further $110.4 million in 2025. In relation to the Fraud Fusion Task Force, there was an investment of $137 million over 4 years. And these two initiatives focused on fraud are supplemented by the agency's integrity and transformation outcomes, where we're focusing on uplifts to systems and processes to ensure that it's easier to do the right thing and harder to do the wrong thing.
Okay, and so I'm presuming that means that you've also had to, put educational activities, educate participants, support coordinators, providers on what to look for, what's ethical and what's not ethical, etc. Because, there's out-and-out fraud, there's, poor practice and quality control, and then there's people who develop bad habits that, you know, turn into fraudulent conduct. How do you get the education of participants, support coordinators, providers, to really set the culture and boundaries around that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. There's been a lot of emphasis on working with the Commission as well to ensure that there's appropriate education and information for providers as well as participants. And I should say, when we talk about fraud, obviously our first concern is always participants and their safety as well, so ensuring that we've got appropriate safety checks and processes in place where there's fraud suspected to be at play. So there's a lot of education, training, information, assistance, and we've invested heavily in that. Also supplemented by a lot of systems and process changes, such as identity logging or the amount of information that what we require from people when they submit an invoice. So I can go into a lot more detail about the other things that we're doing that supplement the education and information campaigns, if that would be of use.
You need to rotate after.
Okay, well, I might, on that basis, just jump to my last question then, which is, I'm keen to pin down the quantum of funding. So I think there was 200 million saved or protected. So I'm presuming, I guess I'm trying to equate that to what the quantum of NDIS funding that has been investigated since the task force began.
We'll take that on notice for you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator, would I be able to provide you this information from the Commission?
Yes,
noting
that would be really
significant work in the fraud space.
Yes.
Since the Fraud Fusion Task Force commenced in November 22, we have significantly increased compliance actions taken to respond to and mitigate and prevent fraud tasks. We have taken 211 compliance outcomes, including 115 banning orders and 28 revocations of registration, with a further 35 enforcement actions that are in progress. We currently have 88 ongoing task force operations that relate to 283 NDIS providers. This is quite a significant body of work for the Commission to ensure that the NDIS marketplace is suitable, safe and of quality, and our work in this space is paramount to that.
Thank you. That was really helpful, particularly in the context of being the Commission that has to uphold the safety and the standards and overview complaints, as well as that preventing fraud. So thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Senator.
Chair.
Coming to Senator Steele-John and then back to the opposition. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. How many staff do you have in the team or branch that is responsible for auditing participants?
Senator, I'll ask our Chief Operating Officer to come to the table.
Good morning, committee. Good morning, Senator Steele-John. Could I ask you to clarify your ask, please?
Yes, of course. So how many staff do you have currently within the section of your team? I'm assuming that you've been called to the table because it is your team, who are responsible for auditing participants?
Senator Steele-John, I've been called to the table because I'm the Chief Operating Officer responsible for our people and culture functions.
What do you mean, sorry, Senator, by auditing participants? It's not a really term we would use.
Well, maybe that's interesting in and of itself. I'm aware that the question of debt raising was a significant community conversation during the passage of the legislation. I would be fascinated to know through which process you determine a debt does exist or need to be investigated, if not auditing. But keen to know. Didn't really think that was going to be a trick question.
I'm with you. I'm on the same page as you now, Senator.
Okay.
So we'll get you on notice the number of staff that work in our debt team, but Mr Swainson will be able to speak to this as well. But obviously the integrity of the scheme is vital for us. We're aware of the commentary that arose during the debate in relation to debt. We've done a lot of work, as you would be aware, understanding the historical debt issue, and we've really been working very arduously to make sure that we're supporting participants. They're very, very low numbers that we're talking about. There is a debt panel that I sit on to make sure the highest level within the agency is considering and scrutinising every single debt. That's both participant and provider debt. But I'll let Mr Swainson speak to the work that we've done on historical debt and current debt.
So just before you, thank you, Mr Swainson. Just before you get there, though, because I don't want to kind of waste our time, I just want to establish first of all, though. So in terms of the team that is responsible for auditing participants to determine whether a debt exists, that is the debt team, or I think there's some fundamental basic clarity we kind of need to start with first around the function of the debt team that you've just informed us of.
So the debt team is the team that supports the debt panel. So obviously you'd understand across multiple areas of the agency, everyone has a different role to play. It might be in the payments team with Mr Porter, it might be Mr Swainson's legal team, it might be work that sits under John Dardo in relation to fraud and integrity. So I'm trying to point out that there is a multidisciplinary approach to debt across the agency.
Okay, and that multidisciplinary approach may result in a flagging of the potential for a debt to exist that then is raised with the debt panel?
That's correct, and as Ms Falkingham, Senator Matthew Swainson, Deputy CEO, Governance, Risk Legal, as Ms Falkingham just gave evidence, we have a number of teams across the agency. We have a claims branch, which I think sits with Mr Porter. We have teams that sit with Mr Dardo looking at integrity work for all, mostly providers, and I think we've given that evidence previously in this committee. Obviously, where there is a question as to whether a debt should be properly raised. It's very common to have somebody from my legal team have a look at that to make sure it is a proper debt to be raised. Once those teams that sit underneath our higher level governance structures, and I think we provided a response to a question on notice following the last hearing about those structures, where we have what we call, I think, a debt tasking working group, which is a group of SCS Band 1 and 2s which first review those debts, and if they are satisfied that they meet a threshold for raising a debt, that then comes up to our debt panel that Ms Falkingham just mentioned, which consists of Ms Falkingham, myself, Mr McNaughton, at that level to really determine whether the debts are and should be properly raised. So we look at the circumstances around the debt. We also consider the history of it, the participant circumstances, if it is a participant debt. So there's a range of things we do look into.
So the debt tasking, what was the word you used to describe it?
Debt tasking working group, I think, is the formal name we call that. That's the SCS Band 1 and 2 group that looks at that.
And how many individuals are within that working group?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. And can you also tell us whether that number has risen in the last 12 months in terms of membership of that group?
Yes, I need to take that on notice.
Would you be also able to tell us, is any member of the agency able to make a referral to that debt working group in terms of they see something, they think it might need to be reviewed? Can any employee refer to that?
I probably would need to get an absolute answer on notice, Senator, but I think matters are referred through this process, and it wouldn't start at that senior level. It's not a, those of us sitting here at the table don't get debts directly referred to us. It starts with that lower level.
I'm just trying to understand.
And that would come from a range of sources. It might come from a planner. It might come from I think most commonly through our claims integrity work.
Yeah. Well, if you could provide on notice precisely the positions within the agency that are able to make those referrals to that first level of consideration, because there's been a number of potential divisions that have been referenced during our exchanges. I'm trying to get the specificity of exactly how many people can, in fact, begin the process of flagging a concern, and then it escalates from there. In terms of the debt team, which you are a part of, what is the criteria for a debt coming to be considered by that team?
Well, the criteria for any debt is set out under the Act.
Yes, but you said once it reaches a certain level, it comes to your...
Once it's been investigated, Senator, for further action, that's when it would come to the panel.
Then it comes to the panel.
For a decision.
So do all, post-investigation, all questions of debt raising come to that panel?
That's correct.
And you're on that panel, but also other members of your team?
I'm on the panel. Mr. Swainson's on the panel, Mr. McNaughton's on the panel, and Mr. Dardo is on the panel.
Okay. And that's it?
That's it.
That's it. How many debts have been raised against participants since the 1st of July 2023?
2023. I'm not sure if I have the data cut in that way. I do have some data around...
If you could take the data cut in that way from the 1st of July to today on notice, and then can you do that for us, and then
I can
verbalise what you've got?
I can do, yeah. I don't have data in that way. I can say, as at 31 December 2024, there are approximately $40 million worth of debt owed by providers to the scheme. Mm-hmm. This debt includes $17.5 million in provider-initiated debts owed by 438 providers and relates mainly to self-correction. So it's really important to recognise, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the waiver process in a second, because I think it's important to contextualise that. Most of our debts are where a person, and mostly a provider, self-acknowledges or they self-identify that there's been some error in their claiming, and as a process that initiates a debt and then it's corrected very quickly. So I'll come back to that in a second, but I think that's an important point to raise. 21.9 million agency-initiated debts owed by 157 providers. The largest debt owing is $2 million for a single provider. As at 31 December 2024, there are approximately 26 million owed by participants to the scheme. This debt includes 6.7 million in participant-initiated debt owed by 952 participants. This is when a participant cancels a service or a payment request after they had been paid for a claim when they didn't receive the service. So there's been an error and they self-correct. 9 million in agency...
Just on that, Senator Sildron, it's important to know that in most of those cases, the debt will then be offset against the participant's plan. So we obviously work closely with participants in those situations where an error has been made to look at, in their future spending, offsetting that for them.
And I should mention, Senator, on that, I think that there's been 10,000 agency-initiated waivers valued at over $5 million where there's been this minor administrative error, a self-correction by a participant or provider, and the agency has automatically waived that through our system.
And that's in what time period?
I don't have a time period for that number, but I'll get you on that.
Oh, you can get that for us, thank you. And also, if you could take on notice the number of debts which have been raised, and then the ultimate resolution has been, pardon me, for that debt to be offset against...
and just to round that out, and I think it was mentioned earlier in the hearing, we've also got some debt owed by WA, but I think that has been discussed.
Well, I'm sure, in fact, it's the other way around, coming from WA. I will follow that up at some point. No, you've triggered my interest. What do you mean, debt from the I'm opening a can of worms.
Opening a can of worms, Senator.
But what precisely do you mean by the state of Western Australia owes the National Disability Insurance Agency money?
It's probably more correct to say Department of Social Services.
So the NDIS is quite unique in that the Commonwealth invoices the states and they pay the invoices, and there is a matter being worked through with Western Australia as to payments against the invoices.
For what time period?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I do need to check. I think there have been some, at different points in time, there have been discussions about the invoice and the payment against the invoice, and so I just need to check exactly where that's up to. But usually, it works the other way. The Commonwealth provides grants to the states, so this is a different relationship in terms of payment.
So the state of Western Australia disputes. Does it dispute that there is a debt that is in existence?
It's a matter under discussion at the moment.
Okay. And what is the forum through which that is being discussed?
Bilaterally with West Australian officials.
Between the Department of Social Services and the...
West Australian officials, yeah.
From the Department of Communities or the Department of Premier and Cabinet, or?
I'd need to take that on notice, sorry,
Okay.
Senator. So certainly our engagement is with disability officials.
And how much are we talking about? What's the size of the invoice in dispute?
Senator, I think that in the earlier conversation when you weren't here, we talked about that a payment had been made very recently. So,
what was the size of the payment?
We'll come back to you on notice.
Yeah, might help quickly. So as at end of January, it's 151.2 million.
151.2 million. And a payment has been made recently. And is that of that size, 150?
We should come back to you, Senator.
Will you be able to do that before the end of the day? And can you provide us with what's the substance of this dispute? It's disputes over time, but what are we actually discussing here? So I'm very familiar with my state's rocky history with coming into the scheme. Very familiar with that. But this...
Again, Senator, I think it's probably best I take that on notice. I think there may be more than one issue at play.
Okay, and is it the cause of is it a structural problem around timing of payments, or is it a dispute over what should be paid for by DSS versus WA?
More the latter.
Okay. Okay. Well, look, if you could return to us before the end of the sitting, and every WA newspaper in the building or journalist in the building hound us all for more information on that. If you can provide us any additional clarifying information as to the invoice in dispute, the period of time that the invoice has been disputed, the amount of money that has been made recently in the form of a payment, and whether that constitutes a resolution to the issue, whether it is considered to probably arise again due to a structural disagreement. That'd be really helpful, because otherwise we are probably going to do many more rounds on this, and it might not be needed. All right, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I'm coming back to the opposition now. Who's seeking the call? Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I just wanted to check whether or not any of the information we requested before has been able to be tabled.
If we have been able to, I'm sure we're in the process of doing that, Senator.
Oh, lovely. And look, if it's unable to be tabled for whatever reason, like in person, we can have it emailed by the end of the day. In terms of it doesn't have to be while you're here.
Whatever we can, we will most
Wonderful. And otherwise, if it's not able to be tabled today, if we could just email the committee to say that it will be taken on notice. And just to clarify some additional pieces in case I wasn't clear in relation to breakdown per conviction of criminals receiving NDIS support, including any data that you have requested and those data sets that we can get a sort of clearer picture of what we're looking at, and also in relation to any foreign crime entities within the NDIS, and if you do have breakdowns of the geographic locations from which they're operating as well. Thank you.
Senator, as I've previously said, a lot of that information can't be provided given they would be subject to ongoing investigations.
But what you do have, if you could provide.
If we have anything we can provide, we will most definitely provide it.
I completely understand the nature of investigation, but if you could provide what you know at the moment so we can know that as well.
In terms of the breakdowns, in terms of state and territory data, I'll have to check that because we're obviously subject to data sharing arrangements with the states and territories, so I'll check what we can in fact provide.
Okay, thank you. and obviously you can also provide that information in confidence if you are required to do so. One other question. Sorry?
Sorry, point of order, Chair. Estimates have specific rules, which means questions on notice need to be done public, and the answers must also be public.
Okay.
So,
all right. Thank you,
yeah.
Senator Pratt.
Yeah.
I appreciate that clarification. My other question is a quick one before. Sorry.
Senator Pratt, go over and give evidence.
Senator was making a point of order, which many senators do throughout the course of these hearings. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. My other question is a very quick one. I asked this same question of AUSParliament yesterday in relation to the scenario with the Bankstown nurses and the manner in which AUSParliament updates their register, and I wanted to get an understanding of whether the banning order for the NDIS works in the same way. So would you receive or gather information like from AUSParliament or other bodies to ensure that, yeah.
Yes, thank you for the question. We have been engaging in significant work to ensure that that type of conduct that was perpetrated is not something that features within the NDIS. It's salient to note that banning orders issued can be issued to any people. You do not have to be within the NDIS at the moment, and those banning orders can be permanent. And I'll hand over to Deputy Commissioner Myers to talk through some more specifics.
Thank you.
I apologise, Senator. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, so it's, my question is in relation to the scenario with the Bankstown nurses, if you're familiar with that, and the manner in which, AUSParliament is able to update their register. I wanted to get an understanding whether you have a process within the NDIS to ensure that, those same banning orders are transferable. So someone who's banned as working, for example, as a nurse or a doctor can't come into the NDIS and perhaps work as a care or support worker.
We do have an open matter in relation to that, the nurses, and we have a current investigation. So at this stage I can't provide any more specific details. We often receive referrals from other agencies where they take disciplinary action against workers. Those are, sometimes we identify those through our information sharing arrangements, and sometimes we identify those through media reports. And in this, circumstances, it was brought to our attention through the media reports.
But is there currently an automated process to match with, say, a register from the, nurses and midwives body or from AUSParliament or somebody else?
It is. It's not an automated process. Once we're aware of a matter, we do a search of our records to identify whether they're operating within the scheme.
So there's no process perhaps for a weekly or monthly sweep of those bodies to wash against current workers or anything like that?
No, there's not. With the digital and regulatory transformation program, we're looking at opportunities for us to build in that API technology with other regulators so that we can have more frequent exchanges of information to be able to scan for any disciplinary action that may have been taken.
Would it be important to prioritise that, given obviously, the vulnerability of people who are participants in the NDIS, to ensure that they aren't at risk from people who've been banned from working in other places?
Absolutely, Senator, and it's one of our key business requirements. We're also working on information sharing protocols with a number of regulators where we may not have those in place. We're also going out and meeting with different agencies, coroners, anyone that we think we need to build those relationships to be able to more readily access that information. Or we agree, yes.
Senator, can I add that this very excellent question that you raised really speaks to the need to ensure that the Commission is recognised as being quite new. We have only existed since 2018 or so, and the importance the paramount importance of the Commission to the scheme, its efficacy, but also the delivery of services within it to ensure that NDIS participants get what they need, but also to ensure that the way in which we operate supports the expectations of community and the sector going forward. So certainly investment in the Commission is paramount now and going forward.
Yeah, and I agree. It's absolutely critical that we actually ensure that we actually don't cause any harm to participants within the scheme because we don't have processes in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we come back to foundational supports and also some other budget measures and savings? So my understanding is that in this last budget, in terms of foundational supports, there was $18.5 million allocated for the development of foundational supports over 3 years with the states and territories. Now, as I understood the conversation earlier, just in terms of the questions earlier on timeline, you were looking to progress this over the discussions and negotiations over financial year 25-26. But what was foreseen in the budget is that this process would go through to 26-27 in terms of negotiations with states and territories to come up with a final agreement. Can we just confirm the time frame? Because your funding's for 3 years.
Senator, obviously there are implementation arrangements beyond the establishment of those supports, including ongoing engagement between the Commonwealth and states and territories around the implementation of those supports, any future reviews or evaluations of those supports in terms of how they're rolling out and are they effective and are they achieving the objectives that we would intend. And so that funding also allows for contribution to those types of issues.
Thank you, Mr Mansfield. At estimates with finance, Senator Hume asked some questions of finance, and Ms Patterson said that this 18.5 was only for design and consultation and not actually for implementation activities.
Well, it extends to activities that go to implementation readiness, so things like, an outcomes framework that would then have reporting attached to it, for example, as well as implementation planning type documents that are an essential part of any agreement that's reached between the Commonwealth and states.
So is the timeline then, so that makes sense, so to have this concluded and to have the agreements with the states and territories concluded, is the date you're working to then the end of 26-27, so that all of that work will be done and you'll have the scheme implemented at that point?
No, Senator. As Ms Shannon indicated earlier in evidence, the intention is that foundational supports would be progressively established with the first supports established within the 25-26 financial year.
So can we just I think we've missed something, so thank you. But to roll it out, presumably you need to have the states and territories have the agreements locked down with the states and territories before you start rolling, getting it funded, getting the appropriations for it and then rolling it out. So when are you looking then to have the agreements concluded with states and territories?
That'll be a matter for agreement between the Prime Minister and First Ministers, Premiers.
No, I understand that, but in a planning sense, you've got a three, and I'm not neither is good or bad, I'm just a 3-year design and consultation period, but you wanted to start rolling it out from next financial year, but you can't really do that, can you, without the states and territories all locked in and signed?
So we're front-end loading as much of the activity around design with states and territories as possible. I think, as I indicated earlier, we're really intensively engaging with the states, and where required, we're actually commissioning work through parties external to the department, because we can I guess, access a capability that we might not have within the department, but also when you're working in this space with state and territory governments, sometimes having a third party to facilitate that work, it makes it a more sort of trusted kind of product.
Shannon, thank you. I do appreciate and understand all of that, but my question is quite sort of a simple one, is that there's the 3-year window for design and development that's been funded by finance that goes to DSS and NDIA to do that. And you've indicated an intent, as I understand it, that you will actually have it implemented before the end of that 3-year design and development window, which to my mind would need, you've got a time frame before you start rolling it out, actually implementing it, and all the preparation's great, but what date are you planning to have the intergovernmental agreements signed off?
Senator, the specific timing for agreement will be dependent on National Cabinet decisions. We are working to a timeline that would enable the first supports to be stood up during the 25-26 year. If it helps, just in terms of the funding that was appropriated around foundational supports and related matters, there's 7.6 million around design and consultation work for implementation of foundational supports. There was also 10.9 million over 3 years to continue some supports that are, if you like foundational supports, but were due to cease, so that they could continue, so that there was no capacity lost.
Can I ask a clarification just on that second, that 7.6 and 10.9? Is that coming out of that 18.5?
Yes.
So you're talking about the breakdown of that?
Yes, I am, okay. Senator. So of the 18.5, 10.9 over 3 years was to continue support for playgroups and parent workshops delivered by Autism Queensland and the Australian Catholic University under the National Early Childhood Program. So they're two different elements within that funding.
Okay, so I obviously finance weren't quite aware of the details. So 7.6 is actually over 3 years for design and development, and the 10.9 is actually a bit like an ILC grant in terms of, it's not called ILC, but it's actually to support a particular program.
It's an existing, yes, capacity building and developmental type support for families and communities.
So how are you using that? So the 7.6, is that all with, because the appropriation was for DSS and NDIA, so the 10.9 presumably has gone from DSS to directly to those who deliver that service, which is more an ILC type funding, and there's 7.6 million for design and development.
Yes, so we would expect that the kinds of things that contributes to is ongoing consultation and engagement with the community, work around finalising, concluding the design. I mean, what we're talking about in relation to foundational supports is establishing a national system of additional supports, Tier 2, but that obviously will roll out in each state and territory. There may be some variances in the way that services are rolled out to ensure that they connect well with other services and supports, mainstream service systems. And so some of that design money will be used for things like working out how on the ground the services connect up as well as link up to a national level so that there's an effective
Mr. Mansfield,
service
thank
system.
you, and that's very helpful. But if we could just come back to the time frame and also funding. So finance also said that in relation to foundational supports, they would be delivered through existing government services where appropriate and phased in, as you've said, but
Correct.
Funding to actually start this process would be through an FFA with additional costs split 50-50. Now, I guess to be more specific, presumably the FFA has to be signed with all states and territories before foundational supports what you're developing now can officially be funded and start. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator, in relation to services and supports that are delivered by states and territories, for example. There'd have to be an agreement in place between the Commonwealth and states where there is joint investment.
So what is your planning time at the moment? And maybe this is one for you, Mr. Knight, in terms of discussions with states and territories, because you said there was a disability reform ministers meeting. So what is the planning point for the Commonwealth for the FFS to be finished so that foundational supports can start?
I mean, we could probably provide you with the statement that was made for the one-year agreement around NHRA, which this is linked to, which also detailed further.
That's a one-year plan, so is that just for this year?
It just foreshadowed further discussions around foundation supports.
But there's
we're in the hands of that process.
I well understand that, but the simple question is, what is the time frame you are working to? So we know we've got a three-year planning window, and you've got 7.6 million to undertake those planning, which is well underway. But at what point are you working with states and territories to get the FFAs agreed and signed off so foundational supports can be started?
I mean, there's a sense of urgency to that. As you stepping out that time frame is correct. There's a sense of urgency about reopening discussions between the Commonwealth and the states on the 5-year NHRA arrangements, and indeed in this space. Two things, and so in the coming months there'll be earnest negotiations.
I know
presumably.
there's been earnest negotiations for some time.
There's not going to be earnest negotiations
okay. Well,
from the state.
It is what it is. That will be happening.
Clearly
that's a whole
is.
of government process.
Yeah.
We're not in control
We don't
of
have
that
a national
process.
cabinet booked in at any stage to do this.
But we obviously are working with the states. We've been working with the states around the design questions, so that we're not flat-footed because of all those timeframes that you have mentioned.
So,
sorry, Senator Reynolds, just before you go on, and I'm going to keep you in continuation, but can I just get a sense from you of if you've got many more blocks requiring the Commissioner?
I think for Commissioner Wade, I don't have any more.
I've got one question, but I'm not sure if it's fully, and it's actually quite a quick question, if I can.
We're just checking other senators, but could I ask if perhaps in the priority of your questions we could...
Do you want to do that now?
Do with the Commissioner
Would it assist if we do that now to release the Commissioner?
It would, yes, and then we're just checking with other senators. Thank you.
Okay, and it might not be for you. I was looking at the post the Disability Royal Commission and the suggestion that for the separation between in-home supports and bricks and mortar ownership. So there's a document entitled Next Steps Regulation for In-Home and Housing Supports Insight Report, December 2024. That states the NDIS Commission will continue to work closely with participants, providers and the sector more broadly to design and implement an appropriate separation mechanism that addresses the recommendations of the DRC and NDIS review. So I just wanted to get an update on what the forward work plan looked like, budget, any timelines, deadlines, for the design and implementation of that mechanism to mandate the separation.
Thanks for the question. I'm pleased to say that you've got the right group, and I'll hand over to Deputy Commissioner Chambers to respond.
Great. Excellent. I'm glad I hyped it with this one.
Thank you. So as part of our program of consultation over the last, 12 months or so, we have been consulting on housing and living supports. We have, the former minister gave approval to move forward with mandatory registration of supported independent living, and as part of that process and those recommendations from the Disability Royal Commission, we've been consulting with the sector on a range of different things. So we consulted on our practice standards, whether or not they were fit for purpose, whether or not they were used by providers in a way that would uplift quality. And at the same time, we had authority to move forward from government to consult on the separation of SIL and SDA. So we have that insights report will form a process towards providing advice back to government around that separation. We want to be really careful with separation. It's quite a contentious space. We don't want to put participants at risk if they are not receiving the right support. So we are carefully considering what we're hearing through consultation. So there is broad support for separation in the sector, but there are things that we need to consider around different settings so that there isn't the risk of services falling through the cracks for participants.
Yeah. So, I mean, is this something that's considered a priority project, or is it sort of...
Yeah, absolutely. It's on our reform program. So we've been working... We did the own motion inquiry into supported accommodation back in 2022, and we had recommendations out of that own motion inquiry around the development of practice standards for supported independent living. We've done lots of consultation with people with disability who live in group home settings, and they told us that they wanted their rights respected, they wanted a harmonious home. And so for us at the Commission, moving forward with ensuring that people's safety and support in their home is paramount is work that we are progressing with priority.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was my only question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to check, sorry, before you start, Senator Reynolds, if Senator Steele-John has any questions for the Commissioner, if that's okay, and then we can let her go. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, so the question before us is whether to dismiss the Commission but retain the agency? Yes. Not for the Commission, no.
Okay. All right. In that case, we're in a position to let you go, so you're free to leave.
I'd just like to acknowledge before I do go that I've appeared before you today in place of Commissioner Glanville, who is undergoing surgery today for a broken knee, and so it's why she can't be with us, but looks forward to being here next time.
Thank you very much, Ms Wade, and for your participation in our committee. We were sort of at a pretty hefty block there for you, so if you're happy for me to rotate to Senator Steele-John, and then I'll come back to you. So Senator Steele-John continuing with the NDIA.
And taking us to the break at 1, Chair, is that still the plan?
The break is at 1:15.
Oh, 1:15? Okay, cool. All right, lovely. So I wonder whether I could just ask some clarifying questions in relation to a couple of tenders, I think, that are relevant to the agency. There's been 3 separate approaches to market listed on AUSTender relating to the NDIS, referring to support needs assessment is the terminology that's used. Were these approach to market documents developed by the agency or by DSS?
Senator, we touched on this earlier today when you weren't in the room. But most definitely they were developed by the agency, and Ms Mackenzie will talk about the process we took before we put them out on the market.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Yes, so the documentation was prepared by the agency in consultation with external legal support. We went through a process of having discussions with the disability community about not about the tender documentation, that wouldn't be consistent with Commonwealth procurement guidelines, but about some of the criteria and considerations that are important in understanding the tools that are currently validated and available to understand people's support needs.
Okay. And what, when you say you had conversations with the community, what are you referring to there?
Senator, so we have I was talking before in reply to some questions from Senator Pratt about the program of work we have to work with the disability community, both disability representative organisations and council, about and participants as well in our kind of program of work on all of the changes underway. One of the groups that we have set up is looking specifically at the questions around assessments and budgeting that are anticipated by the legislative change that was created last year. So that group has commenced and continued to meet. Given the significance and the importance of this work, we also undertook a series of conversations with workshops, so big workshops, but conversations with disability representative organisations, carer organisations, and also with the Independent Advisory Council.
Thank you. Just to clarify, and that was in the process of developing the scope for the tenders, is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
That's correct, yes.
Can you provide on notice the organisations that were included in those consultations for us? Because I'm sure it's more people than you can list here, but can you just tell us precisely when these consultations took place, how many took place, and who was invited and who attended?
Yes.
That'd be great.
I'm not sure if I can do attended. I can certainly tell you invited, Senator.
Okay. What's the barrier with attending?
The sessions were conducted predominantly online, and so I'll have to just check if we have a record of who
attendance.
Actually attended. We would circulate the invitation to particularly established groups that we work with, of representative organisations for people with disabilities. So I'm just not sure if I know the answer to that. That's all right.
Well, if you can find out, that'd be good, because often there is a difference between who was invited and who actually was able to attend, and if that's recorded, the follow-up question, of course, is, well, what do we do to include that person in the space or organisation in the space when they actually weren't able to be there? So if you can tell us the attendance.
I'm, as I say, very happy to take on notice what we can share. I should say there were, I think they're from memory, there were 5 consultations that sort of spanned a whole range of different people. So certainly in relation to, for example, disability representative and carer organisations, there were a number of opportunities to participate in that conversation.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. Can I ask you, so that's the process by which you developed the outline of these tenders, and you were responsible for that process. Is it the NDIA then that is responsible for executing these procurements?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Now there is a request for tender and a request for information that has been put onto AUSTender. Now they both relate to support needs assessments tools for the NDIS. Can I confirm that they both make up part of the development for the same needs assessment tool?
So, Senator, we issued, actually, there's 3, not 2. So the first is a request for tender for tool or tools that are available that are validated to understand people with disability support needs. There was also 2 requests for information. The first request for tender was people with who are tools that are validated for understanding support needs of people with disability aged 16 and above. Mm-hmm. There were 2 requests for information released at the same time. Mm-hmm. There was one that related to understanding available validated tools to understand support needs for children aged 0 to 16. And the second one was a request for information about particular targeted support needs. And so particularly targeted areas of understanding particular support needs that might not otherwise be specifically captured in support needs assessment tools that might otherwise be available and validated. Okay, so to clarify the distinction then, your requests for information were in relation to kids and tools in relation to assessing... Targeted targeted tools, that's correct.
Targeted tools and also tools related to children. Those were the two.
Two RFIs, two requests for information, that's correct. One is about targeted tools that exist to understand targeted support needs. And then the second one was in relation to tools that are available to understand the support needs for children. And
children are being defined as the age range between 0
to 16.
0 to 16. Okay. And so then that would mean that the request for tender is for needs assessment tools for either age demographics or disability types not captured in the request for information. So it's your general needs assessment tool?
Pardon?
It's your general needs assessment tool that you've gone to tender on?
Tool or tools. So the request for tender seeks tenders for the tools, licence holders for tools that are validated for use for people who are 16 years and above. It doesn't anticipate necessarily a single tool that a tool might cover the depth and breadth of the participant cohort that is aged 16 years and above.
Okay. And I've been sitting with this for a while, trying to understand the decision-making process that led to these being put into the world at the same time. And I think I've heard what the logic was from you in terms of is it the agency's view that in terms of those above the age of 16, you can go for a needs assessment tool or tools tender, and that subsequently you may learn from your request for information in relation to targeted or specific tools, or from 0 to 16 that you need some slightly different tools, and then those can be added in alongside whatever comes out of the request for tender process?
Yes, that's right. So we've gone out for a tender. A request for information is a formal market process, but we would have to do a separate procurement process around any additional tools. Yes.
Okay, but there's still the fundamental issue though of like I look at this and I wonder what the purpose is of going out for a request for information by putting out a request for information at the same time as putting out a request for tender. Even though you've divided them in that way, you can't predict what will come back in terms of the response or the proposal that's put together to respond to your request for tender. Those tools may be the same or different from the tools that come back as a suggestion from the request for information. It is a fundamentally overlapping process that you've done here that's from a procurement perspective, and I don't pretend to be expert in these things, but to see them all go up at once when you don't know the results of either and how they might overlap seems very strange to many people in the community who've reached out to me since they were put online. Isn't there a concern here that you could actually be wasting your own time and resources because your request for information may well result in recommendations around a set of tools which you may have received in response to your request for tender and vice versa?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure of the question.
I think I'm following your point, Senator, and obviously it goes to how we're sequencing the work in terms of what transition. One of the things we were talking earlier about is how we make decisions about who is transitioning onto the new planning framework and the new support needs assessment tools. Absolutely, if the request for tender demonstrated a broader set of tools, then absolutely at that point we would make a decision what we would do with that request for information and whether we would continue with those processes. If I'm following your point correctly, yes.
Yes, but also I guess the central question here is whose decision was it to put these tenders up together at the same time? The request for information and the request for tender, whose decision was it to put them all up on AusTender at the same time?
It was the agency's decision.
All right, so who in the agency is responsible for that, ultimately took that decision?
So ultimately I sign off on the tenders going live, and we went through a very thorough process looking at a 5-year time horizon, which we are looking at for implementation of these reforms, what we would likely get back from that tender in relation to the tool or tools, but also what subsequent work we would need to do and the potential for further procurements. We're not sure yet about whether we do need further procurements, to go to your very good point about we don't want to be wasting our time, but it was very much sequenced in that way to make sure that we were keeping ahead of all of our time horizons over the next 5 years.
And so you would say to the committee that in putting these, in making these tenders live in the same way as in the way that you have, you've complied with best practice in relation to procurement?
We've gone through very thorough best practice procurement processes, Senator.
What's the process for refining them once you've received proposals and information?
Evaluation process, Senator. Yep.
Mm.
So we have processes established in accordance with Commonwealth procurement guidelines that will mean that all inputs, once the submissions have closed, that all inputs will be evaluated in accordance with the criteria. We are in the process of establishing an evaluation panel that will include officials from state and Commonwealth departments as well as the NDIA. The panel will include membership of people with lived experience of disability. In addition to the evaluation panel, which is a formal procurement requirement, we also are establishing a number of advisory groups to support the panel in their deliberations, and one of those will also be a panel of people with lived experience of disability to support the panel in their consideration.
Thank you. You've mentioned a number of panels there, and
just the one.
So that, yes, but there's a panel,
and
but then
groups, yes.
Advisory group to the panel.
Yes.
Are you able to tell us who the members of the panel are, or is it just it will be a representative of organisations?
Yeah, it's still being finalised, Senator.
When will it be finalised?
Well and truly ahead of the finalisation of the tender.
And that is also true of the advisory?
Yes, yeah, that's underway. We're in the process of confirming those details.
Okay. Thank you. When will that be confirmed?
Similarly, prior to the conclusion of the procurement. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. Senator Reynolds, you have a call.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to, if I could just wrap up on the foundational supports, and if I just wanted to go through a couple of things just to make sure I've got what you've told us correct, if you wouldn't mind. So you're in a process, an extended process, you've got a contractor that's been working with you, talking to the community, coming up what the principles that should underpin foundational supports, starting to have a look at what services they may actually be in that process of working that out. And over this 3-year planning window, 26 to 27, you're looking in this next financial year to have that clarity provided in terms of tangible,
yes, Senator.
Tangible certainties. Now, the 18 finance was not quite correct, so the 18.5 million for the design and consultation is actually 7.6 million between yourself and NDIA. Would you be able to...
That wasn't what? Wasn't an alarm or anything?
Are you able to provide information on what the 10.9 million, so what that, because it just seems a bit odd that that's been included in this appropriation when really it should have been potentially the ILC appropriation. It's a bit misleading. Can you give us some more information about what this program actually is?
I would say it is a separate program. It's not part of the ILC, but as Mr Mansfield indicated, it's a kind of capacity building program. So again, it has a similar intent for a specific cohort we don't always get visibility of how some budget measures might be presented, and so I think it's just been kind of rolled together in a way that maybe is just not made clear the exact design and consultation component.
Okay, if we could perhaps during the lunch break, because we're about to go to the lunch break, would you mind just taking that offline and finding out what it actually is? Sure. Because finance clearly thought the whole lot.
We do know what the other component is.
So if you could provide, don't worry about doing it now, but
Sure.
if after the lunch break, if you could just provide us detail of what that program actually is,
Certainly.
and any more clarity why it wasn't included as ILC funding, that would be terrific.
Can I just clarify, Senator, did you want them to come back to the table and clarify that, or
Yes.
the table a document, or
Well, whatever information they've got, just because we've only got a couple of minutes now, but if they could come back with further detail on that particular program.
is that okay? That's okay.
Okay. So there's no funding at the moment, there's no appropriations yet for the Commonwealth contributions to whatever the agreement will, the FFA will be for the Commonwealth and state. So we don't have any appropriations yet for actual provision of foundational supports, correct?
So I understand the evidence provided by the Department of Finance is that there is a provision in the contingency reserve.
But no actual, so it's contingency reserve, there's not an actual amount. No, okay. So it's just a contingency.
Well, presumably it is an amount, but it's not visible to us.
Okay. Okay, so that'll make it a bit difficult for you to do
negotiations
on the FFA if you don't know how much you're working with for the Commonwealth.
Senator, it's just part of the, sorry, I should reframe what I said. It's part of, it's combined with other measures in the contingency reserve.
Which is the health funding?
I'm not privy to all of the elements of that, sorry.
Senator, just to be clear in terms of roles, though, and responsibilities, First Minister's departments are leading the negotiation with states and territories as part of the disability reform and health element, and we are supporting that work, and Treasury has a role in relation to Federation funding agreements, as they do with all Federation funding agreements.
But just one final one, if I could wrap this.
Fine. I just need to.
No, thank you. I'll just wrap this up. So, in terms of, and then this is where after the break we'll come back, if we could, to the NDIA and the actuary in terms of the actual appropriations and the funding forecasts. So currently within the NDIA, as I understand it, the savings that have been projected now out over 10 years don't relate in any way to the foundational support. So there's no assumptions in there that the foundational supports will result in any of the savings.
Senator, my memory is we responded to a question on notice to you that set out that there is an assumption made in the AFSR in regards to foundational supports, consistent with the advice from DSS. There is it's a gradual, progressive assumption that we did provide to you on notice.
Could you come? I haven't got it to hand. Would you mind perhaps just sending through to the committee or bringing it or the number so I can get that?
I can do it now for you, Senator. So in financial year 26, it's 46.7. In financial year 27, it's 186.9. In financial year 28, it's 420.5.
So at this point, we do need to.
Can I get the QAN number?
Call it up.
Have you got the QAN number there?
Yes, I do. So we gave you the total number. I just gave you the breakdown because that's what I thought you were asking for.
Yeah. So the total number,
just the number of the QAN is all we need, and then we're going to the break.
And then we'll unpack the breakdowns in terms of the time frame that we've just determined versus the savings that are baked into the budget.
So the QAN reference is NDA SQ 24-000422.
Thank you very much. Okay, just to give everyone in the room an indication of where we're at in the program, we have dismissed the Commission. We still require the NDIA to return to us after the break. However, I am fairly confident that we won't require you beyond the afternoon break. So for those who've made travel arrangements, I'm not anticipating you would need to stay beyond that. but we will now suspend for 1 hour and see you after the break. If I can just have a bit of order in the room, please. If I could just have some order in the room, please. The committee's resumed, so we are broadcasting. Thank you. Senator Reynolds was continuing with the call, and then I'll be coming to Senator Steele-John. The committee's still with the NDIA. Thank you, Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. If we could just come back to that 10.9 million grant to the play group. Have you got some more information on that for us?
We do. We were just actually trying to get a document to table, Senator, but we can
great.
give you a little more. It's, do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, Senator. Page 16 of the pays for portfolio additional estimate statement has the 10.9 million over 3 years, which includes continuation of the National Early Childhood Program for children with disability and or developmental delay and their parents, carers and kin, ahead of the implementation of foundational supports, and 7.6 million to continue the design and consultation work for implementation of foundational supports.
Thank you. Do you know why? Was this an ILC program? Where did it actually sit?
It's a separate program. So the National Early Childhood Program is a separate program, and there's information available on the department's website about the program. It's been running for, my colleague will help me, but I think 3 or 4 years. And it provides supports through playgroups and those sorts of settings for families who have children with developmental concerns or delay to.
And this is just for
them.
Queensland, did you say earlier?
It's national.
Oh, national.
But I'll get my colleague to run through that.
So Andrew Whitecross, Group Manager, Disability and Carer Programs. There are 2 organisations we're funding under the program. One is Autism Queensland, to lead a consortium to provide playgroups and similar supports for young children aged 0 to 8 years with a disability or developmental delay. In 23-24, that's assisted 2,419 clients through 2,066 sessions.
Are they all in Queensland?
No, it's a national program.
Run by Autism Queensland.
Autism Queensland have the grant, but they then work with other organisations to run this across Australia.
Could I just ask, just on that, before you get to the second point, is I'm still just trying to understand, has this been a bit of an orphaned program that wasn't sort of funded under the ILC process?
It was set up, it was commissioned separately, it's got a separate policy authority, and it was commissioned in 2022 as a separate program with separate policy authority. The other element of the program, Senator, is...
Sorry, can I just, on a separate policy approval, was this actually an election commitment? Was this, that might explain it, if this has got policy approval for an election commitment.
Not
my recollection.
I don't recall it being... No.
I think, though, Senator, what it illustrates is that while there are gaps in sort of the service system outside the scheme, there are programs out there at the Commonwealth level, but also at state level, which could potentially feed into the...
I completely understand, Ms Shannon, and I'm completely on board with the need for these programs. So the first one was Autism Queensland, who do this program.
Yeah.
And that was approved as a separate policy approval in 2022. And what was the second one?
The NECP as a whole was a separate program and had two components here. The second component is funding to Australian Catholic University, once again as a consortium lead, and they provide facilitated group workshops for parents and carers whose children have a newly identified disability or developmental concern. So it's basically a capacity building activity to help parents gain knowledge about the circumstances of their...
Is there any reason why these wouldn't have... So thank you, that's given some the background I was looking for on this. Maybe if you could just take on notice the origins of both of these. So were they both under the same policy approval?
Yes.
So that they were bundled up as one policy approval?
Yes. These are two elements of what we call the National Early Childhood Program for children with disability and developmental delay.
Senator, I'm advised that these may have been coalition government programs or initiatives that were subsequently implemented.
No, they may well have, 22 could have been either, but I'll just...
So we'll try and get a little bit more information
That's
about
all right. So thank you, that's very helpful. Now, if we could please go back to NDIA and the actuary and budget details, please. And Ms Falkingham, thank you very much for giving me that QAN number. I have now tracked it down. It escaped my attention earlier. It's actually a very good place for us to start. So I'm just at that QAN 422. And you've got the aggregated breakdowns. So this is for 3 financial years, is that correct? So 24-25 to 27-28?
Yeah, I think that's 4 financial years, Senator.
Yeah. So it's 3 financial years. And so the total savings that have been reflected in the budget are $19.3 billion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So so could we just go through the individual components of that? So budget models is $8.1 billion over the 3 years. Can you just describe what those budget model measures are?
So I think the conversation that's already taken place, Senator, support needs assessment and new framework planning that has been discussed in a little bit of detail.
But not everybody who's listening or watching today.
Sure.
Has that background.
So the implementation of new framework plans in accordance with obviously rules that are yet to be.
So that's the sustainability framework that hasn't been released publicly?
No, Senator. Sorry, the new framework planning under the NDIS Act, and as already been touched on, the rules are yet to be. The rules are in development.
So this is the one that's being designed currently that we had some discussion about earlier.
That's correct. Yep.
That got the 9.6 odd million over 3 years to design and develop. So we just to make sure, because we've got a lot of processes going on here. So we talked about the 7.6 million.
I think that was in relation to foundational supports.
That's related to foundational supports. So that bit is just for foundational supports. So the work that you're talking about, is this the work that's been going on with National Cabinet in terms of the new sustainability model?
No, this is not part of National Cabinet.
Can you just... So
the reference to new framework plans is to distinguish between the current planning process for, prior to the introduction of the NDIS Amendment Bill number 1.
Yes.
And the reference to new framework plans is about the way plans will operate in the future when the relevant rules are made. So individual participant plan.
Yep. So these aren't the assessment. So this is after the assessment process we were talking about this morning. That everyone's so keen on.
Yep.
Okay, so this is after that. So when does this aggregate 8.1 billion? Have you got the breakdown figures out for all of those? I think Ms Falkingham started providing them.
I did them for you, Senator, on the 0.7 foundational supports.
On what, sorry?
On the table, in the question or notice, there's under recent and proposed reforms, I took you through the next 4 financial years on foundational supports, and that's the 0.7 you see there.
Yeah, I'm just asking for some sort of budget models. We'll come back down to...
You'd like do we have a breakdown?
Yep.
Yeah. So for... It's 1.1 billion in FY26, 2.8 in FY27, and 4.2 in FY28.
Thank you. And then for intraplan inflation operation activities?
Yes, so that's... sorry, you'd like me to give you the savings?
Yeah, if you could do it for all of them, and that way can we just see sort of the breakdown by year?
Yeah, so that was 1.6 in FY25, so the year that we're in, 2.4 in FY26, 2.7 in FY27, and 2.9 in FY28.
And eligibility reassessments?
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously smaller numbers, so it's 40... Oh, sorry, I gave all the previous numbers to the nearest 100. So it's 44 million in FY25, 97 in FY26, 134 in FY27 and 156 in FY28.
Okay, and fraud?
41 in FY26, 183 in FY27 and 200 in FY28.
And foundational supports, coming back to the ones...
Yeah, okay. I'll just repeating Ms Falconer's evidence. 47 in FY26, 187 in FY27 and 421 in FY28.
We're due to rotate.
Pardon?
We're due to rotate.
That's fine. I might come back because then I'll just perhaps give a bit of notice. So if we could go through how on track you are. So for this financial year, there's obviously quite a lot of savings there to be realised from these individual measures. So if we could just go through them, how you're tracking against each of these measures.
Sure.
And what they actually involve and how you measure them.
Sure.
Thank you.
Great. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just briefly on notice, would you be able to provide us with the budget for the procurement process for the 3 tenders that you've listed on Oz tender in relation to supports needs assessments?
To be clear, Senator, you mean the budget that has been used to produce those tenders?
Yeah. So first of all, the budget for the procurement process is one.
Yep.
And then I believe there isn't currently clarity on the budget for the amount that the financials for what you will accept or reject.
That's commercial, and we're obviously in a tender, so I can't.
So you'll be claiming commercial in confidence over the kind of financial blueprint.
Well, that's why we're out to tender, Senator, to test the market for that.
Yeah. But okay, cool. That's fine. Thank you. If you could do that.
Sorry to interrupt you. We just had a little update on WA.
Oh yes.
If we can
please.
jump in now.
So, Senator, as you might be aware, the transition agreement with Western Australia expired on the 30th of June 2023, and so Western Australia has continued to pay its contribution based on the transition agreement terms. I think it's fair to say the Commonwealth's position is that the WA contribution should revert to the heads of agreement in the absence of a full scheme agreement, but we're obviously keen to progress a full scheme agreement with Western Australia, and we anticipate that we'll be able to resolve these issues in the course of those negotiations.
By what time do we have a kind of?
Well, it's a little tricky because WA's in caretaker, and then presumably the Commonwealth will be in caretaker, but we'd be looking to swing back as soon as we're out of caretaker for both jurisdictions to try and progress those discussions as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for that. That's really useful. Now, can I ask, has the NDIA concluded recruitment for the Evidence Advisory Committee and its 3 technical subcommittees?
Managed by DSS, Senator.
Okay. All right. So all questions in relation to that DSS question, are you able to answer them now?
Certainly. So we have conducted a process to identify suitable candidates for the main committee, as well as some of the 3 advisory committees that you referred to. We're in the process of shortlisting. I think it's important to note that the committee is due to commence operation from July of this year, so we're well on track to conclude those processes and provide advice to government relating to the composition and chair role for that committee.
Okay. So what can you tell us about the makeup of the people that have been recruited so far, such as their diversity and skill of expertise?
So I distinguish between the fact we've stood up a new branch within the department to provide the support to the Evidence Advisory Committee and the advisory groups. And so we've been obviously recruiting a range of staff with technical expertise, and as always in my stream, we seek to recruit as many people with disability as we can. In terms of the actual candidates for the Evidence Advisory Committee and the advisory groups, we're still going through the actual selection process, but I can advise you that there has been very strong interest from people with disability, and we're very confident that we will have very strong representation by people with disability in each of the groups that will, the Evidence Advisory Committee itself, as well as each of the groups that will provide that, for want of a better description, more technical advice. It's actually quite exciting to see the depth of talent that has been attracted through this initiative to set up the EAC. I don't know whether my colleagues want to add anything further.
Senator Ross Schaefer, and I'm Group Manager NDIS Markets and Safeguards. So as Ms Shannon said, we're still concluding, but in terms of forming our shortlist, we are looking to have significant representation of people with disability or with lived experience, like quite a significant percentage, but also looking at having a group that reflects the diverse nature of the Australian community. So First Nations representative, cohort representative, for example.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, you said people with disabilities or people with lived experience? What?
The overwhelming majority we would anticipate will be people with disability.
Yeah.
But there are some candidates who we may expect will be successful who, for example, might be carers of people with disability.
I'm just clarifying though, that's lived experience of being a carer, that's not lived experience of being disabled.
Yeah. No, I definitely distinguish the two groups.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'll go now to the... had some other questions about the EAC's kind of expected function, but I think if you haven't even concluded that process yet, we'll kind of wait until...
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we can provide
I'll put them on notice and see if you can give me anything. Thank you. If I could go to the... And I think it's back to the agency, to a couple of questions in relation to the arts and music therapy independent review. Now, as you stated earlier, Dr. Stephen Duckett has been appointed to conduct the independent review into art and music supports. I very much acknowledge Dr. Duckett's extensive experience in health economics and reform. What credentials or prior experience does the agency consider him to have specifically in relation to disability related policy that made him a suitable appointment for this role?
Thanks for your question, Senator. Dr. Duckett AM has extensive experience right across his career in a range of fields. Obviously, he is well versed in understanding and looking at the effectiveness and evidence that sits behind therapy. He has long-standing credentials in relation to appropriate pricing models and how they interrelate with government. Given he's a former Secretary of Departments, he has extensive experience in a whole array of fields.
Absolutely, and I've worked with Dr. Duckett previously. I'll just go though to which are his credentials or prior experience at the agency believes he has specifically in disability-related policy.
So when he was Secretary of the Department, obviously there were a whole range of disability supports, functions, branches that existed under his leadership. So I would say it's quite extensive.
Okay, so those are the elements. What is the proposed timeline of the review, just so that we can clarify that, and when can we expect to see the report and recommendations?
So Dr. Duckett, I actually met with him earlier this week. He is going through, as you would imagine, a lot of feedback.
Mm-hmm.
He has received both from people who experience the services, but also from a whole range of experts, from families, from carers. He's working his way through those. My understanding is his report is due to be completed in the first half of March currently.
The first half of March, okay. Can we have do you have a specific date? Because he would have been given a date.
I think it was the 12th 12th, but I'll just check with my team if we can...
We can take it on it. We can come back to you on that,
All
Senator.
right.
I don't have the date with
And
me.
that is when the report will be given to government?
14th of March.
14th of March. And that's the date for the report to be given to government?
To the agency, because we're the decision maker.
Okay. And when do you intend to release the report?
We have to see what the report has in it. There will obviously be a range of work that we have to work our way through. So until I see the detailed report, it's hard for me to respond to that.
Okay. And have you made a commitment, and if not, can you make it now, that the report will be released by the agency in full?
I can. The report will be released.
Okay. In full?
In full. In full, every single word, Senator.
That's the key piece. Thank you. What opportunities for consultation are being provided for disabled people, participants in this review?
I might ask Ms. McKenzie, but as I mentioned, Dr. Duckett has been receiving a lot of submissions, but we'll talk about the further consultation.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so Dr. Duckett has been receiving a whole host of submissions from organisations, associations, and directly from participants and people with disability about their experiences of art and music in relation to his terms of reference. So there is quite an extensive list. I'm sure that will form a component of his report to reflect on the submissions that he's received as well.
And is that primarily through... So if I'm somebody sitting at home right now and I'm listening to this, I want to give my view. Is the pathway simply to head to the relevant review website and make a formal submission there?
Yeah, there's a page on our website that outlines the details of the review. We can share information, Senator, with you about how people can make submissions.
Yeah, I know. I've had it referenced to and glanced at it briefly. I just want to check, is there any other avenue other than heading to that page? Are there other organisational inputs into the review?
No, so Dr. Duckett has been quite proactive in also reaching out to a whole host of organisations. So absolutely people are able to provide something if they would like for his consideration as part of that. But he has also reached out quite extensively to disability representative organisations, to associations who represent practitioners, for example.
Yeah. Could you provide us with a list of those that have been reached out to and those that have provided responses, if that's possible. And if you would also be able to table any documentation in relation to how those organisations were identified for proactive outreach.
Yeah, happy to take that on notice, Senator. Yeah.
Thank you. And how is the NDIS ensuring more broadly that these consultations are accessible and that there is the provision of multiple formats for feedback, in person, verbal, written and other supported communications?
So, Senator, I can take that on notice as well. I'm sure Dr. Duckett is very comfortable to accept information in any particular format. He has certainly had a range of face-to-face meetings, for example, as well as part of the review. I should just, it's probably just the... Yes, so I can provide more information on notice about the mechanisms and ways he has ensured accessibility in different formats.
Thank you, and I just want to clarify, I'm sure Dr. Duckett is willing to receive or would be happy to receive evidence or information in multiple formats. That's very different from whether the system created or the services in use to gather that information, enable that. So just to clarify as well, if you could provide us with precisely what system or process somebody is able to currently use to give feedback in person, verbally, written, or using another form of communication which is neither written nor verbal, because we know that people that use a lot of these supports have different styles of communication that are often hard to facilitate for usual service systems.
So, Senator, I will say that Dr. Duckett, through his supporting team, did put out the call through Participant First, which, as you know, has a whole range of really accessible formats for people to participate in conversations. I should let you know, though, that submissions closed on the 7th of Feb.
That was going to be my final question, which was submissions close on the 7th of February. The reporting date is 14th of March. So could we also get a total of how many submissions were received, consultations undertaken, and then written submissions submitted, and a kind of a breakdown of each one of them as part of the overall total?
Yes, of course, Senator.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And if you could take on notice, and that is my very last question, the development of the terms of reference for this independent review, was that a DSS responsibility or an NDIA responsibility?
It was an NDIA. I can't remember, but I'm sure we probably consulted along the way.
Yeah. Could you let me know precisely when whichever group within the agency that made the decision on the content of the terms of reference, when the drafting of that content was commenced, who was then invited to give feedback on the draft, what feedback, if any, was given, when it was finalised, and then at the point at which it was made public, were there any changes made at the ministerial level or any other between when the draft was finalised and when it was made public?
Happy to do that, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Still. John, coming back to the opposition now, and I believe you're the last senators with questions for the NDIA.
I've just got a couple of quick ones, so hopefully I can just get these out of the way and then I am done. Is it right that under the new PACE program that plan lengths can only be 12 months?
Sorry, we can't hear over the air conditioning.
Sorry, in the new PACE system, plans can only be for 12 months?
Just at the moment, Senator, yes. That reflects a change that we are introducing. It's certainly not an enduring feature. We expect that plans will go for much longer than 12 months. In the current in the implementation of the legislation from last year, there is a requirement about funding periods, and for a range of technical reasons we're implementing that, and at the moment plans can only be up to 12 months.
So if you get a plan for $100,000 a year over 3 years, the 300,000 isn't sitting there. It's only 100,000 the first year, then the next 100,000.
That's the intent of the legislation. We're just doing the system implementation to enable that.
Months.
That's correct.
So if get my son's new plan, which is 12 months, and it's all going fine, and I don't want to go through the stress and everything, and we're still in the same sort of situation, you know, will participants be given the option once it's capable of doing so to extend? Because obviously not only is it costly to families and participants doing reports, etc., and time, that's fun, but also, you know, the cost to the agency having to do the reviews every 12 months in that way.
That's a big feature, Senator, to be able to give participants much longer plans. And we will speak to the participants, and obviously there's a range of factors that will go into determining those time periods. But that's most definitely not only more flexible, but longer plans.
Because it was a bit of a shock, and a lot of people have been reporting it. I'm like, that can't be right, because we've been talking about 5-year plans, and all of a sudden I've been told I can only have 12 months.
That's right. Senator, just in addition to your question as well, obviously we do a number of plan continuations with participants. So if participants' plans are coming up to the date of their scheduled review, as you well know, at the date of their scheduled review, and the participant doesn't need changes to their plan and there's no reason to change, we'll often just continue the plan.
That didn't happen. I had to go through a whole review with someone who still hasn't met my son, so it's all a little bit...
You know, in the future they will, so that's what we're very much looking forward to.
I don't think anyone's ever met him. Like, it's very strange. And just really just sort of more of a comment on Dr. Duckett and the review he's undertaking. Look, you know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you equine therapy is a recognised therapy that's going to cure autism, as some have sold it. But just one of the organisations that has been significantly impacted that does have good outcomes is Riding for the Disabled, because they've now been sort of ruled out under the equine therapy. But a lot of the daily activities, community participation, social interactions, the kids, the people, participants go groom horses, engage with each other, learn skills. So it's just, I understand equine therapy not being a recognised, best practice approved therapy, but there are organisations doing really good work that have been impacted just by the blanket ban. So that's really just a comment for you. All right, I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Where we left off just before lunch, just after lunch. Okay, so Mr. Gifford, could I just check? I've also got, I've got the Quan 144 and also 422, which you referred me to earlier. So the savings for, we've got the 24-25 budget, and then we've got the projection without any of these reforms, which in this table is 19.3 billion, correct? So you've got two figures, one without these, the presumed savings from this, which is 19.3 over 3 years. So I've got Quans 144 and 422.
Yeah, so just confirming, sorry, Senator, 144 was from which estimates proceedings?
It was budget estimates.
Right.
So these are the figures we got after the last budget.
Right.
But I also want to go through updating, sort of get the updated figures from you. Thank you. What's that? It's not this. Oh, thank you. Okay, so for the next 3 years, there's been $19.3 billion worth of savings that have come out of the previous budget baseline based on these 5 groups of reforms, which realised savings of 19.3, correct, over 3 years?
Sorry, Senator, it's over 4 years, but otherwise,
it's over
yes, yeah, that's right.
Okay. I don't have the figures in this table for this financial year. Okay, over 4 years. That's 19.3 of around about 60 billion that have gone throughout to 10 years. And we've gone through those tables before.
Yep.
Okay. So for the budget model, we've got, over the 4 years, we've got 8.1 billion. Now, you'd started to say that those savings are coming from the new framework under the NDIS bill. So what's the time frame for developing that? Because those budget savings start this year. You said 1.1 billion?
They start in the 25-26 financial year, yeah.
Okay, so they start the 1st of July then?
No, I think it was already touched on earlier. September is when the new framework planning is anticipated to commence.
Okay, so September, and then next financial year that'll realise the 1.1, going up to 4.2, realising over 4 years 8.1. Okay. So we haven't seen that framework, so we're still waiting to see how those savings will be realised under the budget model, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you put that assumption in there that this will make that minimum savings based on something we haven't seen yet?
Well, I mean, there's a provision in the NDIS Act that's been passed, and there's obviously the work that's going on in relation to the rules. So, I mean, yes, the work is still in development, but yeah.
And the NDIS review, I should say, set out very clearly how support needs assessment and the budget tool would work.
Yep, no, I understand that, but just in terms of now where the rubber hits the road, so that's still a work in progress on what that's going to look like and how those savings will be realised. So you haven't realised any savings yet, the bottom line, under that one. But you're not budgeted to until next financial year.
That's correct.
Fine. Now, the inter-plan inflation, which is the second one, can you just tell us a bit more about how you're going about, what are the measures you're implementing? And I know we've talked about inter-plan inflation before.
Yeah.
So what are the specific measures that you're doing, and then how do you measure success on that in terms of those savings?
Well, look, in terms of measuring success, I mean, as we've discussed in previous hearings, you know, the observed level of intra-plan inflation, that's where generally speaking, the funds within a plan are spent before the end of its duration. There's been a reasonable level of that observed in the scheme. So the measures of success will be that firstly we would actually expect to see that level of plan spending drop.
So just on that, sorry, maybe I don't think I phrased my question very well. So what measures are you implementing to actually reduce intra-plan inflation? So what are the specific measures that are now being implemented to bring that down?
Well, look, I mean, and probably Mr Swainson or Ms McKenzie could talk in a bit more detail, but there's the introduction of interval funding, so the sort of periods over which funds will be allocated to participants. There's provisions in relation to plan management type, and then there's various other provisions, I guess. So each of those would be expected to sort of have some moderating effect on the level of plan spending.
So what factors did you, because obviously as the actuary you had to take you had to have had some degree of fidelity to work out as actuary how you model this. So what specific measures and how did you actually model to get this outcome for interplan inflation?
So, I mean, we didn't, and we did give this evidence, I think, back when the legislation was under discussion. We haven't modelled the specific components of the intraplan inflation. What we did do was both bottom-up analysis that sort of unpacked the drivers of the intraplan inflation and that determined that over a sample over a representative period, roughly 2/3 of the observed intraplan inflation, there wasn't strong evidence of change of circumstances. That was, I guess, what we'd call a bottom-up analysis. We had a top-down analysis that looked at the proportion of that observed intraplan inflation that was comprised by certain numbers of participants. So I think the figure, sorry, it was approximately 4% of participants, I believe, make up about 2/3 of the observed intraplan inflation. So those two analyses together led to us making the assumption here that it's roughly 4 to 5% reduction in scheme expenditure in relation to those provisions.
Because interplan inflation is running at just over 12%, or the last lot of data we get, is it still running at, was it 12.1, 12.2%?
No, Senator, I think you're referring to the total level of inflation. The intraplan inflation, which is in the
last figure I had from the last estimates we had, in fact, I think it may have actually come from the AFSR, was intraplan inflation was 12%.
So I'll just refer to figure 33 in the quarterly report. So in the last quarter, it was just under 7%.
So it's dropped from 12.1 to 7%.
I think I'm not quite sure of the source of the 12.1. It's dropped from probably 7 to 8% down to about 7.
In the second quarter report, it was 12.1.
I think the 12.1 figure, as I said, Senator,
the annualised figure was 12.1
for total inflation. Yes. Right, but there's two components. There's and intra.
So I'm just trying to work out. We're talking about the same figure.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so that's now improved eligibility reassessments. How did you model that, and what measures will be? Obviously, there's a lot of reassessments occurring at the moment. Yeah. Can you just talk a bit more about that?
Well, so look, in simple terms, I guess that's the number of eligibility reassessments. Obviously, Mr. McDaughton's given a lot of evidence in relation to the number of eligibility reassessments, but then ultimately the number of participants where eligibility is revoked, a proportion of those will, assume to leave the scheme, and they comprise that item.
So this might actually be a question for Ms Falkingham. Unfortunately, I think when you mentioned it before, I think I wasn't actually in the room. But so reassessments have increased over the last 3 quarters, and by my reading, it's about 60,000 reassessments per quarter. Does that sound about right? That's what it's increased to.
Hi, Senator Scott McNaughton. Eligibility reassessments themselves as opposed to plan reassessments, what we're talking about here.
Both.
So what we've done with the modelling here with the actuaries, say, given that we've got that new staff that was funded through the 2023 budget, that's a dedicated team of people who are doing eligibility reassessments, and we've worked with the actuary to say this is how many eligibility reassessments will be over the forward 4 years at an average exit rate of, I think it's about $18,000 per annualised plan, and that's how we get to that figure.
Of 60,000?
No, I think it's not 60,000. That's 60,000 plan reassessments, Senator. You're talking about. I'm talking about eligibility reassessments.
No, I said both. Okay, so let's break them down.
This item, Senator, is just in relation to eligibility reassessments.
That funding line is just eligibility reassessments, Senator.
Okay. Okay, sorry. So thank you for clarifying that. So for eligibility reassessments, so that is just to make sure we're all talking the same thing. So that is people who have been found eligible for the scheme. You then reassess their eligibility and either keep them on the scheme or they're removed from the scheme. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. I gave some evidence around that as part of the early intervention criteria of the NDAS.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to put it together now in terms of the budget and some of the actuarial underpinnings of this. So did you say that it was, so for this financial year or next financial year, it was 440 million savings? Is that for this this year? Or?
No, I think it was a 40. Sorry, let me just get that figure back. 44 million.
Yep, 44 for this financial year.
That's correct.
So you'll make savings this financial year of 440 million from improved eligibility reassessments, which means that the only way to realise that is actually for people to come off the scheme.
Yes.
So how many people have you modelled to come off the scheme to realise the 440 million?
It's 44, Senator. I mean, I think the figure roughly, just don't have the precise figure in front of me. I think it's probably of the order of somewhere $8,000 to $10,000. So I think the answer would be roughly an extra 4,000, perhaps.
So 4,000 people being deemed ineligible to continue on the scheme, which will save the 440 million.
40 million.
44 million.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 4,000. And if we can come to fraud, and then we can extrapolate that out across the financial years, presumably. So for fraud, how have you worked out? Fraud is quite a small percentage.
Yeah.
It's 400 million, sorry, over the 4 years. So how have you calculated that?
Well, Senator, look, it's, as you said, it's a fairly it's a fairly small item. I mean, but I suppose by way of example, there's as has been discussed previously, there's a range of providers who've been identified as billing inappropriately, sort of billing for example for services, for weekend rates, but where the service is provided on a weekday. So this is a figure that's it's about 0.2% of scheme expenditure is the total estimate over the forward estimate period.
Okay, so this is actually sort of an interesting point, because when we've had previous witnesses give evidence about the extent of fraud and how much savings cracking down on fraud, we've all heard the political rhetoric of this. So over the 4 years, you've estimated it's $400 million. But how did you come to that amount? Is it based on current police investigations and an assumption of what the cost has, what the fraud is involved? Because presumably it's just money that the NDIS has hit the NDIS bottom line and not the participant's bottom line, because there's fraud against the participant in terms of overcharging and unscrupulous practices, which comes out of their plan, but it doesn't represent extra money out of the NDIS.
Yeah, so there's various estimates, Senator, which you've heard around what the level of fraud within the scheme is, and I guess I'd observe that this
But I guess my specific question is, how is, with all of these, how is the actuary, have you come up with this figure?
I guess I would say this is a relatively small proportion of those various estimates.
I understand that because it's 400 million of 19.3 billion.
Yep.
But for each of these, you have made assessments about the savings that will be made in each of these 5 categories over 4 years. So how did you come up with those numbers, and then how do you measure and know that you've had that success in each of these 5 areas?
So like I said, I mean, I think there's been various work done in relation to the various components of fraud. And I mean, as I said, there's a range of those. This represents a relatively small proportion of those. I think the category that we're most able to identify at this point is where there's providers, where there's been actions undertaken, you know, and what the volume of payments that were made to those providers prior to the action, and what the, you know, therefore the impact of those actions on those providers. As you observe, some of the payments made to those providers are legitimate, and we'd expect those to then be made to different providers.
So, Mr. Gibbard, look, thank you, and I do, and I know the committee does understand, because we understand what the nature of fraud is, and we understand that nature of it, but I'm just trying to very specifically come down to how you worked out these 19.3 savings on what actuarial and what data, and that's not clear yet. And I think some of it's because some of the things are in development. So I guess at the moment, the only way we'll know of success is having a look at the budget bottom line, and have you lived within the budget of $19.3 billion less?
Well,
because you can't break it down yet, can you? It's a notional allocation.
Well, for this financial year, Senator, you know, it's really the one major item which is in relation to the intra-plan, and as we discussed earlier, at the end of January, it's approximately $600 million under the budget.
This is for people's plans.
Sorry?
So did you say for people's plans?
No, consistent with what I said earlier, Senator, the real experience of the scheme for end of January is we're $600 million below the projection.
Okay, that's what I want to come to. So now, thank you. So my question is, you're on track to realise these savings that you've put in here. We can't demonstrate that those savings are being realised through each of these 5 measures yet, because the measures simply don't exist. So the question is then, where are these savings coming from? Because participant numbers are still so the 2 drivers of cost are still going up. There's still high plan inflation, numbers of participants are still rising, and also the average cost per participant is still rising. So then it leaves, well, where is these savings actually coming from? So this is where we can go through now. So for plan reassessment, so for those people who do have plans, having a look at the last quarterly report, reassessments have been increasing substantially quarter on quarter. So if I was reading it correctly, the plan reassessments, not eligibility reassessments, are now up to nearly 60,000 per quarter. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator. In the last quarter, we undertook about 60,000 plan reassessments.
Okay, so how many of those were participant requested, and what percentage of those was NDIS generated?
So I'll have to give you the breakdown of that on notice, Senator, but I'll try and get that through the hearing.
If you could, thank you. And can you give me a breakdown of those reassessments? So how many were initiated by the participant, how many were out of cycle in terms of the length of their current approved plan, and how many of those were varied up? I suspect almost none of them. I look at the numbers, and then because I know you break down the percentage of increase or decrease, how much they were varied down, how many varied up, how many down. Now,
Senator, I can actually give you some of those figures.
Please, thank you.
Of the plan reassessments of the 60,000, 75% resulted in an increase to the person's budget. Mm-hmm. So these are typically, Senator, as I said earlier, change of circumstances plan request. and 15% resulted in no change or a reduction in a plan value.
So is it that reduction in those 15% of plan values that is now realising the savings that you were talking about before, Ms Falkingham, in terms of the reductions?
There's a range of measures, Senator. Obviously, we would take you back to our reform for outcomes work of not last budget, the budget before, and Mr Gifford's gone through that in detail with his committee previously. Obviously, we had the significant legislative changes that took place last year, and in particular the change in relation to Section 10, which again for people watching at home is those NDIS supports you can or you cannot spend your plan on.
Yep.
We also had changes to Section 33 that related to your total budget plan amount, and obviously we're doing a lot of work through Mr McNaughton's group in relation to making sure our planners are able to work with participants, give them early information about them overspending on their plan, which is...
Just out of deference to time, Ms Falkenham, I'm sorry to interrupt, given there's obviously a list of those, would you be able to take that on notice and actually provide, so with all of those savings that are now being realised through all those different measures, how much, if it's in those 5 major categories for the 19.3 billion, or if there are other areas of savings, could you take that on notice, just so we and taxpayers can see where those savings are coming from and which reform, or whether, because you must be able to tell.
Well, absolutely, Senator. So we can take that on notice. I would say that we've committed to the disability community that we will release an evaluation every quarter on the tracking and the implementation of those measures in relation to the legislative changes. But we can provide you the long list. I think Mr McNaughton also has a whole range of improvements to happen in his group in relation to planning.
Thank you. That would be appreciated. Given this is financial estimates, what we're trying to do is actually now work through your appropriations, where you've had the savings, what the measures are that are actually realising savings by year. That would be great. Now, just a couple other quick things. How many people have you now got waiting to either apply or have applied to join the scheme? So what's the pipeline of people who are waiting to get a decision on eligibility, and then how many people are waiting for a decision on a plan?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I can give you that data. We have approximately in the pipeline, and this is we're always going to have a pipeline.
Of course.
There's never any times where you don't have a pipeline. It's approximately 30,000 access requests in the pipeline at the moment. I'll get the exact figure on notice or during the hearing, but it's approximately that number has reduced from around 39,000. There's about 30,000 now. Then we have approximately at the moment 7,500 people waiting for their first plan to be approved.
Okay.
Again, and there's always a group of people in the pipeline.
No, absolutely, and they vary in complexity and detail. So, could you take that further detail of that on notice in terms of how long people have been waiting? So how far they've been, how long they're in the pipeline, are they all just there for 30 days or whatever? So I know you do measure that. Could you also, we noticed that the number of the AAT cases are going up. If you've got AAT cases to hand now, that would be handy. And then if you could take on notice a breakdown of those, how many you've settled now before it actually gets to the tribunal, and how many you've got going through the tribunal?
We can provide the ART numbers to you.
AAT, yes.
And Senator, just on the first plan at the moment, given that we've been able to invest in quite a lot more of our frontline and do a lot more work to catch up with some of the work types, especially in first plans. The average wait time for first plans for children especially is we're about 99.6% back into the range of PSG green, as we call it, Pursuant Service Guarantee. So those wait times have really come down quite considerably for the first plans, but I'll give you the exact dates on those.
That'd be good, because the last publicly available figures were a bit distressing in terms of the public, the PSG, because as you know, we'd put a lot of effort into getting those down and brought legislation in specifically in relation to that. So if you could give me on notice a breakdown of the PSG, perhaps, and if you think it's trending upwards, if you could sort of go back a few quarters and just show what the figures are. And the same thing for AAT.
So for ART, so as at 31 December, initiatives to reduce the number of tribunal reviews has resolved 12,350 cases and resulted in a 98.8% reduction of legacy tribunal matters. The NDIA has also reduced closure timeframes from a median of 34.6 weeks in December 2022 to 26.4 weeks in December 2024, but we're happy to provide you more details of all of that on notice.
Okay, and quarterly, I think from memory, having a look at it, it was about 1,900 new cases a month going through the process, which is still an increase, but that was for the last quarterly report. So if you could provide those figures as well, that would be terrific. Now, I think that's all I have. Anything else?
I have a question.
Yeah. No, you go.
You do.
Senator Kovacic, do you have more for NDIA?
Yeah, just one very quick question. It was just a question to see where things are at with the Disability Royal Commission and where that is up to.
It's more a matter for the department rather than the commission.
Is that the next
agency?
outcome?
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah, okay.
I've got it in this outcome.
We're about to move to disability and carers in DSS.
Okay. In terms of where the NDIA, so it's definitely in the next one. I don't want to get to the next one and for them to go, it wasn't for them.
Well, if you give us flavour of your questions, but in terms of what the department's just indicated.
There are some recommendations in the Royal Commission that go to the agency,
where are you up to with the recommendations from the Royal Commission that relate to your agency? Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So I can answer on behalf of DSS, which has responsibility for some specific recommendations as well as sort of whole of government coordination. The agency may wish to comment on specific recommendations that fall within their remit. Did you want to do that? Yep.
So, Senator, of the 222 recommendations, 19 recommendations relate directly to the NDIA and or the NDIS. The NDIA is lead or joint lead on 14 recommendations, of which 4 recommendations have been accepted in full, 8 recommendations accepted in principle, and further consideration of 2 recommendations. So we're working our way through that through our consultation and co-design processes. We take the work of the Disability Royal Commission very seriously, and it's most definitely a priority of our board to make sure we are making significant inroads on all of those recommendations.
Thank you.
Was that all? So is opposition finished with the NDIAs now? Okay. In that case, thank you very much for your participation before our committee. So all officers from the NDIA are now free to depart. We'll now call officers from Outcome 3, Disability and Carers. And is everyone at the table? I believe that's you, Ms Shannon. Yep. Okay. We'll kick straight in. Penny, did you have questions? No, but I'll get you on this. Okay. Yes, public, is it? So, Senator Steele John, I was going to pass the call to you immediately.
Thank you.
At Outcome 3.
Absolutely. I really wish I'd have organised my papers more tidily. Apologise for that. Okay, so can I start off with a very kind of basic top-line question in relation to DSS's funding for the Disability Rights Advocacy Service? Is it correct that DSS funding has recently been removed unexpectedly?
So, Senator, I might just, if you just bear with me, I'll just ask the relevant officers to come to the table. But what I would say is the department has been working quite closely with the Disability Rights Advocacy Service and there have obviously been some public communication about the organisation in recent days, which is actually factually incorrect and quite concerning, because obviously it's been quite concerning for users of the services that DRAS provides. So I might just ask perhaps Mr Whitecross in the first instance, or Ms Muir, to just give you a bit of information. As I said, we are working quite closely with them in relation to their capacity to deliver the services under their grant agreement. So we're very mindful that we just want to be a little bit careful about what we say, because we are really trying to work with them to, assist them to meet their obligations and to continue provide a continuity of service. So, by way of preface.
So, thanks, Senator. The short answer to your question is no. There was a communication that went out which was unauthorised and incorrect, and there is a clarification on DRAS's website that they are continuing to support clients until further notice, and that advocates can continue to be contacted as per normal. That advice has already also been provided to clients and directly to clients and to staff.
Okay. And just to clarify, when you say communication went out, so a communication from the...
From DRAS, from the acting chief executive of the organisation.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I'd like to move on now to the topic of foundational support. In a question on notice from the last estimate session, it was confirmed that DSS hadn't provided any advice on particular delivery structures for foundational supports, such as primary health networks. Is that information still correct?
Senator, would you mind just advising the number, just so I can refresh? Would you mind just providing the number of
the specific quant number?
Yeah.
I don't actually have it written here. I sat down and read it, but I didn't think to include the actual quant.
I think I sat down and cleared it, but I can't quite remember all of the details.
We're doing our best today.
Oh dear.
The answer remains the same, Senator.
Answer remains the same. Okay, thank you. Now, regardless of any advice provided, has DSS been looking into primary health networks or other existing structures to deliver foundational support?
Senator, we always look at different ways that different services could be delivered. That's part of normal policy scoping of implementation of measures that government is contemplating. So certainly we do look at different existing programs and structures and delivery channels that exist within the Commonwealth, and of course working with states and territories about their service systems. And as I think I indicated at the last hearing, the primary focus of that has been looking at things like child and maternal health and EC settings and schools, and some of the national programs relating to parents and families, and trying to look at how those existing service systems could be built on over time.
Thank you. Now, many people are in need of the services or in need of foundational supports that have been promised right now. Have there been any foundational supports developed and made available yet?
Senator, as I think we've indicated previously, we are working intensively with states and territories on the National Cabinet Agreement to jointly design and commission foundational supports. In the evidence earlier this morning, we talked about a number of programs that align with the policy intent of foundational supports, such as, for example, the individual linkages and capacity building program, which sort of does has a number of projects and activities that sort of meet the intent of general foundational supports. We also talked about a particular program,
National Early Childhood Program.
The National Early Childhood Program. So there are existing programs, and the Commonwealth, as the discussion earlier indicated, is continuing to fund those programs, particularly to make sure that we're maintaining capacity in the broad service system while we continue to negotiate with the states to more broadly stand up these.
But to clarify,
just to explain, so we did have quite an extended discussion this morning when you were in the other committee.
Right.
That went through this.
Okay, fabulous. So just to clarify though, you said, I think there, that you were in the process of developing the agreement with states and territories. That's still the point at which the department feels the conversation is actually up to?
Yeah, yes, we're supporting first departments, so Prime Minister and Cabinet, and Treasury in developing Federation funding agreement that would ultimately become the structure for the Commonwealth and State agreement.
And from that point,
yes, we're doing all of those things concurrently.
That's what I was going to say. Yes.
Okay. So you still don't have an expected delivery date for the first foundational supports to be available to people?
In the published roadmap, it talks about first supports being established within 25-26 financial year, and all of the commentary that was included as part of that, as well as in relation to the consultations, made clear that the intent is to establish them and phase them in over time.
And in a question, thank you, in a question provided again on notice, since last estimates, we were informed that last year there were some working groups set up to provide advice on foundational supports, including children with developmental delay and disability, working group around that, working group around psychosocial, for example. Are any children and people with psychosocial disability priority cohorts clearly been defined yet? We've got these working groups, but is it accurate to assume that they correlate with priority groups for foundational supports?
Certainly, there have been very defined discussions between Commonwealth and states and territories around supports for children under 9 with developmental delay and disability that have low to moderate support needs. That's the primary group, subgroup, population group that has been the focus of discussion. There's been some discussion around psychosocial disability outside the NDIS as well, but there is a very large body of work that's happening between the Commonwealth and states around psychosocial disabilities outside the NDIS.
Thank you. And is there any information that you can provide us yet around what psychosocial supports, for example, might look like? One of the key questions that people have put to me is whether foundational supports will provide day-to-day supports for people living with psychosocial disabilities who may require more than just mainstream mental health supports.
Senator, so in relation to psychosocial supports, the primary work is being led out of the Department of Health and Aged Care, who are working with officials from states and territories around the system of support, psychosocial supports outside the scheme.
Okay.
So Health and Aged Care are leading on that.
Thank you. And what consultations have been undertaken on foundational supports in the last 4 months or so?
So, Senator, just before Mr Mansfield answers that question, we did, through the Secretariat, table some material on foundational supports that includes the 2 consultation papers and some fact sheets.
Thank you.
Just because the conversation earlier this morning was asking for some information about what we mean when we're talking about foundational supports, and obviously those documents put propositions out for the community to respond to. So,
look, I think in the interest of time, it sounds like I had a pretty poorly timed committee clash there. But could you take on notice, in addition to anything you might have taken from my other colleagues, how many consultation sessions have been undertaken in that 4-month period? Generally, and specifically with disabled people and advocates of disability organisations. My final question, and then I'm going to look to the chair for a bit of a time check. How many consultation sessions with disabled people and advocates are planned in relation to foundational supports in the upcoming months?
I can say in relation to the first question that you had that there were 98 engagements in total and around 4,100 people participated in those engagement activities. That included a mix of workshops, online consultations, targeted engagements with priority groups, but we can provide more detail on notice. And sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying, perhaps to a high level, we probably haven't quantified the sort of number of sessions going forward, but at the most recent Disability Reform Ministerial Council, all ministers considered and approved a public engagement strategy around this work, so that should be published shortly.
Okay.
That gives a sense of the nature of that future consultation effort.
Thank you. Chair, where am I up to in my...
You've got about 5 minutes if you keep going, but
So-
if you want to let me know how much more you've got.
I literally have just this small line and then that's it.
Okay, great.
So with former Minister Bill Shorten now officially retired, there's been some new ministerial appointments in the disability space. I'll take this opportunity to give my congratulations to Ministers Gallagher, Rishworth and Ali on their new portfolios. How are the portfolios...
Pass that on, Senator.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear that. How are the portfolio responsibilities being split between Ministers Rishworth and Ali?
You're asking that to me?
Or well, I'm asking it to anybody in the room that can tell me.
Maybe we can get something for you, Senator. Table something before the end of today with the division of responsibilities.
If you could, that'd be great. Thank you. Are you able to tell us which minister is responsible for overseeing the administration of payments such as the DSP?
That has always been Minister Rishworth.
So that's remained with Minister Rishworth post these appointments. Okay, thank you. Is there any training that is being required before stepping into the portfolios of NDIS or government services? I'm thinking particularly training in relation to disability.
Senator, I could speak in relation to Minister Rishworth. She obviously, prior to assuming the role of Minister for the NDIS, had responsibility more broadly for disability policy, including leading the government's work in relation to Australia's disability strategy and disability employment services, a whole range of non-NDIS related matters. So Minister Rishworth is well versed in disability policy matters and meets very regularly and has existing relationships with a whole range of disability stakeholders and organisations.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. I think the issue for many disabled people is that we very much understand that you don't end up being either an assistant minister or a cabinet minister without prior experience in other areas of ministerial responsibility or government policy. We have here with the NDIS and disability policy very complex, intersecting policy areas, and many in the disability community and the public more broadly expect, reasonably I think, that ministers are well versed in the detail and also have received appropriate kind of cultural and awareness training before taking on, roles where they have significant influence and power over the lives of disabled people through their decision-making processes. Could you explain, and again, maybe this is a question for Minister Farrell, but the way in which an incoming minister has the opportunity to kind of learn about their portfolio when they take it on or undertake any additional awareness training?
I'm not particularly aware of any awareness training that any of the ministers have undertaken since taking on their new roles. I have to say they are all excellent ministers in their own in their own right, and all take their responsibilities very, very seriously. But I'm happy to make some inquiries and come back to you, Senator,
That'd be fantastic.
on that topic. But as I say, they're all experienced ministers with lots of life experiences. Sometimes that is the most valuable experience that you can have, as I'm sure you're aware.
Well, I would agree with you, and I would say that lived experience is so important, and I think the commentary that I hear and the feedback I receive in the disability community, and frankly, we've spoken about this before, what I feel myself is that in 2025 we have a situation where there is a Minister for First Nations people who is a First Nations person, as we should, a Minister for Women who is a woman, as we should, and yet we neither have a disability minister nor is the relevant positions occupied by anyone who is openly a disabled person themselves, and that is a source of frustration for many disabled people. But Chair, I'll leave it there, and that concludes my questions for the department.
Thank you, Senator Still-John. Senator, finished for outcome 3? Okay. In that case, officials relating to outcome 3 only are free to depart. We'll just suspend for 30 seconds to a minute whilst we bring officials from outcome 4 to the table. And I simultaneously welcome and call officials from outcome 4, housing, and invite questions. Senator Reynolds, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. This shouldn't take too long. I've just got a series of questions which I'm sure you'll be expecting. The first one, if we can come to NASH, please, the National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness. So could you tell us what expenditure is provided under the NASH program for each year across the forward estimates?
Hi, Senator. Matt Flavel, Deputy Secretary, Social Security. So we can give you an exact figure, Ms Payton can do, but it's around 1.8 billion each year. It's a 5-year agreement with a total funding envelope of 9.3 billion.
So 9.3 billion over 5 years, generally 1.8 roundabout per year.
It's around that, and it's indexed, and so it's, it tallies to that $9.3 billion.
Thank you. For each year of the agreement, what appropriation is for housing and what appropriation is for homelessness across the forward estimates 5 years in this case?
I might get Ms Payton to cover some of the detail here.
Hi, Senator Kath Payton, Acting Group Manager for Pensions, Housing and Homelessness. The agreement has $400 million that has to be used on homelessness and matched by the states and territories, and the remaining is for general services for social housing and homelessness.
Okay, so hang on, just to make sure. So of the 9.3 billion over 5 years, 400 million of the Commonwealth appropriations is for
each year.
Annually, that's what I lost. Okay, and then another 400 million annually is to be contributed by states and territories.
For homelessness, yeah.
Yep, okay. So housing commitments made under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, are they reflected in NASH?
So the 4 priorities...
So I'll just... Housing commitments, I think I've got my inflection wrong. Starting again. Housing commitments made under the National Agreement on Closing the Gaps, which are reflected in NASH, what appropriation is allocated each year for the commitment made under Closing the Gap?
So, Senator, under Closing the Gap, we have the target 9A, which is to reduce overcrowding.
Yeah.
In the NASH, there's the 4 priority reforms under Closing the Gap are reflected, and states and territories are required to establish a partnership body that will give Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in each jurisdiction a voice about how that funding is spent. That partnership body needs to establish an outcomes framework that we'll report on, but there isn't a specific allocation of money for that.
So this is not my usual sort of area of questioning in estimates. So total of $9.3 billion funding for NASH over 5 years. There's a goal, but there's no specific funding for Closing the Gap. Goal 9A, is that right? Or I haven't quite got that right?
Oh, there is a goal for 9A.
Yes.
But there isn't a specific allocation. Jurisdictions can use the funding that they've got and prioritise it within their jurisdiction rather than us giving them what proportion of
So it's
funding.
up to states. So there's a target in terms to
reduce overcrowding.
To reduce overcrowding. However, it's up to states and territories on how and how much they allocate and where.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Where in the budget papers can I find that appropriation?
It's in the Treasury, State and Territory part of the budget papers.
Well, if someone else can just find that for us, I couldn't find it, so
sure.
If someone could just give you the reference to that, that would be even a page number.
Acting Chief Finance Officer. Senator, that's on, if you look at the MyUFO book, it's on page 312. And that will give you the payment and budget across the board.
So MyUFO, page 312. Thank you very much for that. Are commitments made under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap provided under the housing component of NASH or the homelessness component or both? I think is that a redundant question now in light of your previous answer?
I think so.
So there's no Commonwealth money.
So
can you just explain that a bit further?
There's $9.3 billion that goes to the states and territories as a contribution to their housing programs or social housing and homelessness programs. And apart from the $400 million, which is earmarked for homelessness each year and that they're required to match,
the rest is up to states and territories on how they allocate it between. That's why I say how they allocate it between both categories, and in what. Okay.
Yes, that's right. Just depending on their need in each jurisdiction.
So, do you get a report back from states and territories on how they've allocated that funding and what they've spent it on between housing and homelessness, and towards Closing the Gap goals as well?
So we get a statement of assurance each year, and the first one under the NASH is due at the end of December this year. And we also have an outcomes framework.
So just on that, so the first report's due at the end of, so for this first year, it's due at the end of this year.
Yes.
So you don't have any reports from states and territories before then on what they've spent the money on?
No, we don't.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Don't think I've got anything more on that. Thank you. Sorry, first time I've been forayed into this area. Okay. So if we can go to the Housing Australia Future Fund, please.
Sorry, Senator, I was just going to say the Housing Australia Future Fund is actually in the Treasury portfolio. So if there are questions about the HAFF and its operation generally, they're largely going to be questions for either Treasury or Housing Australia.
Okay. Can I give it a go? Thanks. Acknowledging that HAFF sits with Treasury then. So it was, as I understand it, designed to deliver 30,000 1,000 new social and affordable homes over 5 years, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So do you know, under the HAFF, where are things up to in terms of contractual closures on HAFF projects?
So, Senator, those questions were posed to Treasury yesterday in the Economics Committee, and they've put information on the public record about commitments made under the HAFF in terms of number of buildings, contracts and some of that information. So that will all be there, and as I said at the beginning, it's actually their legal responsibility.
Okay. So with that, yes, they did, and they gave evidence that the so-called completed homes were in fact acquired existing homes and then converted. Do you know how many of these homes have been acquired and converted?
No, I mean, we have nothing further to add on that. It's their responsibility, so I can't shed any light beyond what they've provided to the Economics Committee yesterday.
Okay. I will leave those questions then, thank you. Now, then on homelessness, and these are more statistical questions, if I could. Could you just send a note just to see if there's any other questions after this, if I've missed anything? Yeah. Okay, so how does the rate of homelessness in Australia compare to other developed countries, and what are the factors contributing to Australia's homelessness compared to international counterparts? Is that something you look at?
We do look at it. I think the thing I would say at the beginning is it's actually very difficult to get reliable international comparisons, and that's because there isn't a universally accepted way of measuring homelessness across different countries. There's a number of different bodies who do look at this, including the OECD, and they attempt to try and at least standardise that. We use a particular definition of homelessness here that's based on a Canadian benchmark. That's not the same as in other countries, so I'm generally wary about making too many comparisons on an international basis because of that lack of comparability of data.
Well, how do we compare to Canada then?
Do we have that one?
So, Senator, we're relatively similar to Canada when you're based on this OECD measure that removes our overcrowding. So most other countries don't use overcrowding in their definition of homelessness.
So just on that, so most countries don't use overcrowding,
Yes.
but we do?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so do other OECD countries use the Canadian model as well?
All countries have different measures of homelessness.
Yeah.
The OECD has developed a particular measure that tries to weed out and have a common comparison across countries, which is called the Ethos Light.
And where does Australia sit in there?
So Australia's around the middle of the pack.
We can provide you a notice.
I was just going to say it might be easier if you've actually got a copy of that, if you could send it through to the committee.
I can refer you to our previous QAN on this issue.
If you could, the QAN number, that'd be great, thank you.
It's SQ, I think this is our reference.
Yeah, just the last three.
Okay.
That's 4.
1090.
And if you wouldn't mind sending that report through to the, and then
no problem.
Save time, thank you. So what are the latest, on our own measurement scale, so what are the latest official census numbers and estimates of Australians who are experiencing homelessness in Australia each night?
So, as I think you know, we use the Census every 5 years to provide a comparison point. So at the 2021 census, there were 122,494 people classified as homeless. And that's can be broken down further into parts. So that can be people who might be what's colloquially known as sleeping rough, people in overcrowded dwellings, people in boarding houses, etc. So, but 122,494 is the headline figure based on the 2021 census.
So is there any, so in terms of this other measure that we've adopted from Canada, more or less, it's the same, have we got any more updated figures than the census, the last census?
No, we use the census data. That's the standard way it's done and has been in Australia for some time, and it allows that comparison on a like-for-like basis.
Have you got something you can provide us on notice, the state and territory breakdown of that or other regional breakdowns?
Yes, yep.
Okay. So what specific strategies and programs are currently in place to prevent homelessness in Australia, and how much funding has been committed to these initiatives?
So, Senator, we give the NASH funding, that includes the Commonwealth contribution of $400 million a year, towards the effective operation of the homelessness systems in the states and territories, because they have primary responsibility for this. We also have another program called Reconnect. That's a youth homelessness program that's been going, I think this is its 26th year. And that provides about $90 million over 4 years.
Over 4 years, yeah. And does that go to states and territories as well for them to implement, or that's...?
No, that's a grant program through DSS.
Are you on notice able to provide some more information on that?
Sure.
Thank you.
And Senator, obviously the Commonwealth provides Commonwealth rent assistance, which is a way of assisting people meet the costs of private rentals. I think it's important to note that the states have the primary responsibility for delivery of homelessness services, so they will have a range of programs themselves, both in terms of supporting, but in some cases aimed at actually stopping people from falling into homelessness.
Okay. So from the Commonwealth's perspective, so there's the three. How do you measure, so for that second program, so the Reconnect Youth Homelessness program, how do you measure success with that? How do you know if you're making a difference?
Just bear with me, Senator.
Sure.
Just been evaluated, that program.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's still under evaluation. And so there's really no way of knowing at the moment at a federal level how many people are transitioning in and out of homelessness every year across those different categories, and how successful the state and territory programs actually are.
Senator, we have specialist homelessness services data as well, but it only tells us about those people who seek assistance from a specialist homelessness service. So that they're the services.
So it measures those who access the service, but there's no other way of, beyond the census every 5 years, assessing who's the numbers of people coming in and out and the success of programs.
That data is more regularly available, I think.
It is, yes.
Annual, and that would give you information about where people exit a specialist homeless service in terms of accommodation, or whether they've successfully received support so they can return. If they're a young person, they might reunite with family, or so you do. We are getting data about the outcome of that intervention.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. If I could, you could take that on notice, and if there's anything that you can reasonably easily access in terms of the data that you get to measure this and measure success of that program, that'd be great.
Senator, on Reconnect, which is the youth homelessness one, we know from the data we collect it assists about 7,000 young people per year. As the Secretary said, that'll be in a variety of different circumstances. Sometimes it will be assisting them with family reconciliation, which avoids a pathway into homelessness. Others will be finding an appropriate housing situation, assisting them on education and training. The review that's been done found that the Reconnect program is quite effective in filling a unique gap aimed at youth homelessness. As Ms Payton said, it's been running for over 20 years, so there's a number of well-established providers. And so I think we could say with reasonable confidence that program is largely effective in terms of meeting its goals around youth.
Given it's a 20-year program, is there any longitudinal sort of studies, or is it so, okay, well, we've helped person X back into a home or, into a new accommodation, but is there any ones sort of gone back and had a look at whether it sticks or not, or whether it's the same people who sort of come through and cycle through again?
Not that I'm aware of, although we could take that on notice and look at it. We do have different longitudinal surveys that look at Australian children. Whether that goes to homelessness, I'd have to go away and check.
Okay.
Senator, can I just correct that program is $91.7 million over 3 years, not 4 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clough. Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
we're done.
In that case, I believe we're finished with outcome 4.
Sorry.
Question, if that's okay. And you may or may not be able to assist. I just want to check. It's around the family violence housing that will be delivered under the HAFF. So I just want to see if you're able to help me. This week the government announced 340 homes were acquired under the Housing Australia Future Fund. And are you able to tell me how many, if any, of these are for women and children escaping family violence?
I can't, but I think it's important to sort of the numbers you're talking about are general, social and affordable housing.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Under the HAFF, there is a $100 million disbursement that is for crisis and transitional accommodation, and Minister O'Neill announced 42 projects on that, and they are specifically for women and children escaping family and domestic violence and older women at risk of homelessness. In addition, there's something called the National Housing Infrastructure Facility that Housing Australia runs. That's $1 billion of grants and loans specifically for crisis and transitional accommodation. So it is quite complex, these arrangements, but it is important to distinguish between the kind of the general funding for social housing and affordable versus some
the crisis.
Specific.
Yeah.
So that $100 million plus $1 billion, which is run by Housing Australia, we're responsible for the crisis and transitional accommodation program.
So with that crisis housing, do you know how many additional or how many dwellings under that HAFF scheme that for crisis have actually been delivered?
Well, it's only been announced in the last week, so none.
Right. Okay. So that announcement, that's in addition to the original HAFF piece. So it has nothing to do with the initial promises under the housing.
That's right. Yeah.
Australia Future Fund.
Correct.
So it's completely separate.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing else from me.
Thank you. In that case, we are finished with housing, so thank you all. And I call officials concerned with outcome 1, social security, to the table. Do you need a minute to shuffle, or are they close?
We're still here.
Oh.
One more.
Just looking scarce at the back there, that's all. But. Okay, we'll be starting the call with Senator Orman-Payne, and then are you seeking the call for social security?
Social security.
You can let me know in a moment. Senator, no problem. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. I guess my first question is, I note that we've still got 8 outstanding questions on notice from the last round of estimates. So just wondering if you have an estimation of when we might be provided with those.
In this outcome, Senator?
Pardon?
In this particular outcome?
Well,
or generally?
from DSS.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. We'll chase that up.
All right, thank you. My first lot of questions relates to a question on notice that we did receive back. It's question on notice SBE 24-054. It was around income apportionment and communications between the Department of Social Security and the CDPP. And I note that response to that question on notice indicated or showed that the CDPP had obtained a list of all the historical prosecutions that have been finalised in the last 5 years, and it drilled down into those, and then of those, 159, it says in the response to the question on notice, it says 159 were confirmed to be cases affected by income apportionment. Are you able to shed more light on those 159 cases? For example, does that 159 finalised cases mean that they were convictions in relation to income apportionment? What are we talking about here?
So, Senator, there's a couple of things. Looking at my list, I think that might have actually been a response provided by Services Australia. And in terms of that breakdown, they'll be on tonight and can provide you, I think, particularly now they've had forewarning of that. I think the one thing to say on the question would be those convictions will generally be instances where somebody had not reported any income, for instance, and claimed a benefit to which they weren't entitled. So they weren't convicted on the basis of income apportionment. It was in the calculation of debt. The debt itself might have been subject to the process of apportionment, not that they were convicted because of income apportionment.
All right, obviously I'll need to put some questions to Services Australia as well. Is the department taking any steps now in respect of those 159 cases?
Not specifically, but I think, as you probably know, Senator, there's an important federal court case coming up next week on what is now known as Chaplain, and that is primarily about the way in which the calculations under the former Section 1073B operate.
Yep.
And so effectively, with that happening, as you would know, debts have been put on, both repayments and debt raising has been put on pause for some time, and we will await the outcome of that federal court case and obviously give advice to government about next steps following that.
Has DSS prepared any modelling or made any preparations for the outcome of that decision?
We haven't modelled, but I think it's a matter of public record that we have, with Services Australia, undertaken a process of sampling, given the large number of potential debts impacted, to get a sense of things like quantum, how many would be revised up or down. But of course, that is very difficult to do in practice because the case is about the methodology used, and so until there is a settled methodology about the correct correct way of calculating debts, it would be a bit hard to do any modelling or specific preempting of the outcome of that particular case.
All right. Well, I guess in terms of contingency planning, has the department sought legal advice if this comes back and the department's method of calculation is rejected?
I might take that on notice because it's outside. It's more a legal question, Senator.
In relation to the 159 cases that we referred to earlier, is Services Australia or the DSS waiting for appeals from those individuals?
Again, that's a question you can put to Services Australia, and I'm sure they'll be able to assist this evening with that.
Does the department know how many people have contacted fraud.debt.inquiry@servicesaustralia.gov.au?
No, I mean, that's a Services Australia website, so that question can be put to them.
Okay. Does DSS know what happens when someone contacts that website address or that email address?
I don't have particular oversight, but again, we don't run that website, so I have no particular reason to know that.
Has DSS got any role in coordinating with Services Australia in relation to that?
Not on the website, but obviously in relation to the issue more generally of income apportionment. It has been a matter in which we've worked incredibly closely with Services Australia over the past couple of years.
Okay, so no one in DSS actually knows what happens when you go to that email address?
Not on that particular one, but I think Services Australia will be able to fill that in for you this evening.
Okay. My next question is in relation to the EAC. Will the consultation that underpins the EAC report be made public?
So not the consultation report, but so bearing in mind this year's report is not yet finalised, the approach taken last year, I think, which would form the kind of template, would be that quotes and relevant insights from that are generally provided as part of their report. But to protect the privacy of the individuals who all have lived experience, that is not published.
Will the commissioned reports for the 2025-26 and any associated research be made public?
So that's really a question, again, for the committee itself, but it's been the past practice for them to both publish a report and any research that they've commissioned that forms part of the evidence base for their recommendations.
All right, and you don't know what the time frame for that is?
So the only time frame we have is that under the EAC legislation, there's a requirement for them to for the report to be published at least 2 weeks before the budget. The budget, according to the parliamentary calendar, as you know, is the 25th of March, and so therefore their report will need to be published no later than the 11th of March,
Okay,
2025.
this is maybe a question for the Minister. Will the government release the EAC if there's no budget?
If there's no budget, well, there's going to be a budget.
Or in the hypothetical event that there wasn't a budget, will the EAC report still be released?
Oh, I'm not going to answer hypothetical questions. The Treasurer said there's going to be a budget, so there'll be a budget.
Okay.
Just might be before the election.
Hey?
Just might be before the election.
Yeah, maybe
there
we'll
will
see.
be a budget.
Maybe we'll see it in
There
July.
will be a budget some point.
All right. I want to go to OPD number 655 from November 2024. It was it showed us that DSS has had over 300 people sign non-disclosure agreements during consultations undertaken by DSS during this parliamentary term.
So, Senator, that's probably a question best posed when we get to the corporate bit, because it's not. I don't think it's specifically in relation to this outcome.
No,
It's
that's
more
fine.
general.
I just went so fast I didn't realise I was there already. I'll stop. Thank you.
You're finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Senator Pratt has some questions. I was going to pass to her, but can I just confirm, do you have questions?
I just had a quick question on the housing as a follow-up, and I know we've moved on from it, but it is, and Mr Flavel's there, so I just thought I might ask if that's appropriate. It'll only take me 30 seconds.
Okay, well, what I might do is pass to Senator Pratt and then we'll tidy up what we can before the 4:15 break. Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chair. I had some questions, please, about social security payments and their indexation. And yes, I think probably the Deputy Secretary is best placed to answer it. So what is the intent behind indexing in terms of income support payments and family payments? You know, we've got formulas that legislate rates, but this is a bit that's, you know, fixed by legislation, but also moves. So what's the purpose of that?
So, Senator, in really broad terms, what indexation does is ensures that for people on income support, they have some protection against general cost increases that are happening in the community. The majority of payments are indexed twice a year, on the 20th of March and the 20th of September. There are some payments that are indexed once a year, so primarily student payments, which occur on 1 January, consistent with the focus on a calendar year. And there's other payments in the family payment space, particularly family tax benefit and paid parental leave, that are indexed on 1 July. Payment rates are indexed to protect people. In addition, asset thresholds and income thresholds are also indexed, and that ensures that not only do people get the benefit of an increasing rate of payment, but also that in terms of their eligibility, it takes account of inflation and the impact that might have on their asset levels.
So in that context, in a period of, for example, inflation, where you don't want the burden of that to disproportionately impact lower income earners, something like indexation is really important, isn't it?
That's correct, and the fact that it is regularised and that there's a well-established formula that's either linked to CPI in the case of some working age payments, or a combination of indexation factors in the case of pensions, does provide that certainty for people when they're engaging with the system, and obviously assists, because it's twice a year, in ensuring that there's not much of a lag between when they might be facing some of those cost pressures and when they get an extra amount within their payment to reflect that.
So the a payment of a pension, how much would have that increased because of indexation since, for example, the last election?
see if I've got...
Or the changes that made by the Albanese government?
So in the case of the age pension, the rate on the 20th of March 2022, which would have been, I think, just prior to the last election, the single rate of the age pension was $900.80.
Yeah.
On 1 January this year, it was $1,047.10. So that's a total increase of around $146.
Yeah.
And in percentage terms is 16.2%. There will, of course, be another indexation of that payment, along with all other payments, in 3 weeks' time when we get to the 20th of March. Those amounts have not yet been released, but they will be on around the 11th of March, consistent with past practice.
Okay. So that $147.10 since 2022.
$146.30 since
20
March 2022 in the case
Great.
of the single rate of age pension.
Thank you. What about rent assistance? How is that index? We've seen rents go up really dramatically. I do recall we did increase rent assistance, but I can't now recall what the relationship was with the kind of rent increases we've seen nationally, and I guess its relationship with income support more broadly.
Yeah, so there's over a million households who receive Commonwealth rent assistance. A CRA is indexed twice a year by the CPI, consistent with other payments. But as you identified, there's been 2 increases to the base rate of CRA.
Yeah.
A 15% increase in the maximum rate, followed by a 10% increase. And so both of those things in combination have seen the rates of CRA increase by about 44% over that same period.
Okay, but what that kind of indicates is that CRA wasn't being indexed enough to have caught up with the real increases that have happened because it took that significant, it had a bump, and then it since then had that increase in the indexation. What happened there?
Well, that's really, I think, a question for the government. But basically, it's less about trying to catch up indexation and more just from time to time looking at whether the overall base rate remains adequate. Clearly, there have been pressures in the housing market and rentals market in particular. Those are felt very clearly by people on low incomes and people on income support. And so increasing the base rates in 2 successive budgets has just ensured that, in general, CRA has continued to do what it's meant to do, which is to reduce the overall level of housing and rental stress for those people who receive it.
Yeah. And so what's the change in the rate for rent assistance? I know it's a formula of what's the minimum, what's the maximum you could now get, and versus what it was before?
So for a single, somebody who's single getting CRA at the maximum rate, it's now $211.20 a fortnight. Again, that'll be indexed further in a few weeks. On 20th of March, it was $145.80. And so that increase is both reflecting the indexation, normal indexation every 6 months, and the 2 base increases that have occurred in the last 2 budgets.
Okay. Has the current government made any decisions to freeze indexation, and how do we look at forecasts for indexation in budget estimates for forecasting forward? Clearly the rate hasn't quite been calculated yet because we don't know what's happened in the economy, but you've still got to look forward to what the projected indexation might be.
So there haven't been any pauses across any social security payments I can think of over the past sort of three-ish years.
When was the last pause?
The one that springs to mind is that a number of the income limits for family tax benefit were paused over a very long period from
I'm going to get the number, but from around sort of 2010 through till about 2019 or 20. So family tax benefit has been one where there has been a freeze, but that's now regularised. In terms of forecasts, well, obviously we rely on Treasury's forecasts, but the important point to note is what people will receive is the actual CPI increase for the previous 6 months. So in one sense, it's not the forecasts that matter, that forms part of the budget formulation, but what people actually receive will be the actual amount of CPI as measured by the ABS for the previous 6 months in the case of, say, somebody on job seeker or somebody getting Commonwealth rent assistance.
So that is in the forward estimates in the budget papers each year. When you look at uncommitted funding that, for example, an opposition party might like to use to fund their election commitments, it is technically uncommitted in the sense that you could make a government decision like that to withdraw, to stop those payments. What kind of decision, how does government make a decision to stop indexation? Does it have to be done by legislation, or can a minister make that decision?
It has to be done by legislation. That's an important feature of the system, is that there's that protection that it is. Governments can, of course, choose to change indexation arrangements or to pause things, but it was, in all but rare circumstances, will always require a change to legislation in order to give effect to that.
Okay, but a government could, announce that their way of managing the budget would be to pause indexation as they've done in the past.
Correct, yeah.
And just finally, we did discuss the base rate. We discussed indexation on job seeker. What's the combination of the indexation and the increase in the base rate?
For job seeker payment?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep, so for, again, just use the single rate, and of course there's a multitude of rates depending on personal circumstances. So the single rate on the 20th of March 2022 was $642.70, and on 1 January this year it was $778. So the total increase of $135.30, of which $95 is indexation, and then there was, of course, the $40 increase to job seeker and other working age payments a couple of budgets ago.
Minister, can I ask you briefly, we have increased payments to some of the most vulnerable in our community, whereas I'm quoting from, I think, priorities of a coalition government: wasteful government spending, unnecessary red tape, higher taxes. They are arguing that spending like this is wasteful and unnecessary. How would you contrast our commitment to the integrity of the social security system? And
well, I think it's been unparalleled, Senator. I think, particularly under this minister, we have led the way to ensuring that all of those vulnerable people that you're talking about are looked after by the system. And I'd be extremely concerned about any change of government and what that might lead to. I think the Minister and the government is doing absolutely everything right in this space. The public servants who are here today are dedicated public servants who know just how important the services that they provide to the Australian people are. And I'm very confident that there'll be a continuation of this terrific service after the election.
Thank you, Minister. I do wonder where, under a coalition government, these cuts that they've proposed would come from.
Well, rest assured we'll be doing our level best to make sure that this government is returned.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. We have like a minute, so do you want to just put yours to tidy up, Senator Allman-Payne?
I just want to circle back to my original questions around income apportionment. Just want to make sure that I'm totally clear. So you've referred me to Service Australia for a number of things, and I will follow up with them. But is it the case that at this point in time, in relation to those 159, DSS hasn't taken any steps to establish the circumstances of the relationship of those 159 to income apportionment?
Not that I'm aware of, but that will be subject because in a practical sense, Service Australia is the entity dealing directly with the CDPP on those particular convictions. So it is actually, I think, legitimately a question best put to them.
Yep.
We're not taking any.
Has DSS provided any advice to Services Australia about those?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm happy to take on notice what engagement formally we've had with them on the CDPP matter on income apportionment.
Because I guess my final question, if you can take that on notice too, is has DSS communicated at all with Services Australia about those 159?
So there has been communication
I'm seeing someone
on a number of
nodding
things.
Mr. Flavel.
Sorry?
I'm seeing someone nodding behind you. Are they able to give me a broader answer?
Perfect. Our Chief Counsel will fill you in on that one, Senator.
Thank you.
We are actually due to go to a break, so is this...
I'm not sure, is this a long answer or a short answer?
Bronwyn Morswick, Chief Counsel. Senator, it's a short answer. I think I answered this question for you at the last estimates, actually. We have fortnightly meetings with the CDP and Services Australia. We have been looking at and talking with the CDPP and Services Australia about the 159 cases. I think we gave evidence to you at last estimates that all of those 159 cases had letters sent to them, etc. So we've continued to maintain close liaison with the CDPP and the Services Australia about those matters.
All right, so the department is fully across what's actually going on over on this side?
I wouldn't say, so it's not our role to actually be engaged in instructing in relation to individual prosecution matters. That's actually Services Australia's function. But we are certainly, from a policy perspective and generally from a legal perspective, aware of those cases and we understand them. And we are talking to the CDPP regularly about the way forward. To my knowledge, they haven't had any recent communications or any recent notice of any specific appeals or matters that individuals are wanting to progress through their legal representatives. And I think we also told you in the last estimates that we continue also to talk regularly with the legal aid entities about the issues, including the prosecution cohort.
All right, just one final question.
We might have to pick it up after the break, I think.
It's a quick question. It's just, is there any legal advice underway as a contingency for what happens after this federal court?
What would normally happen in the case of a matter before a federal court, the one that we're talking about next week, is that we would wait until the judgment is handed down. Then we will obviously seek legal advice in relation to the judgment and the issues raised, and then provide advice to government based on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before, we're suspending now for 15 minutes, but just before we do, can I just confirm who is required to stay after the break? Are we complete with Social Security?
No.
We've got questions on...
They're not very many.
Yeah.
Oh, you do now
We
have
do
questions?
have, yes.
Okay. You advised before that you didn't have questions
No,
on
we didn't.
Social
This is why
Security.
we asked
Okay, so in that case, we'll be returning to questions
Senator Ruston to come up.
under Social Security after the break. Sorry, Minister Farrell before.
Chair, I'm leaving to go to another set of estimates.
Yes.
This might be the last time Senator Reynolds and Senator Hughes appear in estimates, and I just wanted to wish them all the very best.
Thank you very much. It's much appreciated, Senator Farrell. Thank you.
Okay, well, on that lovely note, we will now suspend for 15 minutes, so let's call it 4:35. and I would like to welcome Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Women, Minister for Government Services, Minister for Finance and Minister for the Public Service, representing the Minister for Social Services. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thank you, Chair. Nice to be here.
Great. Welcome back. We are in continuation with Outcome 1, Social Security. The opposition has the call, so who is seeking the call? Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. And as I noted before the adjournment for the break, that I just had a follow-up question on the housing piece. Mr Flavelle, you indicated to me when I asked the question around the crisis housing that nothing had been built because the announcement had only been made a number of days ago. In fact, the announcement was made in September 2023 in relation to that $100 million. However, the 42 projects or the 42 providers were announced on the 2nd of February of this year, some 17 months after the initial announcement. So I just wanted to get clarity on there was nothing constructed, or to your awareness, there's no availability of supply for your department for women and children escaping family violence since the initial announcement and then the announcement of the 42 providers.
No, but I think there's an important distinction to draw here. The money is coming out of the Housing Australia Future Fund. As you know, that required legislation to be passed and then funding to flow from that fund having been invested. So there's nothing kind of unusual, or the money is not actually available out of the fund until 1 July this year. So the announcements that Minister O'Neill made a couple of weeks ago are the 42 projects, and the funding is not actually available out of the HAFF until 1 July this year. And so I think, characterising it as being, having been announced a couple of years ago might be slightly misinterpreting.
Oh no, I just went on to the media release, so I was just trying to get an understanding of it. So on the media release from the 11th of September 2023 from the Minister says $100 million for crisis and transitional housing options for women and children impacted by family and domestic violence and older women at risk of homelessness. But I accept your answer. I just wanted that clarification because I had read that and that was the reason for my question. So thank you.
Are there further questions?
I do have some for DSS, and they are quants from November that haven't been provided yet.
Is this whole of portfolio though, or is this for Social Security? We have not moved to a whole of portfolio yet. We're still in Social Security.
Social services.
So Social Services whole of portfolio or Social Security Outcome 1 under the department?
Okay, well, I believe it's this same one because it should be Outcome 1.
Social Security, and then we're about to move to whole of portfolio on corporate matters for the Department of Social Services. Okay, well, if we haven't moved, then that is it. My questions relate to the whole of portfolio. So no, don't. We're in Outcome 1, right? Yeah, we're still in Outcome 1. We're in Outcome 1, which is Social Security. We're not at whole of portfolio yet.
Yes, that's fine.
So they're for Social Security?
Social Services portfolio. Yeah, Social Services portfolio questions. Correct.
So Social Services is the whole department, and the item number we're at is Social Security.
Yes, but my quants are for Social Services portfolio. Yeah,
so
we're
whole
not
portfolio.
up to it. Yeah, correct.
So are we finished with Social Security?
Yep.
Yes?
As far as we're concerned, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So we are now in a position to release officials from Outcome 1 Social Security, and we'll be moving to whole of portfolio and corporate matters in the Department of Social Services.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were just finishing up the questions before.
Yeah.
No, we have just done Outcome 1 Social Security.
You've only asked the question which was a follow-up from housing.
Yeah, so we have not asked any Social Security questions.
Yeah, because you indicated to me that you didn't have more. So, and I've just asked again. They've not left the room. So do you have questions?
Sorry, I was confused. Yep. So we have not asked our questions on Social Security.
So now's the time.
Yes, yeah. I was answering my question in relation to the quan questions that I had, not into where we were up to here.
Yeah, but I asked before the break and now about Social Security. So anyway, let's go.
Okay. Do you want me to start?
Yes.
I've got questions regarding the paid parental leave scheme. Before the changes to the paid parental leave under the current government, the guidelines read, dad and partner pay will be available to fathers and other partners who meet the eligibility requirements, regardless of whether the mother has been in paid work or at home prior to the birth or adoption. A father can be eligible for dad and partner pay even if a mother is not receiving parental leave pay. Under the changes to the scheme, dad and partner pay were combined into one payment, the parental leave pay, and it now reads as parental leave pay has a work test and both parents need to meet the work test to qualify for parental leave pay. So when it was introduced into Parliament, the Minister promised that the Paid Parental Leave Amendment Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022 would give parents more choice and flexibility, and that the bill preserves a period of leave for exclusive use by fathers and partners. How many fathers have been adversely affected by this government's legislation?
So Ben Peoples, Group Manager, Participation and Family Payments. Fathers and partners continue to be eligible for paid parental leave, and so in the this financial year we know that around 40,000 fathers and partners are taking paid parental leave. We don't have data on fathers or partners that may not be taking up paid parental leave as a result of any changes.
So the changes are that they need to, both parents need to meet the work test now, whereas before it didn't matter if the, even if the mother was not receiving the parental leave pay. So what is the, can you describe the difference to me then?
So there's a number of changes that have been made. There's some more flexibility that's been introduced to the program, and so fathers and partners can be eligible for paid parental leave regardless of the mother's income or residency status, and fathers and partners are now also able to take government-funded paid parental leave at the same time as any employer paid leave. What has changed is that the government payment has a work test, and so some fathers and partners are not eligible because the mother is not working or not working enough to meet the work test, and that's because the objective of the payment is about ensuring that working families take time away from work where both parents have a connection to the workforce. There's a range of other payments within the social security system, including family tax benefit, that may be available to families where a mother may not be working.
So there are people who previously would have been able to access it who are now not able to access?
Yes, that's correct.
So my question was how many? Do you actually have an indication on how many would now have been affected by those changes?
We might take that on notice. Again, it's probably something we need to look at and model against some population data.
So, Minister, the Minister, when he made when that comment was made in Parliament, it was very clear that it wasn't going to give, it was going to give parents more choice and flexibility. So, why are fathers now missing out on spending time with their newborn or adopted children during that special time in life?
Well, what we've done is tried to make it more flexible for families, and so the evidence you've heard is around making it easier for people to access, or parents and both partners to access PPL, including in the interaction with their own employer scheme. And I would note the changes that brought these in actually were supported by the opposition, and at the time in the speeches it was said, glad to see the government has chosen to implement the former coalition government's reform to paid parental leave, which was announced prior to the last election. I think maybe a shadow minister has written recently about this to the minister. Our aim and our investments into PPL, whether it be super, whether it be extending it, whether it be looking at how we can encourage shared care, are all about improving access to PPL, and we want more dads to take up leave. So if there's further refinement we need to make to the scheme, we'll of course consider that, but I don't think you'll find any other government that has done more on PPL than this one in the last 2 years to make it easier and work better for families, including both parents.
So once we know the number, we'll be interested to see what the government what actions will be taken then to make sure that that is corrected, from what you're saying then, that it's looking to improve the opportunity for fathers?
I note it's been raised. I note it's been raised. Our aim is to encourage more dads to take parental leave and share the caring responsibilities with young children. So that's been the approach we've taken. That's been all of the consultations we've done to date. If there's more that we can do on that front, we will consider it.
Thank you. I hand to Senator Kavicic.
Thank you. My questions relate to job seeker. Could I please have the number of Australians who are currently receiving a job seeker payment?
So, Senator, as at December 2024, that's 847,960.
Thank you. On the latest data available, how many job seeker recipients had no reported earnings for the financial years 2022 to 2023 and the 24 financial year? Or if you have the latest data table available to table.
So, Senator, I don't have data by financial year. We report our data using point-in-time statistics. I have data relating to the December 2024 population, if that's helpful.
So you don't collect data by years at all?
No, I mean, we don't, because job seekers are fortnightly entitlement, so the concept of annual doesn't really work, because somebody might work in a particular fortnight and that will impact on their payment or not in that particular fortnight. So we tend to do it, as Mr Peebles said, in snapshots. So as at the end of December, that was 20% of job seekers had earnings. I've got to say, based on my time, which is now getting a bit more lengthy, that's about average. You know, that doesn't change. If you went in and looked at individual fortnights, what's harder is to aggregate up, because one fortnight a particular person might work and then not the following one, and then somebody else. So it makes more sense, I think, to take a snapshot as at an end date rather than a financial year concept.
Right. So do you collect it like by multiple fortnights, like by 26 fortnights, or do you just not collect it over a prolonged period at all? You just look at it from fortnight to fortnight?
We look at it from fortnight to fortnight, and as I said, that 20% with earnings is pretty standard when you look at any individual fortnight. We have done a little bit of looking from time to time at just patterns across, say, a fortnight to look at which individuals, obviously in the de-identified way, but more about understanding the variability of their earnings and how much of how much of an income-free area, for instance, they're utilising, rather than doing that in a systematic way.
Okay. My next question is, how many job seeker recipients have had their payment reduced due to their earnings being over the threshold? And I asked that same question to you in estimates on the 6th of November, and it was taken on notice, and I haven't received a response to that question as yet.
So can you just, which is it, the number of people
How many job seeker recipients have had their payment reduced due to recipients earning over the threshold?
So on the data,
in whatever time period you're able to provide that.
So the data that I have, again, at the end of December is that around 18% of recipients were on a part rate of job seeker payment. Why I'm being cautious is because it's not necessarily the case they will always be on a part rate because of earnings. So I think we'd actually still have to take the substantive portion of that on notice.
And is that 18% standard over time? Is it higher now? So do you go back over different time periods to see whether that 18% is, is it historically 20 and now it's 18? Is it historically 30 and now it's 18? Like, is it irregular, or is it a sort of standard sort of figure?
I think it would be reasonably standard. So if 20% is the average who report earnings, the majority of those people will be on a part rate. In other words, they'll have the full rate reduced. There will be some people who in a particular fortnight might earn too much, which means they get a zero rate. But under the arrangements, they don't get cancelled from job seeker. They simply have a zero rate, and the following fortnight they may have less earnings and they get a part rate. So I think that kind of 18% strikes me as being consistent with the overall rate of earnings being 20%. Okay,
and is there data in relation to that that you're able to table, given that's an unanswered quant from November?
I'm happy to look at it. I mean, there is information on data.gov.au on earnings by bands that will provide more information about what earnings are being reported for each payment.
It's a pretty specific question, so if you could sort of come back to us on that, if you're able to table that today. Do you have a percentage of the job seekers that exit the payment within a year due to the recipient finding employment, which was also an unanswered quant from the 6th of November 2024?
So we have data on kind of, again, snapshot of somebody that was on payment 12 months ago and where they are now. And so if we look at kind of the job seeker payment population from December 2023, there's about 70% that are remained on job seeker payment, and for those that are not on an income support payment, it is around 15%. But we can provide some more kind of analysis looking at the job seeker payment over the course of a year, if that's helpful too.
Okay, and are you able to table that today?
That's not data that we have kind of available in a form that's able to be tabled.
Okay. So how do we have access to that data or that information?
Well, I guess the data that I've read out is about the job seeker payment population as at December 2023 and how that's progressed to December 2024. There's also a range of data on data.gov that looks at duration on income support, and so we'll break down on a regular basis how long people out of the whole job seeker payment population has been on income support, including those that have been on payment for less than a year and more than 1 year. And so that essentially goes to kind of the entry and exits onto payment. But we can look at what other forms we can provide some information as well.
Okay, well, I might table my quans again at the end of this, and perhaps you can assist or even respond to me as to why the information can or can't be provided. I'm just a bit concerned. In one instance, I'm being told to look at, the data points on the website versus, it's not available, so I'm not quite sure which it is.
Well, Senator, in the case of people exiting job seeker, your particular question is about people exiting into employment. I mean, not everybody will necessarily tell Centrelink, when they get a job. Like, there are people who will go into employment and will just stop reporting. Others will actually confirm with them. So it is actually a more bespoke data request we'll actually have to do to get to the very point you're raising, which I think is about how many people actually went into employment. We won't always have that in a ready form. It is a more bespoke.
What other eventualities could there be?
Could be an asset test. The person could get partnered, and if they get partnered, they may not qualify anymore. So there can be reasons. We will have data where people move to other payments in the system, but yeah, we would need to do that to be quite precise about your question on employment. So that is not on data.gov.au. That would be a specific request we'd have to undertake.
Okay. For the financial years 23 and 24, could you tell us how many job seekers had their payments suspended or cancelled due to not meeting mutual obligation requirements?
So again, we've got point in time data looking at the December 2024 population, which we can provide.
Okay. All right. I'm just really concerned because I've asked questions on notice 4 months ago that I don't have answers to, and now I'm being given some other information. So can you appreciate my concerns in relation to that?
Come back, Senator, and cross-portfolio on questions on notice in general.
Yeah.
To talk to you. Yep. I think that last question though might actually be a question for the Employment Department. Rather than this department, because they look after the mutual obligation aspects.
So do you have any data or any data at all in relation to that you're able to table for us?
I think Mr. People said we have.
Yeah, so we have data looking at the December 2024 population, which I can provide you now.
Thank you. If you could table that, please.
Or just I can just read it out to you.
But if you've got it there, it'd be just easier to table it.
It's not in a form that I can necessarily table. We can obviously look to provide something as soon as possible. It is just a couple of numbers as well.
All right. Okay,
yep. So the number of recipients that are suspended is around 22,000, which is about 2.5%. For those that are on zero rate, it's around 41,000, which is about 5%.
Okay, thank you. For those who have had their job seeker payment suspended and cancelled, what was the average duration of the suspension and cancellation period?
think that really is a question for the Employment Department, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask them. Yeah, it appears so. Job seeker recipients are required to reach a 100-point target as part of their mutual obligation. Can the department outline instances where this point target might be relaxed?
Employment again, Senator.
So employment again.
They own the legislation and policy related to this space, to the requirements around job seekers and the regime of penalties.
So your department wouldn't be across it? So if a job seeker came and there was a requirement to be relaxed, they would be sent to employment?
Well, I mean, Services Australia, who do the service delivery, may have a lens on it, and they're on later tonight, but the policy is owned by the Employment Department.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's it. Do you want to go to child support? Yeah. Thank you.
Keep on going. We might change tax and go tack now and head across to child support. As of the 1st of February this year, how much is currently outstanding in unpaid child support?
So the latest data that we have is as at June 2024.
Sorry, June 2024. We haven't got anything since then?
No. And so that is 1.83 billion.
1.83 billion. Is that the normal schedule for information? Sorry, is it the normal schedule for information? I don't know. How often do you update your records on that if it's June last year since you've got the last update?
So typically we update it every financial year.
Okay. So my next question was going to be as of the 1st of February as well, but I suspect you're going to tell me it's June 24. How many parents have failed to pay child support?
Generally we find that about 95% of child support obligations are collected. That is taken over a 3-year period. I'll just have to check if I have data as at June 2024 on the number of parents with a debt, but the rate is generally around 95%.
So what sort of numbers would that look like with the other 5%, as in a number rather than a percentage?
So, Senator, the figure I've got is 221,000 payers with a debt.
221,000?
Payers, so people who are payers under the child support arrangements. I think we've just got to remember too that the child support system, some people will be in that system for a long time, potentially, for 10 or 20 years. Those debts are often accumulating over a long period. So it's not always... the stock is often the result of long-standing debts in some cases that have been in the system, and then there'll be a category of people where children have gone beyond 18. The debt doesn't get extinguished, and so the books will still reflect a category of debt for cases that are for child support cases that have ended.
Okay. So the Social Services Legislation Amendment Child Support Measures Bill 2023 passed the Parliament with a coalition support in June 2023. So this bill legislates reforms originally announced by the former coalition government before the last election. For each of the 3 measures within the bill, employer withholding, departure authorisation certificates and child support income reporting requirements, how much unpaid child support has been recovered?
We might have to take the detail of that on notice. What I can say that there's been a pretty significant uptick in the amount of debt under active arrangement. So as at June 2020, as it has a plan for that to be repaid. So as at June 2023, only 36% of debt was under an active arrangement, and as at June 2024, that has increased to close to 41%. Now, there's a variety of factors that are influencing that, but obviously there was some increased powers and measures in that legislation which support more activities to collect unpaid child support, and so would be a contributing factor to that increase in debt under arrangement.
Okay. So since July 2022, how many parents have been issued with travel bans?
Senator, I think we have to take kind of that on notice. I do know that the amount of parents that get issued with travel bans is kind of in the 50 to 100 each year.
So would you have that for each year available?
We can speak to Services Australia, who's responsible for that, to get that data.
So of those 50 to 100 roughly each year, how much child support would have been recovered due to those travel bans?
I don't have that data. We can look to see what could be made available to inform that.
You're able to get hold of it though?
I'd have to talk to Services Australia to see what is possible in terms of breaking down some of those cases and then allocating kind of specific values to them.
Okay, so
they might have reversed figures tonight, the number of people if they're watching us now, but I suspect that dollars attached to that might be a longer task.
Okay, so you'll take on notice about the number of parents that have been issued with travel bans and what other information you can give me on the 3 measures, and when will we be able to get those back? Is it a full question on notice, or it's something that you can actually refer to today and come back to us later?
I think kind of looking at data that is trying to kind of get the unit record of particular child support cases and allocating values will take a bit more time, but we'll look to see what we can do.
Okay, we'd appreciate it as soon as possible, and obviously we don't want to be coming back later in the year or whenever we're back again to trying to chase them. Thank you very much. I think that is us on outcome 1, isn't it? That's outcome 1 for us.
You have no questions on outcome 1, social security? Okay. In that case, we'll try again. And you are dismissed. Thank you very much. And I call officials relating to whole of portfolio and corporate matters for the Department of Social Services. Pen, do you have questions for the whole of portfolio? Yeah. That's right. Okay. We'll be starting the call with Senator Orman-Payne. Senator, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. So returning to what I was racing ahead to earlier, OPD number 655 from November 2024 revealed that DSS had over 300 people sign NDAs during consultations undertaken by DSS during this parliamentary term. I note that in contrast, other departments are on the record saying that they don't use any NDAs in government consultations, and that includes the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, as per their answer to our question on notice number 647 from last estimates, and the National Indigenous Australians Agency, per an OPD number 635. Could the department explain why DSS seemingly uses NDAs to a much greater extent than other government departments?
Pat Hetherington, Chief Operating Officer. Senator, thanks. I'm drawing on my memory from the last estimates hearing because I think we canvassed some of this then, and I will pass to Chief Counsel in a moment. What I would say is I draw a distinction between non-disclosure agreements in a contractual sense that sometimes accompanied by penalties and those sorts of things, and confidentiality agreements. And my recollection of the documents that we provided for that order to produce, the number of NDAs were really quite limited, and I thought they were associated with national partnership agreements, so state-territory relations. In terms of confidentiality agreements, my recollection is we outlined a series of consultations where we had used those, and our rationale for that was principally around ensuring that all parties to those consultations were protected. We deal with lots of people in vulnerable places, and we quite often ask them to share quite detailed and personal stories in order to produce better policy outcomes. And what we don't want to see happen is people come to those things in good faith, they share their stories, and then other members or the department indeed then have a capacity to share that information. So that's the sort of rationale behind the use of confidentiality agreements as opposed to non-disclosure agreements. I might leave it there if you want to ask anything more specific.
That leads into my next question then, which is there a departmental policy, and if not a departmental one, then a whole of government policy on the appropriate use of NDAs and confidentiality agreements in government consultations? Is there an actual policy around that?
Do you know, Chief Counsel?
Bronwyn Morswick, Chief Counsel. Senator, I'm not aware of a whole of Commonwealth level policy. I just want to make it really clear the OPD that we responded to, we did not report non-disclosure agreements. We only reported the use of confidentiality arrangements in our consultation activities.
I'm possibly the one misspeaking then, because what it showed was that there was many more in this department than others.
We don't use non-disclosure agreements at all in our consultation activities.
Okay, so in relation...
But we may have non-disclosure clauses in commercial agreements that the Commonwealth enters into. They are part of the Commonwealth commercial contracting suite, so they would be things that all Commonwealth agencies using relevant clauses would pick up.
Yeah. So you said that you didn't think there was a whole of government policy in relation to confidentiality agreements and NDAs. Is that definitely the case, or is that something you need to take on notice?
We can confirm that on notice, Senator. We'll take that on notice.
Does the department have a policy on outlining when and
I'm not aware of a specific policy, but I will take that on notice as well. And if I can, I'll come back to you in this hearing.
Because I guess my question would be, I mean, I would have thought that if you had one, you'd know, because you'd be using it in your everyday work. So my question that follows is, if there isn't one, why not? And will any work be done to produce one so that there's some consistency?
Senator, we're happy to go away and have a look at it. Obviously, if we're using confidentiality agreements to enable us to have consultation on policy development particularly with disadvantaged people, that's a good thing, and we don't want to stop that. And so if we're using it to support that, then we need to find a way to make sure we can continue to do that. If it's that way, if it's for another reason and we can't hand on heart say that we're supporting good policy development, then it's an opportunity for us to have a look at that. But I would hope that the reason behind the use of them is to enable us to have frank conversations with our stakeholders around policy development. And certainly I've used that in other departments, and I think it's a really important way in which we can actually look people in the eye and say, this is what we're contemplating doing as a policy. What do you think about that?
Yep.
And often we need, because a lot of our work heads towards cabinet, we need a facility to be able to do that without that being kind of more broadly available.
I take your point. I guess we've heard from stakeholders and others that they have concerns about the extent to which people are being asked to sign confidentiality agreements. And our view is that they shouldn't be used unless it's strictly necessary and expressly justified in circumstances to avoid harm. And where they are used, they should be as least restrictive as possible, and the consequences of non-compliance is actually clearly explained and proportionate, which I guess is why I'm asking the questions. Surely you must have a policy, and if you don't, then I would suggest that there needs to be one so that that is clear for everyone.
Yeah, appreciate your point, and we'll have a look at it.
All right, thank you. And if you could take on notice whether you do or you don't, that'd be great.
Absolutely,
thank you.
Senator. I do feel like we have some guidance on this, either in the context of the templates that we produce for confidentiality agreements, and I looked into this last time, but I will go away, take another look, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you. That's all for corporate matters for me.
Portfolio. I'll come to the opposition now. Senator Askew.
Okay, thank you. Advertising. What is the current advertising budget of the department?
I might see if I can get... I have Ms Stewart to respond to that. When you say advertising, Senator, can I just confirm, are you talking about national campaigns, those sorts of things?
Generally,
yeah, okay,
yes.
great. So
not internal staff ads.
Yeah, right.
Like
so we have three live national campaigns: Stop It at Start Phase 5, the Consent campaign, and Volunteer Awareness campaign. And Ms Stewart can talk to the numbers associated with that for you.
So Marty Stewart, Branch Manager, Campaigns and Strategic Communication. Senator, the budget or expenditure for information advertising campaigns up until the 31st of December was $16,994,649.
Excellent. So can you give me the breakup for the 3 different campaigns?
Certainly. So the expenditure for Stop It at the Start, Phase 5, was $8,609,272. Expenditure for Consent Campaign was $7,023,548. And expenditure for the Volunteering Awareness Campaign was $1,361,829.
Sorry, can you repeat that amount, sorry?
$1,361,829.
Okay. So can you tell me when each of them starts? Obviously, Stop at the Start's an ongoing one, but Phase 5 you said, was it?
Yep, that's correct, Senator.
So when did that start and conclude in that?
Stop It at the Start Phase 5 started on the 17th of June 2024 and is due to continue until the 3rd of May 2025. Consent Campaign launched on the 26th of May 2024 and is due to continue until the 31st of May 2025. So the Volunteering Awareness Campaign launched on the 20th of October 2024 and is due to continue until the 30th of June.
Right. And so Volunteering Awareness, is that a new campaign?
It was a campaign that was launched on the 20th of October and it's to increase awareness and interest and consideration of volunteering opportunities among young people.
And is it advertising, what sort of forms of advertising is it being run in?
Just before you go into that, it is targeted at sort of young people between 15 to 18 years. The research that, in conjunction with our colleagues in one of the other policy areas, identified that there was a drop-off in prevalence of people volunteering, and so the research indicated that target audience for that should be 15 to 18-year-olds, and try to encourage, community service and those sorts of things. It's had reasonably good traction. I'll let Ms Stewart talk to that.
So, Senator, in terms of the campaign activities, we did developmental research and concept testing. We did creative development of creative assets and a website. We did stakeholder engagement activities, information for called and First Nations audiences, a media buy, can go into details about that, benchmark tracking and evaluation research. The creative assets included 3 15-second videos and a 15-second audio ad. The media buy composes of digital channels only, including digital video, which include YouTube Music and in-app gaming, social media, which included Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat and TikTok, digital audio, which included Spotify and podcasts, and a search and content partnership with Year 13, which is a website targeting students and young people looking for information about post-school pathway options.
Okay. So can you, for example, give me the price of what would it cost to develop, say, one of those 15-second videos, what the cost would be?
Yes, in terms of creative asset development, the budget was $370,657.
Per video or for all 3?
That was for all assets, including the website.
Most of the cost associated with our campaigns generally is in the media buy, and so where we host them. So development varies, but most of that cost is in our media buy.
Okay. So the success rate, how will you be measuring the success of the volunteering awareness campaign? Is there an evaluation built into the plan?
Yes, there is. Yeah. So in terms of how we're going, it's had really good traction. In terms of results, so at the 31st of January, we had the total number of website visitors was 211,000 since launch. The Seek Volunteer widget on the homepage of the website has received 3,413 applications from 2,399 applicants. The organic Facebook posts received a combined impressions of 4,146, 118 engagements and 60 post-link clicks. And videos posted on the social media have been viewed 1,363 times. As at the 31st...
How many was that? I missed that number.
Sorry, 1,363 times.
The videos have been viewed.
Yeah. As at 31st of January, the social media advertising continues to perform well, with 59,819,838 total impressions and 167,977 completed video views on Facebook, 105,000 completed views on TikTok, and 543,000 completed views on Snapchat. On digital video, we've achieved 3,907,925 impressions and 3,194,000 video completions, just demonstrating strong visibility across the target audience. For digital audio, we had a total of 235,000 impressions with a 99.2% completion rate, with a total of 233,473 audio completions. And the search campaign has generated a total of 354,952 impressions, 74,000 clicks. That's performing strongly with a click-through rate of 21%, exceeding the benchmark of 7%.
That's a lot of clicks. The only question I've got then for an evaluation, the purpose of the volunteering awareness campaign is to actually, I would assume, increase volunteering in the community. How will you evaluate that?
Yeah. Senator, it's actually to increase awareness, but in having that volunteer widget on the homepage, and it's been linked to applications from 2,399 applicants, so we are hopeful that will continue to rise, and that is one measure of how we'll evaluate the campaign's success.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much for all that. You've got lots of information. The consent one, I'll just touch on that briefly. The evaluation of the consent campaign, how is that going?
Yes, same thing, Senator. So we did developmental tracking, benchmark and evaluation research for the consent campaign.
I don't need all the stats on that, but if you've got them, I'd be interested if you could table them, but it's actually really interesting, the success rates.
So I've got the website stats, conversation guides that are on the website for parents to have conversations with their children on consent.
Yeah. 70%. We could provide that data on notice.
Yeah, I think that's probably worth it. It's interesting to see that, but they all sound like it's being successful. Just the timing of all of these, they're all sort of finishing up in the next few months. Is there a plan to continue them, or is it just to coincide with the end of the Parliament? How does it work with the plan?
So, Senator, heading into caretaker, we will seek bipartisan support for the Stop It at the Start and the consent campaigns. Stop It at the Start has traditionally received bipartisan support because of its importance and the profile that it has. In terms of Stop It at the Start Phase 6, we're hopeful to start work on that soon, and consent Phase 2, we're doing the back-end work now.
Okay. Thank you. It's interesting, but thanks for all that update. I might just look at research now as well. Just how many market research contracts has the department entered into since May 2022?
So, Senator, for campaign activity, in terms of market research, there was a total spend from up until the 31st of December for that financial year for market research of $305,859.
So can you break that down by contract, value of each contract and what was commissioned?
I can break it down for the campaigns, and I'll go to another table to... So Stop It at the Start campaign Phase 5, the market research was $150,023 for 24-25 as at 31st of December 24. For consent, market research was $78,123. Volunteering was $77,713. And for last financial year for market research, We had the Carer Gateway campaign, a total spend of $108,000. Consent campaign, $530,000. Stop It at the Start Phase 4, $24,000. Stop It at the Start Phase 5, $795,000. And the volunteering campaign, $228,000, for a total for 23-24 on market research for campaigns of $1,684,996.
Okay, thank you, that's good. Just on media monitoring, which is another aspect of all of this, how many departmental staff are allocated to support media monitoring?
Do you have that? No. Senator, I might take the exact number on notice. We have a media monitoring service that I think it's STEAM that we use as a media monitoring service, and we have a number of people on call who deal with media. We have people in the staff who deal with media and people on call who deal with media questions. I might take the actual number on notice, if I may.
Staff. So which media monitoring services are being used and what's the cost?
It's Stream is the media monitoring service that we use, and we have a subscription to AFR and a few of the media outlets who don't use Stream, and I can come back to you on cost of that if you like.
Can you come back to us tonight, or is it something?
Yeah, I should be able to get that quite quickly. I'll just someone will be listening.
And so on that, does the department provide any of the ministers' offices with media subscriptions, like the Australian or that? Or no?
Our offer to the minister's office, and someone would correct me if there's anything else, but our offer to the minister's office is through our Stream media monitoring.
So are you able to provide us what is provided to the offices and what the cost would be with each of those?
Happy to take that on notice. Senator.
Okay, I think that's all for that one. Did you want to do another? Okay, yeah. I think that'll do us, and that we'll
so just
put some more on
for whole portfolio and corporate matters. We're happy to move on. Yep. Okay. So in that case, officers who are here just for whole of portfolio and corporate matters are welcome to leave, as in the building, and we will call officials from outcome to families and communities. In this section, we will also be hearing from the Australian Institute of Family Studies and the Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commission. It is not compulsory, but it is usually our practice if we call one of these agencies to try to deal with all questions for them at once and rotate the call around so that they can depart. So if I can ask senators for their consideration of that. But we will go to Senator Allman-Payne first.
Sorry, I'm just letting my other colleagues know that we're on to it.
But did you have questions, Cindy?
I do.
Okay.
I'll just finish this. Okay. So I want to draw the Department of Government's attention to the recommendations from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights inquiry into compulsory income management. When can we expect a response to that inquiry report?
Thanks very much for your question, Senator. Letitia Hope, Deputy Secretary, Families and Communities. Firstly, can I join my acknowledgement with that has been provided in the past today? And I'll ask Mr Burford to respond to your question. Thanks, Senator.
Might just ask Mr Bonham to come on with the precise date. Sorry, Patrick Burford, Group Manager of Communities. Good evening, Senator. Thanks for the question. We've been working on providing advice to government in preparation for the response to that inquiry, and I'll just try to get some, if we've got any further details on timing of that from my colleague.
Patrick Bonham, Branch Manager of Income Management Policy and Data. The response is currently with the government for a response.
All right, so the advice has been provided and it now sits with the government. All right, in that case I'm going to move to the Minister. Minister, other parties have made no secret that they're looking to lock in and expand compulsory income management. Is the government considering any legislative reform to head this off? Can you answer that?
So it's with us. I'll see if there's anything further. I'm not aware of any further plans, but I can and try and see if I can get some more information for you, Senator.
All right, I guess the reason I asked the question is because the government went to the election saying that it was going to end compulsory income management. Based on the reforms that we have to date, it's been replaced with something with less safeguards, and there's a concern that if we leave it open to coalition-led government the way the legislation currently exists, it's actually able to be expanded. So very interested to know if the government is concerned about the possibility of that happening, and given that this is potentially the last opportunity to make sure that safeguards are put in place.
Well, we are determined to make sure that Peter Dutton isn't successful at the election. That would be my first point. We believe we have delivered on our commitment to abolish the cashless debit card and make it voluntary in communities. You know, we're also doing, I think, Minister Richworth and others have been doing an enormous amount of work in this area since they took the portfolio, and I'm very confident. You know, we can't, I'm not sure there's a lot we can do to stop an opposition doing what they have threatened to do, if you know what I mean.
Well, I guess
we've put in place the arrangements that the government is satisfied with. It's really a matter for the opposition if they continue to threaten to abolish the reforms that we've put in.
There's a number of recommendations in that human rights report, and the department's just told us that they've provided advice to government in relation to those. Does the government have any intention on acting those in this term of government?
Well, I can't, as I said, I can't speak about what brief has been provided to the Minister. I'm not aware of that, but the department has provided that information. You know, again, I think we have demonstrated in the last couple of years what our view on this has been, how we'd like to work individually with communities, working in partnership, particularly with First Nations people, to respond to their priorities. If there's anything further I can make about the recommendations that gone and at what stage they're at, I'll see if we can provide some information to you.
The department has, I think, recently completed extensive consultation with community, and so we can. I think that process has only recently concluded in December. You're told.
27.
That's right. So, Senator, to add to the Secretary's point there, we've spoke to about 4,500 people in the Northern Territory, over 250 stakeholders. One of the enduring messages in that consultation in terms of the future of income management is the ensuring that care and a measured approach is taken for reforms, in particular people that might choose to come off if that's where the reform goes, or to move to voluntary. People, as you would know, have been on income management in some form since 2008. So it's critical, is the critical message from a lot of the communities we've spoken to and individuals, is that a very careful measured approach is needed. And we are in the process of synthesising the significant consultation information and submissions that were made on our DSS Engage site from a range of stakeholders to form advice not only about what options there are for the future of income management, but also the transitional arrangements that would be required. So that advice is being finalised to be provided.
To government
Not yet,
for them to consider, Senator. And it is a critical input which government would be expecting to be able to see and act on. So that's in our court.
Okay. Will the results of those consultations be made public?
I think that'll be a decision for government, Senator, in terms of what gets released publicly. The submissions are public submissions, so they were made on, they were available to be seen, I believe, and and so further details and the synthesis. I can share. There's quite a bit of. There's quite a few people that still enjoy having income management as a tool to help manage the money. Plenty of people saying they would like to come off. one of the very consistent messages is about the transitional supports, because we're not simply being binary in our question, do you want it or not? It's about how has it helped you in your community? What are the impacts?
Yes.
Good or bad?
I don't think the question is around income management. The question is around compulsory income management. And the Human Rights Report was very clear that it should be voluntary, not compulsory.
Yep.
And I guess the concern, Minister, that I'm putting to you is that the way the legislation has been changed, it actually doesn't have as many safeguards and guardrails as one would have anticipated it needed to ensure that compulsory income management is not imposed on more communities. And we have heard very clearly in this term of government that there are other parties who want to do that.
I agree.
And this is the last opportunity that the government has before an election to address that.
Yeah, there's some recommendations that are currently with the Minister for her consideration. Beyond that, I can't provide the committee with any other information other than, you know, we've been clear on what our commitment is, and we are determined to make sure that income management and other programs to support First Nations communities are responded to and worked in genuine partnership with those communities, and that it is voluntary. I mean, Mr Dutton and his team are responsible for their own policies, which of course we oppose.
I guess the Greens would urge the government, you are in government right now, there's a potential to close this loophole before an election. We'd encourage you to do so. That's all.
We also plan on winning the election. So
we don't have a crystal ball. We'd really like you to fix it now. Thank you.
Senator, I think, so the Greens still have a block of time, and I understand Senator Waters had some questions for whole of portfolio that she may have missed. I'm happy to go to the opposition, but I just will just check that the officials that she was seeking are still here, and they're relating to staff surveys and bullying, workplace culture at DSS. Oh, you don't need to come up now, but you'll still be here after the dinner break. Yep. Okay, thank you. So in that case, I'm happy to go to the opposition, and we'll come back to the Greens. I just wanted to check that for Senator Waters. Thank you, Senator Little, and then I'll come to Senator Pratt, and that should see us to the break. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about the cashless debit card. Right officials at table? Great. Okay. The data that's available on your website, which shows income management, enhanced income management participation, it's dated the 2nd of August. How often do you update that data normally?
Senator, the data is updated monthly. The last data on data.gov will be end of December 2024, so I'll have to check if and why our website hasn't got the same reference data, but certainly, the data.gov will have the data up to the end of December 2024. I'm happy also to provide some of the high-level statistics if you'd like, Senator.
We'll go through those, but if you can find if there's a more recent one. I'm wanting to ask about how many people are on income management in those communities that were CDC communities. Are you able to provide that for Ceduna, East Kimberley, Bundaberg, Hervey Bay and the Goldfields?
Yes.
As of, I would assume you've got January 2025?
No, it'll be the end of December would be their latest data on that. So we try to align our holdings here at the table to what's also in the public arena. So, I think we may even, I'll check with Mr Bone, and we may have a hard copy we're happy to table of the data.gov, even though that's accessible, but just to make it easy, we can do that.
If you can just give me for those 4 places, thank you. East Kimberley?
Yep, certainly. So for East Kimberley, again, so for everything I'll say now, it will be at the end of the December, Senator. East Kimberley, there's 53 participants on income management or enhanced income management. In the Goldfields, it's 32. Bundaberg and Hervey Bay, it's 12. Ceduna and surrounds, it's 14. Sorry, that was enhanced income No, that is the correct total. I'm sorry, Senator, that is the correct total for across both programs. Yep.
Okay, so given that works out to be, if I look at the August data and then I compare December, there's barely a shift in the numbers. Can I ask, given the amount of service delivery that exists in those communities, have you got any indication of the actual cost of the service delivery cost of those people on income management?
We wouldn't have the service delivery cost broken down to a unit, so right. But we'd be able to, I think, take on notice the total cost of the actual service delivery. Most of those costs are borne through Services Australia, who manage not only the frontline service delivery, but also the contracts with the back of house financial service offering.
But do you know, okay, you've got the numbers on income management.
Yep.
And you've got the numbers on enhanced income management. Do you know the numbers that are actually on some form of income support payment in those same communities, right, that coincide with those dates?
On any form of income support through, we would have to take that on notice. I think we can do that sort of linkage to those data sets.
Is there any time you can? Is there any chance of just dialing it up?
You're after the numbers of the proportional rate of people on income management or enhanced income management who are on income support in that area.
No, I've already got that. I want to know the number of people that are on some sort of income support payment from the government in those communities.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take
because not everybody in those communities is on.
Yes, that's correct.
Income support, right? If you can provide that for me, that would be great. And if you can do it before the end of the session, that would be even better, if that's at all possible. If you can just dial it up like this one.
It's unlikely, Senator.
Yeah. Right, okay, I'll grab those then. So I'm just interested in knowing whether then the cost, you know, there were a whole heap of services that were put in to these sites. Is the cost of those services reducing or increasing?
I just need to be clear on the definition of services. These are support services that aren't necessarily about the administration of the card or the program.
That's right.
They are supports that live in the community.
They are the services that deal with the consequences of the removal of the cashless debit card in those communities. So let me give you an example of what I'm after. In Ceduna, in a town of less than 3,000 people, the Minister has advised there are 21 services receiving funds since the CDC was removed. When I say 3,000 people, that's not 3,000 people who are on some form of income management. That's everyone in that region. I'm interested to understand what those, say if you just pick Ceduna, how much money is going into Ceduna for the purpose of responding to issues as a consequence of the cashless debit card removal. And then whether that's increased or decreased since 2022. What evidence do you use to present that confirm that funding has made any improvement in the lives of those people previously on the card? What evidence do you use that gives you an indication that you're making any difference?
Senator, just to kind of, it might be my not understanding your question, but in those communities like Ceduna, we would typically fund an array of social services. We would grant fund those, so that would be a fixed amount to service that community. And so that amount's going to be, give or take indexation arrangements in grants, is going to be consistent. So it's not demand driven, if you like. It'll be a consistent service offer for that community, and presumably for everyone in that community, albeit with it might have a focus on people who have a mental health problem or the like. So it won't be immediately evident, I don't think, to be able to say, well, is the cost of that going up? It's not. It'll be relatively constant, I think.
Okay.
So a good example, sorry, Senator, just to be clear, a good example, I think, of what the Secretary is explaining is there was some support funding provided, I think it was in Ceduna, around helping people transition off the card. That actually is translated to people getting support to actually interact with Services Australia on a range of matters, not just income management participants or people transitioning off income management. It's created almost like a community liaison effect within that community. So it's much broader than... the intent of it was to help people move and work their way through that system with Services Australia. The consequence is a much more broader service within the community. And it's the same with some of the youth services that are in place, etc. But please finish your question so we can try and assist.
I'm just trying to understand what data you rely on to get any indication whether your actions have actually improved the lives of people there or not.
Yep. Thanks, Senator, and I'll ask Mr Van der Steen to share a little bit more about some of the data we're capturing. I just want to confirm, in terms of the spend, as the Secretary said, these are grant-based spends that, by their nature, respond to the priorities and the particular programs. In Sejuna, just to step that through, in 22-23, we spent $6.49 million. And in 23-24, that went up to 12.16, not necessarily driven by any demand changes, but the nature of the grant being issued, including some capital infrastructure projects that have been put forward by communities.
You're talking Yadu Health for the health service that hasn't even been built yet?
No, not Yadu Health, a arts centre in Sejuna, and also rocket launch facility at Kunaba, sorry. Yep. Yep. Okay. And so these have employment outcomes, and we could probably take on notice the employment outcomes anticipated for those projects. But I might just ask Ms Van der Steen to step through about the nature of the data, because context for these programs is we have a combination of existing support services that have been continued. We have, as Ms Hope mentioned, local partner positions that help people interact with Services Australia. We have a brokerage funding that goes to a backbone organisations to help identify priorities. So again, the nature of that from a trend line is quite lumpy, because it is about particular grants with purpose. But I might just ask Ms Van der Steen to share a bit about the sort of data we're capturing.
Certainly. Kirsty Van der Steen, Branch Manager, Income Management, Engagement and Support Services. So we're continuously monitoring and measuring service delivery outcomes from funded service providers, and as Mr Burford has mentioned, there's a range of methodologies we use to do that. So through DSS's data exchange system, services obviously regularly report on their activities and the individuals accessing their services. They're also required to submit activity work plans that outline how they're tracking against KPIs in their grant agreements, and provide case studies that demonstrate the outcomes that they're achieving for clients and community. And this data collection is also supplemented by regular engagement from our policy teams and our funding agreement managers with service providers on the ground to talk through how services are going and what impacts and outcomes that they're seeing. As Mr Burford mentioned, in our infrastructure grants programs, they're designed to improve employment and economic development outcomes in communities. So we are tracking employment outcomes that are realised through the construction phase of these projects, and then once the buildings or the infrastructure is completed, we'll be tracking the economic outcomes and employment outcomes as those go forward. For the community-led support fund projects that are identified and funded through the brokerage organisations, the application form asks all of our applicants to detail the outcomes they're expecting to achieve and key KPIs that they're expecting to meet in the delivery of their program. And so service providers submit these activity work plans to the brokerage organisation, who then passes on that information to the department to monitor how those projects are going. In addition to that, we've also commenced some preparatory work in consultation with our brokerage organisations to design an evaluation framework to measure the outcomes for communities and individuals through the brokerage fund. As you'll appreciate, there's a lot of complexity in that space, noting the wide variety of projects that we fund and the wide range of expected outcomes. And we also need to be able to understand what data and information organisations are collecting on the ground to make sure that we're designing a fit-for-purpose evaluation that's not going to ask too much of community organisations.
I'm interested in your references to brokerage because, as we saw in Central Australia, people thought it was a great idea to put an ice skating rink there in the middle of summer and that would somehow improve people's safety. I want to go to something I hear quite often when I'm actually in those towns from people, is they say things like, and I'll give you a couple of quotes, what has happened here is they've built dependence because of the number of services. So people can come to town, they get fed, their clothes get washed, they can have a shower and a free accommodation, they can go and eat breakfast for free, they can go and eat lunch for free, and when they feel like it and they've had a gutful, somebody will bust them home for free. Now, that's not necessarily your program, that's another government's program, but what would you say to the risk of building dependence on these people who basically just hang around in town with nowhere really to live other than the programs that provide a lifestyle for them? These aren't my words, these are what people tell me.
Yeah. And there's a reality of the affordability of having a full range of services that's available in a hub in every single community as well. And so I do appreciate, I've had 3 years in the Kimberley, and again, a lot of those communities rely on the major town centres to be an important provider for a range of services. And so likewise, I wouldn't categorise everything as just something that's a quick hit and then back to community. There are some really important programs that communities will benefit from there. There's also quite significant investment in place as well in those communities, not just in the main centres like Ceduna or Kununurra. And so we have looked at trying to find a balance of what services are needed in place, what services are best delivered from a hub. And so I certainly acknowledge some of that feedback, and I've also heard that, but I've also heard a desire to make sure people do have access to services that they otherwise wouldn't in their home communities. So there's multiple views on decent access to a range of services, from health to social to education to employment readiness.
I want to go back to brokerage because
Sure.
I'm always talking in this place about where's the program evaluation, where's the reporting, where's the clinical pedagogy attached to really critical things. And I want to give you an example.
Yeah.
So do you fund at all the Aboriginal Gambling Help Service in Ceduna?
Might have
It's hard to know who funds it, but I'm assuming it might be you guys, given that, it sounds like it was something that was put in place post the cashless debit card, given the cashless debit card was put in there to reduce people being addicted to gambling and the implications of that for dependent people.
I'm not 100. I'll have to double check, Senator. I do know that in another area of my group funds the financial counselling services, including dedicated financial counselling services for gambling issues. But I'm not sure if that's what you've mentioned sounds like it. I can check before the end of the night whether that's indeed one of the ones we fund. I do know South Australia's structure has the Commissioner for Gambling and Alcohol wrapped in the same role. So at the first blush, it may be a South Australian product, but I could check.
I think it's a South Australian service from South Australian Government, Senator, just with Google helping me here. But we'll confirm that during the course of...
I would appreciate that, because that service, and it's not unheard of that there are other services around the country where when people get into the Aboriginal service delivery space, they get lost in this whole idea about culture, right? This service talks about taking people out on fishing trips, cultural camps, barbecues. I want to know that there's actually some clinical supervision and pedagogy that's actually attached to a program.
Appreciate that, Senator. We'll check. I don't think
if
it's
you
our program,
can tell
so
me
we'll
that
check.
all of the programs that you fund under the cashless debit card interventions that are for addiction actually have some kind of credible, professional requirement attached to their programs, not just cultural camps and, re-arning circles.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can certainly take that on notice and see what we can
So if you can tell me if all of them have a clinical pedagogy attached to them, that is actually about responding to addiction.
Yes.
Senator, you're asking us to answer a question about a program which we don't think is Commonwealth funded. But to your general point about all the range of social services that we fund in most communities, and particularly in disadvantaged communities like Ceduna, we have a program where we look at those programs over a period of time and work out whether they're effective or not. And so putting aside for 1 second income management and the obviously contested views about that, it is a good thing to have social services provided to a community to support people who are more likely to be disadvantaged. It's a good thing to do that. Your point about the efficacy of those programs is 100% right. And in our programs, we do have a mechanism to evaluate those to make sure that they are doing good.
Senator,
my question is not the efficacy and whether there is some benefit of that, but also you have communities here who also get considerable income from other interests that are available to them through the Native Title Act.
Sure.
So we're talking about government funding of priorities.
Sure.
Senator, we're due to rotate now. So Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. I note that the Northern Territory Government has recently called on the Commonwealth to accept referrals to the income management program for people where there might be concerns for their children on the basis of neglect. Can I ask how many referrals the Northern Territory Government's actually made to the Commonwealth for that purpose?
Do you have a time frame on that, Senator? I think the answer is 0. I'm pretty confident the answer is 0 to what date of effect?
So the most recent referrals from the Northern Territory, Senator, there's 2 measures by which the Northern Territory can make referrals to the program. One's called the Supporting People at Risk measure, which relates to the banned drinkers register the Northern Territory Government maintains. The last time there was a referral under that measure was 6th of June 2023. And the most recent participant in the second measure, which is around a child protection measure, was 16th of August 2023.
2023. And what's going on in other states? I remember when we looked at the repeal of the card, we went through the issue of the referrals based from child protection agencies could still occur, and that was better in terms of actually identifying families that needed active support rather than just a catch-all for people who don't need it. So are states now, which states are now are using the measure?
Senator, the states that are actively using the measure are Western Australia and South Australia. In fact, Western Australia made a referral, I think, as recently as this week. In 2024, it's not significant numbers. I'll be clear, though. Senator,
I know.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think I've got the old data, and I think, in fact, the introduction of making it compulsory within a region actually undermined that relationship of that referral. So I think it's an important conversation to have with the states about when it's appropriate.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. We have 5 minutes left if anyone wants to take that. Senator Shoebridge is asking.
I'm on redress, a small block on redress. But then I can go. Do you mind? Okay. Do you mind, Chair?
But we do break on time in this committee, Senator.
Well, thanks, Chair, and I really thank the committee. Secretary and probably Ms Hope. The department drafted and sent 2 letters, one to the ABC and one to the Monthly, regarding redress payment survivors when a story was published that involved, amongst others, Cardinal George Pell, who agreed to sending those 2 letters. Was it signed off by the Secretary or yourself as Deputy Secretary?
I think Mr Hetherington's going to come to the table, Senator.
Senator, while Mr Hetherington comes to the table, it's Bronwyn Warswick, Chief Counsel. I signed those letters.
All right. Was it on instructions from the Secretary?
It was on instructions from the department officials who are responsible for administration of the scheme.
Did you consider the impact of letters to media organisations that were sharing deeply personal information about survivors of abuse? Did you consider the impact on survivors of abuse about threatening letters coming from the scheme?
Senator, I don't agree that the letters were threatening, but can I say that the letter is part of a standardised range of responses that the department follows whenever it's asked for or whether it observes publication of protected information as defined by the National Redress Scheme legislation.
Will you provide the committee with the letters that you sent each to the ABC and the monthly?
Yes, Senator. Happy to table them right now if you'd like. Would you like me to read them out to you?
No, I'd like you to table them if possible.
Okay.
Are you aware of the fact that the monthly was contacted by a News Corp media outlet regarding the letter that was sent from yourself before they were aware of it having been received? Are you aware of those concerns?
No, Senator.
Do you know how that could have happened?
No, Senator.
Secretary, can you explain how the...
Sorry, Senator, you're, just to understand your question, you're saying that the monthly was contacted by News Corp prior to being aware they'd received a letter?
Correct, and it's my understanding then on having inquiries made of them, they did a thorough search, including of unmonitored emails, and discovered it had been sent, which was consistent with the inquiry from News Corp. Secretary, can you understand how that might have happened?
Senator, can I jump in? Pat Hetherington, Chief Operating Officer. In advance of sending those letters, I understand the team did a pretty extensive search on the monthly's website about where to dispatch legal correspondence, and where it was sent to was where the website indicated it should be sent to.
But how did the Australian find out about it before the monthly became aware of it?
We'll just let Ms Warswick answer if she's seeking to clarify, and then you can come to second.
Just to further clarify Mr Hetherington's response, Senator, the monthly website has two email addresses, one for subscriptions and one for all editorial inquiries. We checked those, and that's where we sent the letter. We write these letters to media organisations whenever we detect protected information from the scheme being published. We use internet, Google and other methods to identify the most appropriate address to write to.
But how did a News Corp publication find out about it before the monthly? Can you explain that?
Senator, that's a question for us, Senator.
Yeah. I don't know how they can.
I don't think we can explain that, Senator. I mean, that's...
There was one question I'll ask you to clarify. Was there any contact made between any member of your department, Secretary, and any other media outlet apart from the monthly and the ABC regarding this matter?
The only contact between ourselves and News Limited would have been, and possibly through the Minister's office, would have been in response to a media inquiry related to redress from News Corp. But we didn't. If you're asking, did the department furnish information to News Corp in relation to protected information, is that what you're concerned about?
Well, that could be one avenue.
Well, that's this whole thing's arisen because we're trying to protect information consistent with our responsibilities under the scheme.
Perhaps you could, unless you have the answer now, perhaps you can provide on notice who, by way of position rather than name, in the department was aware of this fact.
Which fact, sorry, Senator?
The communication to the monthly and the ABC on the day it was sent, and who outside of the department was briefed or informed of it. Would you be able to provide that on notice, Secretary?
We're happy to provide that.
I'm certainly happy to provide that on notice. I mean, We have a list of people who had access to those letters, and we can tell you where that information was furnished. That's no problem at all. If the inference is that the department furnished the media with those letters,
you're filling in gaps. All I have is a large information gap that communication went to the monthly. They weren't aware of it. It was brought to their attention by the Australian. So obviously the Australian became aware of it before the monthly. That's the information gap that I'm hoping you might try and close for us, Secretary.
I'm not sure it's a gap that we can close. I mean,
Senator, we also wrote to the Sydney Morning Herald, and we also wrote to The Age and to The Guardian in similar terms, because they each also reported material that we assessed as likely to contain protected information under the scheme on the same day.
Well, could you also provide those communications?
Yes, it's all the same letter, Senator.
And if you could provide the time-stamped emails, I'm assuming they were sent by email, the time-stamped emails that shows when those communications were made.
Happy to provide that, Senator.
And I think you've tabled some now, is that right?
Well, I can table them all now for you, Senator.
That would be appreciated, thanks. And I note the time, and thanks for the committee's indulgence.
Don't like being 1 minute over, but the committee will now suspend for 1 hour. We'll see you at 7:01. We will now resume, and I understand we have Senator Waters joining by teleconference. Senator Waters, are you there?
Hi, I'm here. I can see you all, but I'm not sure if I'm working.
You're verbally working, but not visually. Oh, visual over there? Okay, so you're visual to some and not others. That's fine.
Hopefully that's okay.
That's just fine. You've got about 15.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate your patience being with me being remote. Can I start off, please? Thank you to the whole of portfolio folk who stayed so I could ask some questions about your staff survey. I'm interested, as I've asked of other departments routinely in the past, what were the results from your last staff survey, please?
Oh, there she is.
Senator, you may not be able to see, but officers are coming to the table.
Oh, great. Thank you.
And Senator Pat Hetherington, Chief Operating Officer, I can't see you unless I look directly to my right. So if you see me doing that, that's what I'm doing. So in terms of our last staff survey, I think we were pretty happy with the results in the last census. Some of the areas where we think we've done reasonably well, engagement continues to be quite high, higher than the APS average by a little bit. Communication improvements for us in communication, and there have been sustained improvements in communication. Our wellbeing score, I think we're particularly happy with. Our people tell us that they feel that we care for them, that our policies, procedures, practices support their wellbeing. And we're slightly above the APS average on that. Having said all of that, still a few areas for improvement, and one that's been a bit sticky for us in particular is around innovation and making sure that we're supporting people to generate new ideas and implement those ideas and ensuring that we're properly empowering our people. It's probably the one that sticks out for me the most.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. Would you mind providing a little bit more detail on notice for me, please, particularly in relation to the wellbeing parameter? I appreciate that. I'm interested in what you're doing to address bullying and harassment in the workplace.
Yeah, no problem at all. So, I mean, I think we've had this conversation before, Senator, in this estimates hearing. We have, following our enterprise agreement, we have gone through the process of redoing all of our internal policies. That includes bullying and harassment, and includes a separate policy around sexual harassment, in particular focusing on the positive onus that we have as a workplace to intervene, to act early. We are working with training managers in particular in how to do that safely. And I think I've mentioned this before, but we have a series of mandatory training courses that we have very high completion rates on, that cover off on APS code of conduct, values, impartiality, bullying and harassment, all of those sorts of things. And as I said, they continue to be, the completion rates of those continue to be very high. In addition to that, we have a pretty robust process for reporting bullying and harassment. You can see, and I can provide this on notice, but you'll see in our census around that wellbeing piece that we've had some improvements in people willing to report where they think they've experienced bullying and harassment, which gives, I don't want to say it's the job's finished, but it gives us some confidence that the processes we have in place, people are willing to engage in those, and it gives us an opportunity then to investigate and treat those things where we need to.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to a bit more detail on notice, particularly about the rates of increase of using those processes, and also what level of employees are required to do that training, whether it's an everybody thing or just a senior manager thing.
Our mandatory training, Senator, is for everybody. So every public servant has to do that in DSS.
Great. That's good news. How's your staff turnover rates going?
We have seen, and this is a bit from memory, so I'll give you some roundabout figures. We've seen a reduction in separation rates over the last few years. I think we were as high as 22 or 23% separation. And from memory, we're somewhere at about 15.9% separation now. Again,
how does that compare to APS average?
I don't have that data on me. Do you have that, Mr. Tolani?
Oh, that's fine. On notice will do.
Sure.
Thank you. And apologies, I'm cutting you short. I've just got a lot of questions in just a brief period of time. Do you have any policies or quotas even for hiring diverse staff into leadership positions?
So the basis of our diversity targets, if you will, stem from the APS-wide strategy. So we've obviously got implementation plans around the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce strategy, the disability strategy, the new cold strategy and the gender strategy. And so the targets that we set for ourselves are in line with the targets of those broader strategies, and they're all available on the Public Service Commission's website.
Okay, great. I'll go look them up. And do you track whether you're meeting those targets?
We do. I can give you a very, and again, I'm happy to put some of this on notice, if you will, if you'd like. But in terms of diversity, and I'll talk broadly, not specific about leadership roles, but Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, 4.5% of our workforce, disability 6.5%. I should have said APS average is 3.4% for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Disability 6.5%. That's based on our HR records. Through Census, we know that that number's actually higher. That compares against 5.4% across the APS. Non-English speaking backgrounds, so that cold is an area where we know we've got to do more work, and we're just looking at our action plan for implementation of the cold strategy now. Again, this comes from our HR systems, and people don't necessarily disclose. Our systems tell us it's only at 5.8%. I don't think that number's an accurate reflection of our workforce makeup, but in any case, we've got work to do to improve that. Yeah, so we're 72.3% female, 27.7% male. Yep.
Okay, well, just on notice then for me, please, could you give me those figures? You mentioned you could break them down into senior positions. That's always very telling.
I'll do my best.
Sorry, thanks for that. And lastly, given the sensitive work that you do you have a process for identifying activities that your workers might do outside of work that might present a conflict of interest? And if so, what is that process?
Yeah, we do. We have a conflict of interest policy, which again, if you like, I can make available to you and you can have a look at that.
That'd be great.
The first thing is clearly transparency. We encourage everybody to declare conflicts so that we might be able to manage those. The sorts of things you see commonly in our workplace are people might have a role with a community sector organisation on a board or in a position. And so we disclose all SES officers have to do an annual declaration of interest to the Secretary and outline how they'll manage those interests. So that might include, a staff member who's involved in assessing grants would excuse themselves for any grants that they had an association with. But I can provide you our policy on that, and if you've got follow-up questions, I'm happy to take those.
That would be great. Thank you very much, Mr Hetherington. I appreciate your time there. Can I move now, please, to National Partnership Agreement funding? We've seen a range of new national partnerships announced. I think South Australia was the most recent one. It feels like they're being announced in a bit of a piecemeal fashion. Is that just because you don't have agreements with all of the state jurisdictions yet? And more importantly, is there going to be a total funding commitment with a breakdown and requirements for expenditure in one spot for transparency and accountability purposes?
Thank you, Senator. Anna Lutz, Group Manager, Ending Gender-Based Violence. Senator, the National Partnership Agreement is executed when individual state signs, which is why they are being released individually. So, and then the funding for each state is confirmed once they sign.
Yes, I understand that. My question was, are you going to have an aggregate figure so we can work out what the national amount is?
Yes. So once they're all signed, we publish the renewed schedule alongside where the current ones are published. We can provide the link. Which will provide a breakdown for each state in each of their agreements, the funding breakdown for that state.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. I appreciate that. I have found it a bit hard in the past to decipher where the money goes. I have no doubt that there's good intentions, but it's quite hard to work out once the money comes from the Commonwealth and goes through the states pursuant to that National Partnership Agreement. Where's the transparency of when it then gets on distributed by the state? I know that's up to them, but how do you know what they're spending it on, and how can the public know what that's being spent on, and in particular, what proportion of it is going to frontline services?
Senator, the renewed National Partnership Agreement schedule that is currently being finalised is all going to frontline services. That's part of the scope. It's the scope of services for each state is decided by that state and territory based on the parameters. And there were 3 priority areas which I think we provided last time at estimates what those were. What will happen is the states will do a project plan, which we also talked about last time, and then the milestones are based on progress reports. We can't provide the detail of the renewed MPA at this stage, but what I can confirm is that the renewed National Partnership Agreement includes publishing more regular updates on what all states are doing.
Okay, that's great, because what I want to know is, how does one track whether the states are spending it and what they're spending it on? Is that through those progress reports that you mentioned?
That's right, Senator, and part of this renewed National Partnership Agreement is to increase the transparency.
Yes. Okay, so they'll be publicly available, will they, the progress reports?
There'll be progress reporting publicly available, yes.
Yeah, okay. When, how regularly is that? Quarterly or?
Senator Tim Crozier, Branch Manager. They will be biannual, twice per year.
Okay, great. Now, so what I want to deduce is how much is going to the front line. You've said all of it, that's good. How much is going to sexual violence services?
Senator, we don't have a figure for the proportion that's going to sexual violence services.
Oh, how come?
We would need to take that on notice. We would need to also ask permission from the states and territories around that. To share that information. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't need to ask them permission to tell you, though, just to tell me. Is that right?
That's
good.
Correct. That's correct.
Well, please, thank you for doing that on my behalf. I'd also like to know how much is going to trauma and recovery services, given that's one of the new limbs, which is very welcome. So if you could take that on notice as well. Now, I know there's a mandatory contribution to the national plan partners. Does that get taken out of the pot when you give it to the states in the National Partnership Agreement, or do they have to then siphon some of it back to you? I'm sorry if that's not making sense. I'm trying to work out if the full amount of money under the National Partnership Agreement can go to frontline services, or if there are other bits that get deducted, including for contributions to those very useful national plan partners.
Senator, the funding for national plan partners is separate.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Thank you. Could you, on notice if needed, can you give me a total breakdown of funding for each jurisdiction? Both what you're giving them and then what you know so far of what they're spending it on based on the progress reports that you've got to date, or whatever mechanism you had prior to these new progress reports under the new schedule.
Senator, can I just clarify, you're asking for the detail of the current National Partnership Agreements broken down by state in terms of funding?
Yeah, I'm just basically trying to work out where the money's going. So the current one, whatever's current at the moment, that would be really useful. Or if you've just signed a new one but it hasn't taken effect, but you have in fact signed it, the new one would be useful. Thank you. And I'd just like to know, how do you, who's the body, or how do you, as the Commonwealth, hold the states and territories accountable for implementing the activities that you fund under those national partnership agreements? What are the accountability mechanisms?
Senator, it is through the progress reports. So the states and territories are to provide us through the progress reports for the different schedules under the National Partnership Agreement, and the funding is tied to the delivery of those progress reports. Okay,
right. And now that, I think, originally was going to be the responsibility of the Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Commissioner at the outset of her role, but I don't think that is in fact in her remit. So that's with you, the department, through those progress reports.
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And how do you track progress on the national plan outcomes? How do you measure success or otherwise?
Senator, there's quite a detailed outcomes framework, as you're aware, and 6 national targets and a performance measurement plan that details the collective data effort across the Commonwealth and states and territories, as well as the activities addendum that's published annually, which looks at the activities underway, and then the outcomes and performance measurement plan looks at the data needed to measure, including the targets and 34 sub-targets.
Sub-targets.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'll take a closer look at those. Just in relation to measuring targets, we've had a long conversation, as you probably recall, about measuring unmet need on the front line. And I had a brief exchange with the AIHW, who said that, in fact, their prototype is now further delayed until, from memory, next April. That's the one where you can work out how you'll work out unmet need. Unfortunately, we still haven't begun the task of actually working out unmet need. But what they said that the department was the reason for the delay. Can you just explain to me why?
Senator, I'm aware of those questions. We are working in partnership with IHW as the data experts. I might just build on what they said to clarify what's being done right now and the timeframes. We also, I think, took on notice to provide you with some extra information at last estimates, which confirmed the development around a prototype is on track for June 2026, which is consistent with what I think AHW talked about. Substantial progress has been made. I can't quite recall if I said this to you last estimates about the complexity of being able to agree the standard national data set given the differences with states and territories. As AHW updated you, they have made significant progress on agreeing a standard set of data. They're testing that data set to make sure that it can then come together and measure at a national level. The prototype work was to test all of that and see how you'd measure. The complexity for this is also making sure we manage the data collection in a way that complements what frontline service providers are doing and does not add to the burden, yes. And that's why it's complex. And I think also the complexity of states and territories being at different stages and using different processes for data. So this project is really looking at how do we develop a national information minimum data set, I would call it. And that was what they were referencing when you asked them. But as far as I'm aware, and they're piloting how we do that initially before we then continue to expand that. I might just check if Mr Crosey's got anything to add, Senator.
Nothing.
Senator, we are due to rotate, so I can put you on the list to come back for another block.
Oh, I've just got 2 more quick ones. Could I squeeze them in, Chair, and then I won't bother you anymore tonight?
Are you happy with that, Senator? I'm due to come to you next.
Yes, so long as it doesn't eat into our time.
That's fine.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for your indulgence. So I won't take that extra information just at the minute from the other officer. If you could provide that on notice for me, please. I'd like to know, when you take out NJAP and LVP, how much is new funding under the national plan since 2022?
New funding since 2022, removing the Justice Partnership and and LVP.
Or EVP, whichever acronym it's called now.
So EVP or EVP is the current program, LVP is the new one. So we can come...
Taking both of them out?
Taking both of them out, I would need to come back to you. I have it here, I just can't work that out in 30 seconds for you.
Outrageous.
But sorry about that.
No, on notice is fine, thank you. And lastly, there was some very concerning statistics coming out of Queensland from the Queensland Sentencing Advisory Council report that shows record DV homicide rates in my home state of Queensland. They're up to highest level since 2018. So I'd like to know, will the government increase its contribution to Queensland's National Partnership Agreement, which I know you haven't finalised yet, but will you put some more money on the table to address those high rates of family domestic violence murders?
Senator, the National Partnership Agreement's based on the same funding model that has been applied consistently for states. Queensland have signed the agreement.
Oh, okay. When did they sign?
Would need to come back to you on notice with the date, exact date.
I think it was recently, unless I missed it. So they didn't get any extra considering they're at record high homicide rates?
The funding was agreed in National Cap on the 6th of September in the National Cabinet around the National Partnership Agreement. So we've been in negotiations on that, and then that's now been finalised.
All right, last question. When you hear statistics like that, does the government, perhaps this one's for the Minister, does the government use that actual data to decide whether or not to increase funding to frontline services?
We'll use a whole range of information, Senator Waters. I mean, it's not a single set of data or a single piece of information. It's, you know, it comes from a range of sources. But of course, our decisions are underpinned by rigorous processes of which, you know, information and data are central.
Okay, because we're still not at full frontline service funding, according to the sector's contention that they need $1 billion each year to meet demand, and that was demand as of back in 2018. So why is that, Minister, that we're still not at full funding for frontline services?
We are investing in this area as a priority. I would also draw your attention to the very significant investment we've made through the National Legal Assistance Partnership as well, of which significant resources are going into the Community Legal Centre, which does a lot of the frontline work for women experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence. So I don't think you can see it in one program or one area alone. We're coming at this across the government.
Okay, will there be further funding announcements before the election, Minister? Please say yes.
Well, we're putting a budget together as we speak. I'm not in a position to let you know what's in the budget.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Chair. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Little, you have the call.
Thank you. I'm going to return to income management, given the association between alcohol, drugs, gambling, coercive control and violence. Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne mentioned earlier the Human Rights Committee that late last year called for an end to all forms of income management in Australia. That was a committee that was very heavy in Labor Party membership. Can you tell me, has the department been given any instruction to prepare to end income management?
Senator, as responded earlier, our instructions is to continue, to synthesise the consultation that got completed at the end of 2024. That include 4,500 people in the Northern Territory, over 200 written submissions through our website, and over about 220 stakeholders to understand in a very deep and nuanced way the actual aspirations and thoughts and views about income management of the participants and the communities and the stakeholders. Not only that, about what would be the sort of supports if we were to move away from a compulsory model, or what are the desires for people who do want to actually have income management retained. And so it was us, our role at the moment is synthesising that data to form up advice to government.
Mr Burford, the role of that consultation, was it just about income management?
It was about income management.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, you mentioned around 4,500 people and the Northern Territory, but only this afternoon, despite the Senate actually ordering a list of the individuals and organisations that were consulted as part of that, got that late this afternoon, 10 days past the deadline, had a chance to have a bit of a look through. There's actually consultations in there from Western Australia, from South Australia, not just the Northern Territory.
Sorry, my apologies, Senator. That is correct. In terms of the 4,500 people, the vast majority were people in the Northern Territory. And you are correct. We did, because income management has existed not only in the Northern Territory, but in 12 place-based sites. So
I'm going to focus on the Northern Territory in a minute.
Yes, thank you.
29,000 and 1 in 5 people in the Northern Territory are on income management. When I look through the list of consultations, there's nothing in here that tells me who those organisations are that were consulted, whether people were stakeholders, whether they were actually individuals who were on the card, or whether they were just interested advocates, or whether they were from the service industries that service people on income management or on income, some sort of income support. I wanted to ask, do you have data that gives you the comfort in the integrity that that's a consultation you can statistically rely on?
We do. From the straight numbers, 4,500 people out of a population of participants of around 30,000 gets us close to 1 in every 6 people on the program. As a statistical sample, that is well and truly above best practice in terms of number of people. In terms of the scope and the diversity of the people that we talk to, and again we're doing the synthesis of the localities to ensure we had adequate geographic coverage. We do have data, I think, on the nature of all these organisations, and yes, you're correct, all those organisations you listed, from service providers to stakeholders to advocates. As I think I mentioned, 200 stakeholders and advocates have actually made written submissions, which we're synthesising as well. So I think it's a significant amount of information and a significant sample of participants to give us pretty strong views and pretty clear advice about not only aspirations for the future of the program, but also in any changes that might be in the future, what sort of supports the communities do want.
How can you say this is statistically relevant when the population of the Northern Territory is 245,000? You looked at 4,500 people. Some of them, through your admission, don't even come from the Northern Territory. And something like 19,000 people are actually on income management. How can you possibly draw from that a view when there are, as I said, 245,000 people in the Northern Territory? Who do you define as community? Because if you look at this list here and I go through there, I can't tell whether you've actually talked to just general members of the public in a town like Alice Springs, say.
As Mr. Burford said, Senator, that's quite a large sample. I mean, you can do a stratified sample that's a much smaller number as a percentage of the population and get meaningful results from that. So it is actually quite a large group of people.
Well, I can't tell from this at all who those people are.
That might be, we need to give you some more detail, but I mean, I think, as Mr. Burford said, quite extensive consultation.
Well, I'm sure that... Are you able to provide more information than just what you've been able to provide for me outside of the deadline that was set?
I understand the point you're making. We'll see if we can.
Because I'm sure the people of the Northern Territory would be very interested to understand what they're looking at in the future on income management in the Northern Territory if you've done these consultations.
Yep. And Senator, and as I think you know and you've been provided, there's 81 communities, and yes, I appreciate that in the bigger town centres like Alice Springs and Darwin, understanding the details of the people may be more complex, but a lot of the communities that we've listed by community, including more than one visit on occasion, and that was at the request of the communities. We've got all the remote communities, I think, in particular the larger communities, covered. And at the request after the second phase of consultation, phase 1 was around stakeholders, phase 2 was the first outing to the Northern Territory and other locations to talk to community members and participants. And at that time there was a request from several communities to come back and have a further visit as well. But we'll have a look at what further details and demographic information we can provide. Again, we're having the synthesis done at the moment as well, so we hopefully can provide a little bit more to give you a bit of a sense of that coverage as a sample in terms of forming that policy advice.
So the Prime Minister, in his interview on Alice Springs Radio earlier this year, it wasn't clear from that interview whether in fact income management was going to continue to be removed despite his election commitment in the previous election. In fact, he said when asked, was he wrong to make that election commitment last time because he didn't follow through? And the response, and I provide that in quotes, no, what we're right to do is to ensure that everything that we do makes a positive difference. So he certainly didn't give a commitment. Can I ask, how many organisations that deliver the income management in the Northern Territory, when do their contracts expire?
I might need to clarify the question. There's no organisations in the Northern Territory delivering the income management. Are you talking about maybe those providing support services?
Or support it?
We might have to take that on notice to give you the list of Northern Territory orgs. I know there are some wraparound supports. There's 4 financial counselling and financial hubs that work with people on managing their money, establishing budgets, dealing with debt where that arises. And so, but there is a range of other supports. We've also got a digital connectivity project as part of the support services that provides Wi-Fi and also telecommunication connectivity across the Northern Territory.
This is the point from before. We can try and get you information, but we have these kind of programs across the country separate to income management, and so except that income management might be contested in some quarters, but the social services like financial counselling and other programs, they're services that we provide for everybody, or try to provide across many communities, and so we see those things as enduring services, independent of what happens with the future of income management.
So even the people, I know that there was an investment in the change of technology because there's still the basics card.
I think some of those investments, as Mr Burke is saying, have come about because of income management, but in a way, people having access to being able to be connected is an important thing to make sure they have and that they're included in society. So some of those things should be enduring, regardless of what future policy decisions are made about income management.
Do those contracts continue past the 30th of June?
We're happy to get you information about all the services that we fund in those locations,
including the services that deliver the technology for the card.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying to you, we'll get you. You can have a look at that. I'm saying to you that there's a service system there that is part of the core business of the department that arguably should be there, regardless of what decisions are made about the future policy shape of income management.
It's a simple question. I know we go a bit round and round in this. Are the businesses that provide the technology that powers the card, either the enhanced income management or the basics card, do their contracts continue after the 30th of June?
So not social services, but the actual card technology services is what you're asking?
That's right. Do that. So the thing that powers the card, when does that end? When's that due to expire?
We'll have to, it's probably best placed with Services Australia, who manages the card contracts and also manages the frontline services to support people. And they'll be able to provide advice about the length of time for that service. But that's the only provider of the actual card to allow it. The project I mentioned earlier, by the way, as the Secretary mentioned, is not related to the delivery of the card, but certainly enabling town camps and other remote communities have access to Wi-Fi and also telco connectivity. That will help access things like their online to seek support or to move money around and transactions. However, it isn't actually a direct bit of funding for the delivery of the card. That's with Services Australia.
So what else will you use other than the survey and the consultation to provide advice to the Minister? Will you also look at the increase in hospital admissions post the lifting of those alcohol restrictions? We also look at the incidence of domestic and family violence in Central Australia that increased 77% post the lifting of those alcohol restrictions. Will you do a social impact assessment this time? A real social impact assessment? Not a process where you just go, here's a heap of grants, we've got money to fix this, tell us what you need.
So, Senator, there is data that we collect through our grants. We don't just put the money out into the field. We actually do collect data from the people we fund, and those other areas of data that you talk about. Yes, we would look at those. Of course, we would.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to move on to other areas of DV, if that's okay.
I don't believe Senator Allman-Payne has further questions. So we're with you, Senator Little, for this section.
Okay. Thank you.
Agencies.
I've got a couple of questions now for the Frontline Worker Initiative.
In domestic...
Yes, in safety, thanks.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. You'd recall that the election commitment was to deploy 500 new community sector workers, 169 million over 4 years. The target was 352. That was reached 5 months late, and even today there are only 375 workers that have been hired. All of the funding agreements were renegotiated at the end of 23-24. Why was that?
Sorry, Senator, can you just...
The funding agreements were renegotiated at the end of 23-24. Why was that?
The
funding agreements with the states and territories.
With the states and territories. I'm not aware they were for 500 workers.
So
sorry, I might
the
have
agreements you
misunderstood.
first made that they didn't actually deliver on, was anything done with those agreements to adjust them, to change them, to renegotiate them?
Senator, the states and territories, there's a range of milestones in the 500 worker schedule that they need to meet, and they met those and received their progress payments. We have more detail here about what those dates were for progress reports. I think we've previously provided information on that. States and territories are on track for the 24-25 target this financial year.
So just so we're clear, because your numbers are clearly different to mine, I've got at the 31st of January nationally 375 out of 500. What was the target for them at the 31st of January?
So we have a financial year target. So the target for the end of 24-25 is 462.6 FTE, and we're on track for that with 5 months left.
Right, okay. Because at the moment, my recollection is you've just said they're all on target. The only one that's actually on target is the ACT.
They're on target for their 24-25 targets in this financial year. There is, we will continue to monitor it carefully, and we're still doing the monthly reporting on our website, as you have referenced.
Right. So there was significant overrepresentation of family violence in the Katherine region in the Northern Territory. There's been some, I think it might be 10, may even be 11 now. But I think it is 10 women killed in the Northern Territory since June. Can you tell me, do you actually respond and put more pressure when those numbers aren't delivered, when there's clearly a significant demand?
In the 500 workers in terms of, I mean, the Northern Territory work really closely with all our state and territory counterparts on meeting those targets for each state, and we are working closely with the Northern Territory on recruiting those workers and what that looks like in terms of their target for this year, and we have regular conversations with them, Senator.
I just want to ask about the family violence funding under the MPA. Are you able to help me with that one too? Great. Just want to understand the announcements. In the past few weeks, Minister Rishworth has been announcing new funding for family violence. And I note the Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Responses 21-27 federal funding agreements that include 500 workers, innovative perpetrator responses that expire in 2027. Yet in the past 12 months, each has been renegotiated and re-signed. I note that you mentioned that you haven't for 500 workers. But can you explain, I've been trying to understand whether it's actually new money that's been announced, or is it the money was announced for those programs, just hasn't reached the sector, so there's effectively been a re-announcement when it has?
Senator, just to clarify, there's multiple schedules under the National Partnership Agreement. There's the FDSV National Partnership 21-23, 22-26, 22-27 for innovative perpetrators. Sorry, the 2022 to 26 is 500 workers. And the FDSV National Partnership that's currently in effect is 23-25, and we're currently negotiating a renewed partnership for 25 onwards to 2030, which is 5 years of a 5-year agreement. So that's a longer agreement. So they're all it's a bit. The term I'm going to use is schedules. So there's various schedules and they have different time periods.
Right. Just want to talk about the women's legal services that I've met with, numerous of them across different states and territories. I keep hearing from them that the funding that's been announced has actually not an increase for them when you take into account indexation and CPI, so they're in fact behind where they were before. Who's telling the truth here around whether this has been a funding increase?
Senator, the women's legal services will be being funded through the National Justice Partnership. That would be a question for the Attorney General's Department.
Right.
But it is a significant investment in community legal centres. It is loud, and I was in a women's legal centre last week in Cairns, and they are able to pay their lawyers properly, and the funding is funded in an ongoing sense, which was something that hadn't been done under the former government. So they were facing $0 after 30th of June, and we've addressed that.
Minister, the complaint was that it wasn't a funding increase when indexation was taken into account, or CPI.
Well, it's funding certainty, and they're already retaining lawyers, so they're able to pay lawyers equivalent to the legal aid standard, which they haven't ever been able to do because they haven't been funded properly.
Obviously talking to different legal services.
Well, it's better than zero, which is what you had allocated in the budget.
They did have funding under the legal services partnership. It's not like that's a new thing.
It was that's why it was a surprise when there had been no money allocated by you into it. So they all faced zero funding, and we've fixed that, and not only fixed it, we've actually built it into the budget going forward, so they don't face that funding cliff.
Thank you, Minister. We're obviously talking to different legal services. I just want to ask about the rapid review. The rapid review occurred very quickly post the national protests for a rapid response, but the funding you confirmed in the last estimates didn't actually roll out until the 1st of July. That was the majority of funding. Can you tell me, has money rolled out from the rapid review, or are we still saying that the majority of funding isn't rolling out until the 1st of July?
Senator, so the rapid review had a series of recommendations. Are you referring to the 6th of September National Cabinet announcement?
Yes.
The funding, there's various funding, but it starts from, I think, as we reported last time, 1 July 2025, and builds on the existing funding under the national plan.
So in terms of that, what's the dollar figure that has anything rolled out, or is it? I'm just trying to understand how much was recommended to be rolled out that hasn't yet rolled out and will only roll out after the 1st of July.
For the 6th of September National Cabinet or the rapid review recommendations?
You could tell me both.
So the rapid review, there's a collective response being overseen by the Women and Women's Safety Ministerial Council. The 6th of September National Cabinet responded with a range of initiatives, and those initiatives are rolling out in various stages. The funding rolls out from 1 July 2025.
Right, so no money at all. Not a majority, no money.
It builds on the existing funding that was under the national plan.
But no money has rolled out since those announcements.
The rapid review was a specific piece of work that was done that aligns with the national plan, so it aligns with the investments we've made through that, and in things like one of the recommendations was to fund community legal centres properly. Make sure we can deal with that, or that had certainly come through. If it wasn't a recommendation, it was part of the discussions, and we've done that. So I don't think you can say nothing's been done. And there was also a part that recommended that government look at its own systems about, perpetrating violence, and we're doing that. So the recommendations out of the rapid review are being progressed through the Women's Safety Council that Minister Rishworth and I sit on, as do the assistant ministers as well, and that's the appropriate place for it because it's Commonwealth, state and territory, and that's where it will continue. But there is billions of dollars being invested in the areas where the rapid review identified areas for focus.
Okay. In terms of I just want to turn to men's behaviour change programs. Particularly the innovative perpetrator responses. Can you tell me what progress has been made in that area?
I can, Senator. So I think we've provided previous advice about the innovative perpetrator responses schedule. So as at 17 January 2025, there's 19 projects, 6 scoping studies, 11 trials and 2 combined scoping studies and trials. 9 projects have a focus on First Nations people who use or are at risk of using violence. 3 trials are being conducted with adolescents or young people who use or are at risk of using violence, and 2 trials are being conducted with culturally and linguistically diverse people who use or are at risk of using violence. They're all in various different stages of progress, and I can provide some indication of the types of projects, and some of those have been published, or we can take on notice and provide more general detail around the themes of those. And they're in various different stages depending on whether they're a scoping study or a trial.
Okay. Are you able to confirm that all of those, despite the fact that there are trials, actually have some clinical intervention attached to them? So we're not just seeing, as I mentioned earlier, cultural workshops, people sitting around a fire, people going fishing. We're actually seeing some clinical interventions attached to trauma and violent perpetrators.
Senator, I won't have the detail of what the underpinning approach is for each, but I can confirm they have to meet the criteria in the Innovative Perpetrator Schedule, which talks about a range of types of approaches. I would need to confirm if we can take on notice providing some broad themes about those scoping studies and trials. We can also then confirm what sorts of innovative things they're trialling, but I don't have that detail with me.
Okay. How did you actually determine where those trials would take place? Was it geography, or was it just people pitched and if they had a great idea it would be funded? I'm just trying to understand what were the tensions that actually were looked at that resulted in the best possible programs being funded, as opposed to those who could respond.
There's quite clear criteria in the Innovative Perpetrator Schedule about what projects or scoping studies needed to meet to be approved. The funding was given to states and territories. States and territories, as they do with other national partnership agreement schedules, identify the need, where that need is and in what locations, but it did need to meet the criteria of the schedule, and that's part of the project planning agreement process that we go through with them.
I want to ask you a question about the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family Domestic Violence Action Plan. When you look at the Close the Gap, there's not even data in there about violence in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities because somebody said it's too sensitive to get the data and they've got some issues with data collection. How do you know where are you getting your data from to inform what you should be funding, how much you should be funding and what you should not be funding? If we can't even get the basic data that provides the evidence of real need.
Senator, there is some baseline data and there is work happening around collecting more data for Target 13. I might just ask Mr Crozier to come and join if you'd like to hear about the data work. In terms of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan, there are a range of data sources that were used to identify the priority grants under that action plan, including consultations, and we can provide on notice the range of information that was used to support that. Through the action plan development, it was quite extensive consultation, which built on the national plan consultation as well, and information gathered through those processes.
Senator, so there was 15 million that has been allocated to what we're calling a First Nations family, domestic and sexual violence data collection measure, which is about target 13. So I'll be measuring the headline target around the prevalence, as well as a number of the sub-targets or sub-indicators underneath that headline measure. That's currently in development. We have been consulting with a range of stakeholders, including the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Council, which oversees which has some oversight over the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander action plan. We're still consulting with the Advisory Council, but we're expecting that we will be going to a procurement process for the survey collection around the middle of this year.
Can I ask you about a more general question about the national plan's focus, and including the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander action plan's focus on children as victim survivors of domestic and family violence, or even victim survivors as witnesses of domestic and family violence? How much work is being done right now on that cohort?
Senator, there is work being done. The activities addendum we published in late 24, the action area 8, focuses on children and young people, and so we can provide the link to that. That publishes the activities underway by both the Commonwealth and states and territories focused on children and young people. And I might just get Mr Crozier to confirm, but I think there might be about 69.
There's 69 activities from both the Commonwealth and the states and territories that are focused on children and young people.
All right. I think I'm right, thank you.
So I think the coalition also called the Australian Institute of Family Studies and the Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner. Yep. Commissioner? Yep. So if we'll call the Commissioner, Ms Cronin. Welcome, Commissioner. Did you have an opening statement today?
No, we don't, thank you.
Okay, Senator Little.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to ask, we saw the evidence of increasing violence with the removal of the cashless debit card and the alcohol restrictions. Are you being consulted at all about any work to manage that risk should the government continue with ending income management, particularly in the Northern Territory?
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cronin, Commissioner. We have been engaged in providing strategic policy advice to government in a range of settings with regard to a range of policy areas, specifically with regard to income management. Nothing specifically about that. However, we have been engaged around providing advice around particularly the point that you've been making about listening to people on the ground and the consultation, the extensive consultation that the department has undertaken. One of the things that in terms of our establishment and our purpose and what we are absolutely often advocating about is that engagement is embedded in government processes.
I've actually had the privilege of spending long lengths of time in remote communities. I've seen people come in well-meaning with consultations and particularly around violence, and I've seen what happens in these little small towns when perpetrators know that people are coming in to invite people to talk about family violence. Effectively, I've watched them drive around town to make sure that everybody who would dare to come forward is terrified before that even starts. What will you do and what can you add to make sure that when people do consultations that they actually provide valuable information that doesn't diminish the needs and the concerns of the most vulnerable, who are usually the least powerful in those communities.
It's a very good point, a well-made point, Senator. I think that we have absolutely heard about the need to be informed and led by the leaders within those communities and women within those communities about how we can ensure that their voices are heard in a way that is safe for them. That's something that is very much part of what the Commission has been advocating for and thinking about and listening. We've been working with the Northern Territory Aboriginal Advisory Council around how can we think about some engagement that we are conducting, planning on conducting later this year about Northern Australia, because your point about how can we ensure that we are invited into those communities in a way and that government is invited into those communities in a way that means that people are really safe to speak about what their experiences are is a complex issue. I would agree with what you're saying about we've absolutely heard that it is difficult to ensure that community members' voices are heard and that we really need to think through about how do we do that. I know that, for example, when we consulted with the Rapid Review Committee, consulted with the Aboriginal Advisory Council about how to go in and hear from communities in a way that was going to be safe and enable their voices to be heard, and we are planning mechanisms around how we can do that.
So, do you think there's any value in understanding the increase in coercive control that's actually occurred in some of these communities where there is competition for cash resources?
Look, I think one of the things that we absolutely hear all the time from people in communities is that the form of coercive control and the way that harm is inflicted on community members changes, and that we need to be clever. We need to be thinking about the way policies and services can be weaponised, and the Minister has talked about what the Women's Ministerial Council has been thinking about in terms of one of the really key recommendations of the Rapid Review around government being aware of the fact that systems can be weaponised and processes can be weaponised, and how do we keep ahead of that? How do we use safety by design principles to be thinking in advance, but then listening to communities as programs are being rolled out, to hear from them about unintended consequences or the way people who are seeking to control through coercion members of their community, so that that isn't happening. How can we pivot and listen to those communities about what changes need to be made?
Can I ask you about another really vulnerable cohort, and that is particularly children with FASD, undiagnosed or diagnosed, and children with significant cognitive impairment. Would you like to see more work done in that area to provide some prevention for them so that they don't either become victims or, by virtue of the nature of their circumstances, perpetrators?
Senator, I think that there is an increasing awareness across governments across the country that we need to be doing better for children and young people. I think there have been some very significant investments and efforts in that regard, but absolutely I think that we all recognise we need to do better.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll call AIFS now.
No, I didn't actually call AIFS myself. I'm sure we did.
Coalition senators called AIFS. So that would be Senator Hughes, Michelle, Senator Kovacic, one of the ordinary members of the committee. Commissioner, I think you can go. Thank you. We're just advice about AIFS. They're here and they've been called by the opposition. So we'll call the Australian Institute of Family Studies. Welcome, Ms Neville. Did you have an opening statement to make?
Only to say that I was appointed as the AIFS Director on the 17th of December for a 5-year appointment, and I welcome the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms Neville. Senator Little.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
We obviously understand some of AIFS work. What are you hoping to bring to AIFS? I mean, you've heard me asking about children who are particularly vulnerable. And I note that you're doing some work currently on gambling. Can you talk to me a little bit about what you're hoping to prioritise?
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Senator. Our current focus actually is on consulting with stakeholders from representative bodies for Australian families, as well as with academics, the sector, and with government, on the establishment of a strategic research agenda to guide our work, and coupled with that we will be combining with our understanding of issues and the current evidence base around a whole range of matters that have been established by the Institute over a sort of 44-year history. So we'll be bringing that to bear, and also we have a number of very significant assets, data assets within AIFS, such as the longitudinal study of Australian children, and other flagship initiatives and sources of information that we will also be applying to that task. So we're looking forward to reporting on that in our annual report and corporate plan.
Right. What are the main, I'm just looking at some of the articles that you've produced just recently. What are some of the thematic things that you'll be looking at in 2025?
Yes, there's a range of things. We will be producing a number of snapshots from our longitudinal study of Australian children, which goes to analysing some of the factors for a cohort that is now 19, 20 years old, but we're able to look back into the very early formative issues for that group and understand what some of those factors have been in terms of influencing the outcomes that they're experiencing today. So we have a number of reports coming off LSAC that go to that, so issues for adolescents and their development. We also have a number of gambling-related resources reflecting our legislative responsibilities around research into gambling-related harm. So that will go to online gambling as well as land-based gambling, issues around pokies, and specific policy-relevant measures that should be considered based on our analysis of regular gamblers, people who gamble more than once a month. So we have a range of findings coming out of that data set as well.
So longitudinal studies are obviously expensive, they're comprehensive, they're valuable in terms of the information they provide. What else is very similar to, is there anything very similar that would be looking at that particular young cohort? You followed them for a number of years. Is there anything else in Australia that we've got that's close to what you're doing?
I might actually give my colleague here, Catherine Anderson, an opportunity to speak to that. Catherine is responsible for oversight of our longitudinal studies.
Right. Thanks, Senator. Catherine Anderson, Research Director. We have our longitudinal study of Australian children. It's been going for 20 years. It was a birth cohort study, a nationally representative birth cohort study. That meant that when we started, we had 2 cohorts. One was 0 to 1 and one 4 to 5. And we've been tracking them for 20 years. So it's hugely valuable, the amount of research that's been able to be produced. that's followed and seen what are those risk and protective factors for these children as they've gone through their childhood, middle years and now coming into emerging adulthood. There isn't another study in Australia that has that depth and breadth of data for a birth cohort going through. And as we get through, it's sort of timely to look back and have a look at whether or not we need to be doing a new one, which is something that we're having a look at the moment. There's a lot of administrative data. People talk about big data and all the administrative data sets, but what it can't tell you that these studies do is things around the attitudes and the behaviours and a lot of things that just can't be picked up in administrative data sets.
Thank you. I'll certainly be interested in seeing that. Thank you. Thanks, Marielle.
All finished? Okay. Can I just confirm then, so thank you to the Institute, you're free to depart. And we are also finished with Outcome 2 Families and Communities as a committee. Yes? Thank you very much. So officials related to Outcome 2 can depart. Thank you for your participation today. We might just suspend for 1 minute whilst we bring Services Australia to the table. All right, the committee will now resume, and I'll be calling officers from Services Australia in relation to whole of portfolio and corporate matters. Before I do want to draw the attention of senators to the Behaviour Code for Parliamentarians, which was recently agreed on in the Senate with respect to our commitments as leaders in our community in fostering a healthy, safe, respectful and inclusive environment where all people feel safe and valued, and the responsibility upon us to treat all those who we come into contact with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. Mr Hazelhurst, there's an opportunity now for you to make an opening statement if you wish to do so.
Thank you, Chair. Only the very briefest of comments, if I may. As the committee knows, over the past year, a key priority for Services Australia has been to lift our service delivery performance back to the level that customers and all Australians expect. We've made significant progress, and last week we published for the second time a quarterly update of our performance metrics to data.gov.au. We provided a link and step-by-step guidance for accessing the update on data.gov.au to the committee secretariat last week. And while on this occasion we did not receive from the committee a letter requesting tabling of data from the committee, we have folders containing the updates on data.gov.au available for committee members who wish to have them. And of course we're ready to answer questions about our performance. As previously discussed, taken as a whole, our performance in 23-24, the financial year, as reported in our last annual report, was poor. But I'm pleased to be able to report to the committee that progress, which began with the onboarding and training of new staff from November 23, has continued. Data for the second quarter of 24-25 shows that we have maintained and in many cases further improved our performance. However, as CEO, I've been mindful of the questions about longer-term comparisons of performance. As previously discussed, comparisons to the COVID years, including the impact of bushfires and severe weather events, are not meaningful. They were extraordinary times where additional resourcing was available to the agency, and we put to one side many of our important business as usual service delivery activities to support Australians in desperate need. However, given the very reasonable interest in our performance over time, I've looked closely myself into the period immediately prior to those events, 2018-19 and 2019-20. I'm satisfied that the overall performance of the agency and the experience of most people now waiting for claims to be processed or trying to get through to us on the phone is better than it was then. In most cases, substantially better. Progress, though, does not mean we're satisfied. In many cases, people still wait too long. So our staff across the country continue to work every day to meet the expectations Australians have of us and we have of ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Hazelhurst. We'll now call questions relating to whole of portfolio and corporate matters, and Senator Orman-Payne, you have the call in the first instance.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to table an article by Rick Morton in the Saturday paper, which was tendered after welfare glitch ignored by government. And I do note that these are sensitive issues and they're not nice things to have to talk about. Yesterday in estimates, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, in response to most of the questions that I asked about the deceased referenced in this article, actually referred most of the questions back to Services Australia, hence why I'm raising it this evening. Are you able to tell me what engagement DUA has had with Services Australia in respect of the 10 people who died or who's come to the attention have died who had their payments cancelled?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we can provide details on that, and I'll defer to my colleague, Ms Fashni.
Thank you very much. Kirsty Fashni, Deputy CEO of Program Design and Services Australia. So we work very closely with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. And so I think, as they were explaining last night, because we are able to make payments, they reached out to us to support them as a result of the issues that were raised in that paper article. So they talked to us about the opportunity, as they knew that they had a glitch, to support them to identify the people and make contact with them and make the payments back. So we are the payment for them. And I think, as Ms Vishnu was explaining last night, they identify who, and when they provided those lists to us, as we went to start the remediation, we identified that 10 had passed away.
Okay, can you provide details of any communication between Services Australia and DUA in relation to that and when it occurred?
Yes, Senator Cathy Toes, General Manager, Working Age and Pension Programs Division. I think in terms of the issue at large, we, as in the agency, were actually notified of the issue in July 2023, and on the 29th of August 2023, we received a list from the department of 87 participants that we could pay immediately under Social Security law. That was because it was in the 13-week period.
Yep.
So we completed those very quickly. And then on the 28th of November 2023, the department identified some historically impacted records, which they advised could be made under a combination of under the Social Security law or compensation. And we were formally requested to undertake that CDDA process on the 28th of June 2024. So, and we finalised all of the Social Security law cases in early July 2024. And then we finalised the CDDA in early September 2024. So in terms of those individual cases, as part of the communications around where the records were up to, those individual cases, it would have been in that period as we were working through the records, because some of those 10 would have been under the 13-week Social Security law provision, and some others would have been under the compensation arrangement.
Okay, so Services Australia was first notified of the issues with the TCF in July 2023?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. And then in terms of it coming to Services Australia's attention that some of the people who were impacted had died, that would have happened between the 29th of August 2023 and what would the latest date have been?
Well, that was when we finalised the compensation.
So September 2024?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the time period, I guess, you started the back payment process on the 29th of August 2023 and it went right through to September 2024. Yes. When did Services Australia notify DUA that it came to your attention that some of the people you were trying to pay were deceased? Did that happen at once, or did it happen can you tell me when they were notified of each person?
I would have to take those details on notice, because we were in regular contact with the department and providing updates as we were progressing through contacting the people impacted and finalising the cases. So I would have to take those details on notice, because I don't have a single date, unfortunately.
If you could,
yes,
that would be very helpful.
I just might add, I suspect it would have been on a case-by-case basis because of the nature of how we were contacting people.
Yeah.
So, and because we don't always get contact first time, and so there would have been churn in the timeframes around people actually having resolution, I suppose, from when we first contacted them,
Yes.
let alone throughout the whole process. So it wouldn't have been linear, I suspect.
Okay. Are you in a position to provide any detail about whether any of those 10 deaths occurred within the cancellation period for those payments?
Senator, what I can say, so the answer is no at this point. What I can say is obviously we did look at those particular cases as part of the remediation, and what we had noticed was variable dates, I suppose, of the person passing away relative to the actual issue that they experienced. The other thing we noticed, obviously, was the record, the customer's record was inactive because they passed away, but again, variable about what information was on the record about the reason for them passing away.
Did or has Services Australia, apart from the information that you had just on your records, obviously that they were no longer active, has Services Australia taken any proactive steps to establish whether or not the deaths were in fact connected to the cancellations?
No, Senator.
No, and I think it goes to what was being mentioned by the witnesses last night around when we're looking at the records, like the nature of our roles and our jobs are that we touch the lives of every Australian, and death of customers is unfortunately a daily occurrence. In looking at those records, there was nothing that indicated that there was anything untoward, so it's not routine for us to then investigate why somebody might have passed.
Did DUA give Services Australia any direction in relation to ascertaining anything about how those people had died?
No, Senator, we haven't received any direction.
Okay. And based on the answers that you've given to this point, then I'm assuming that Services Australia hasn't taken any steps to determine whether anyone died by suicide during that period?
That's correct, Senator.
And we may not know, unless there is a reason to have recorded or why we would be told the reason for death, it's unlikely we would have that information.
I guess the concern is that this is not just, any person receiving income support. It was very clear that this is a highly vulnerable cohort of people who've had their payments cancelled. So I guess I would have thought that the department would want to take proactive steps to determine for sure that there hasn't been significant harm caused. So has DUA sought that information at all or given you any instructions whatsoever to seek further information?
They took on notice last night to find some further information, and we will be working with them, and anything we have that might assist, we'll certainly be working collaboratively with them to provide whatever information might be across the two of us.
Okay. Has this issue of those 10 people been specifically raised between Services Australia and DUA at any point in terms of thinking proactively about whether further investigation is required, or has it really only happened as a consequence of questions taken on notice last night?
I would have to take that on notice as well, Senator, because I'm just not confident to provide that answer now on whether we've had discussions between the two agencies.
Okay. In terms of the communication pathways between Services Australia and DUA, does Services Australia communicate any vulnerabilities about participants who have their payments cancelled to DUA? Is that something that would normally happen?
Yes, Senator. So when Services Australia does get involved in the targeted compliance framework for job seekers with mutual obligations, prior to any penalty being applied to customer records, there is an assessment capability assessment that the agency undertakes, which can be anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes with a specialised officer. The result of that can be that vulnerabilities are identified, and we record that and share that with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. We also, if a vulnerability is identified, we will connect that person to further support. It might be an employment services assessment with one of our own health or allied health professionals to just check that their circumstances and their requirements are appropriate for their situation. Could be a referral to a social worker or community support as well. So we absolutely do look for vulnerabilities in those situations, and we will notify DUA because, you know, Workforce Australia primarily has the relationship with people on job seeker with mutual obligations.
Okay. And just to make sure I'm clear, in terms of DUA reaching out to Services Australia about the specific 10 people that were referred to in that article, and as a consequence of what happened, the first that DUA has reached out to Services Australia to have an actual look at those 10 people was last night, following last night's hearing?
No, Ms Toes has taken that on notice because we're not comfortable we don't have the historical connections, so we would rather take it on notice and make sure that we could run through.
Right, but as far as you're aware, there hasn't been a comprehensive looking into, as a group, what went on there in terms of cause of death at this point?
We're not aware of a comprehensive
Okay, all right, thank you. Should I keep going, Chair, or should I rotate? I didn't pay attention
you're
to
kind
the
of
time.
2 minutes away, so if you want to start a fresh block after.
I've got a short block that I could probably knock over
minutes,
fairly
yeah,
quickly. Thank you very much for the offer of a folder. I'd love to have a folder if that's possible. Thank you, because I did read that email and I did go on to data.gov.au, but having it in a folder for us to look at later will be very helpful. I just have a question in relation to some of the Q2 data. Sorry, I just need to get my 2 bits of paper out or I won't know what I'm talking about. So I've got the Q2 data and I'm wondering if it's possible to find out claims on hand, the total number of claims on hand for Q2.
For social security and health and child support? Or?
Yeah, so families and childcare, older Australians, disabilities and carers, youth education and employment, remote NAB study, cross-program, and then the total.
Okay, so that's social security, I think.
Yes.
My colleague, Mr Howard, will be able to help you then.
Senator Jared Howard, Deputy CEO, Customer Service Delivery. I've got individual numbers. We can absolutely provide the total. It just might take us a little bit of time to sort of tally it up. So
okay.
Maybe we can take that on notice, Senator, and get it back to you.
That would be helpful. The other thing that I wanted to know was the total number of claims on hand for families and children.
For family assistance and childcare?
Everything in this list, from the additional childcare subsidy, child wellbeing application, down to the stillborn baby payment. So there's my Q2 document.
Okay.
And the reason I ask is because I have Q1 here.
Yes.
And in Q1, in the on-hand column, there's lots of numbers.
Yes.
And then in the on-hand column in Q2,
yes,
there's lots of no numbers. And I'm wondering why it is that there's lots of NPs versus this one is populated. There seems to be a difference between Q1 and Q2.
Yeah, let's take it on notice, Senator. I'm not 100% sure what the difference would be, but we can look into that.
Yeah. Are you able to tell me why there's no numbers in quarter 2 when there is in quarter 1?
No, Senator, I don't know. So I'll have to look into it.
All right. So it wouldn't be on purpose. It's an error.
I don't want to speculate, Senator. I wouldn't have thought that. It certainly wouldn't be on purpose that we've not put numbers in. But I don't know why it might be the case. So I'd need to look into the reason why.
Yeah, if you could, because as I said, we just had a look at quarter 1 and quarter 2 and we did what you said. We went to data.gov.au and literally more than half just have an NP in the column.
Senator, I'm just noticing, I actually have in front of me the health data, but it has a little explanation, a footer, which says that data that would allow populations to be derived are not provided. So in other words, the numbers are small.
But if I look at quarter 1, for example, the double orphan pension just says less than 5. It doesn't tell me who they are. It's just claims on hand. It's not telling us who these people are. So I'd really like to understand how this is a privacy thing.
Perhaps, Senator, what we can do is during the course of this evening, we'll come back to you with an answer. How about that? Rather than taking it on notice at this stage. Because this is just about explaining the table.
Well, it's about understanding why data that we were given previously is not.
I think it's partly to do with the fact that we've reduced the backlogs very substantially.
Yeah, and I think, Senator, so using the example of the double orphan pension,
yes,
I don't have quarter 2 data, but I do have the claims on hand for the end of the financial year as of 31st of December. Yep. And for that particular claim type, we had 4 claims on hand. So to the CEO's point, it may very well be that because of the small numbers that we've got in some claim types, we haven't put them in that table. But and I do have a list of a number of, I've got pretty much all of the Social Security processing performance claims on hand as of the 31st of December. So it's not just quarter 2, it's both quarter 1 and quarter 2 together. But for double orphan pension, it's only 4 claims that we had on hand on the 31st of December.
Yes, officials are entitled to take the question on notice if they don't have the information at hand.
It's more about trying to understand how a low number of something that has no identifying data whatsoever, like in terms of the committee being able to understand how many claims are on hand, and when we've seen low numbers in the past, why that has changed. So if I could get some more information on that, and if you could also table, please, total claims on hand, the other family one that I asked, and anything else that you have that would normally live in that column that's been left out would be really helpful. And I'll stop now.
And I think you're agreeing to take that on notice.
If we can provide an answer this evening, we will. If we can't, we'll definitely take it on notice.
Thank you, Mr Hazelhurst. So I'm coming to the opposition now, and then I'll be passing to Senator Urquhart. So is it Senator Chandler starting? Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks all for coming along this evening. Before I get into my substantive questions, I did note that there was a quon from Senator Hughes that was due on the 19th of December that was returned to us mere hours ago. Is that correct? I think it was quon number 20. Why did it take until now for that quon to be returned?
I signed it off today. I don't know. It might have been with me this week. I think it probably has been with me this week, but I've been in estimates committees all week, so I only got to sign my briefs for a short period today.
The quon was for the annual assurance statements across a number of departments. They were available in September 2024. Why did it take until February 2025 for us to get them?
I don't know the history of the quon. When was it asked?
Senator, I might need to take that on notice, or I can defer to my colleague. Do you want to add anything, Susie, on that? I mean, in general, Senator, we provide all of the quons through to ministers' offices as and when they're ready, and then it's not up to us to decide when they're then tabled.
Do you know when this con went to the Minister's office for sign-off?
No.
Senator C.
That would be great,
It would have been relatively recently. It could have been caught up in the ministerial changeover, perhaps.
So.
Yeah.
Do the officials have anything more on that?
Susie Smith, Deputy CEO, Strategy and Performance. Good evening, Senator. Yes, so as the Minister has just said, the Quan was with previous Minister Shorten's office, and it was the last remaining one. We had all the others tabled. We had 230 that were tabled on the 19th of December, 14 tabled on the 17th, and we had the one outstanding, and that was just where the office was seeking some further information before tabling.
It was the assurance statements that were available in September 2024. What further information were you seeking? It was a pretty straightforward Quan.
So, Senator, to be clear, we weren't seeking any further information. It was enabling the new office to get across the detail that was in that assurance statement.
Okay. I'll move on from this now. I have some questions about cybersecurity. This is my first time with Services Oz, and I'm hoping that can be dealt with in this section of the program.
I'm happy to.
Thank you. And I'm sure if it's the wrong section, you'll tell me and we'll just talk about it later on. Is the agency aware of any instances where customer data has been unintentionally or inappropriately disclosed due to cybersecurity breaches, either of your own systems or any third-party provider or organisation? And I'll say right now, I can't see your name card. Mr McCarty, thank you.
Sorry, it has to be in front of the microphone.
Charles
in front
McCarty,
of the microphone.
Chief.
Other side. Thank you.
Oh, it's the first time I've done that. Charles McCarty, Chief Information Digital Officer. Good evening, Senator. So, as far as leakage outside of Services Australia, no, not aware of that. We are very careful about what we speak about in an operational setting when it comes to cybersecurity, because we are very keen not to give a leg up to the success or otherwise of any cyber incidents that we may be presented with at Services Australia. As you know, there are third parties that end up with data that is generated within Services Australia, like we saw a couple of years ago with Medibank and Optus, where we had credentialing data such as Medicare numbers, that organisations such as telcos, health insurance providers, etc., when they are going through a proof of record of ownership, so an identification process, will ask for credentialing documentation like Medicare cards. So, you know, we have seen some of our credentials end up out in society, but not due to a direct issue with our systems.
The reason I ask this question is because I've seen in a document provided under FOI in November 2024, and I can give you the reference if that assists, but it's talking points in relation to cyber capability at Services Australia, and there is a bullet point here that says the agency is aware of instances where third-party compromise events have unintentionally or inappropriately led to the disclosure of customer data.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Is that what you were just referring to?
Yep, exactly.
Mr McCarty?
That's it.
So are there specific cybersecurity breaches that you're aware of that have led to Australians having their Services Australia data released? We've talked about in general terms, but do you have specifics?
Well, there's two examples I just talked about. So Medibank and Optus were two where we saw Medicare numbers in the wild.
Are they the only two instances you have identified?
You end up with smaller instances, like we had the Latitude financial issue. Just about anywhere where you see a data spill from an organisation that has used credentialing data such as Medicare numbers, you will see Australians, noting that all Australians just about have Medicare cards, will end up within that data set.
So have those credentials, when they've been leaked to third parties, led to the release or access, the inappropriate release or access to Services Australia data?
No, so like a Medicare number and the data that sits within a Medicare card is not actually used for any sort of authorisation into our systems. We do use them for things such as when a customer calls up and we go through a proof of record of ownership process, As you know, sometimes Medicare card numbers, driver's licence, etc., can be used for that.
Senator Chris Birra, Deputy CEO for Payments and Integrity. Two of the main ways in which we see customer information or that's relevant to the agency get out into the public, either be available on the dark web or used by fraud actors, is where the information has been taken from a third party, like what Mr McCarty mentioned, and that can be small medical providers as well, where there's information that they've stored on their systems. The other way is scam activity, and we all receive sort of text messages or emails, and there's also social media where people are scammed and enticed into providing information related to their interactions with the agency to a scammer.
Are you aware of any criminals using this sort of leaked information to access Services Australia customer accounts?
Yes, Senator, that's a significant cause of fraud against the agency, where people use information available either as a result of third-party data breaches that are sold on the internet or harvested via scam activity from people in an attempt to overcome those proof of record ownership tests that Mr McCarty just mentioned.
That's pretty concerning.
It is, Senator.
Yes, Mr Hazelhurst.
Clarify one point, and forgive me if you're completely across this. So the key point is there's no cyber attack on us. The cyber attack and the release of the information is happening from other people who hold customer records for those other purposes. So a medical practice, health insurer, etc. And then that information is used to access people, use that to impersonate people when they're interacting with us. So it's not a cyber breach for us, it's a cyber breach for someone else, but it leads to people being scammed effectively. Yeah.
It's previously been reported that 14,000 Australians were notified in 2023-2024 that their online accounts had been potentially accessed by unauthorised people. I was wondering whether you could provide to the committee the figure of customers who have been notified so far in 2024-2025 about unauthorised access to their accounts.
I will take that on notice.
Thank you, Mr Birra. It's been previously reported that Australians have been subject to scams in which criminals impersonate MyGov to attempt to scam Australians. To what extent, in your knowledge, does this continue to be the case?
Oh, Senator, there's continual scam activity that we see with sort of hundreds of sites on a weekly basis, and being involved in scam activity that where people either create false accounts in social media, and we've seen people create sort of enticing accounts on social media so people give their MyGov-related information, or those text messages that you see that ask for information like claiming that MyGov will give you money if you just type in your credentials. That allows the fraudsters then to, as Mr Hazelhurst mentioned, impersonate them and attempt to use their account for their own sort of purposes and to commit fraud.
I should say though, Senator, I might invite either one of my two colleagues to say we're not being passive in relation to this, and the government indeed has funded some measures to improve people's security online. So if it's of interest to you, we can very briefly just give you 2 or 3 examples of the things that we're doing to try and block this at source, if you like.
That was one of my questions, so yes, let's do that now.
We take this very seriously, Senator. We've got 3 deputy CEOs who can contribute to the answer to this.
Good evening, Senator. Jonathan Thorpe, Chief Customer Officer for Services Australia. So there's a number of activities we've undertaken to essentially make MyGov safer for citizens using the platform. That includes a capability we introduced mid-last year called passkeys, which is a much more stronger and more secure way of accessing MyGov, removing the need to remember passwords and removing the opportunity for fraudsters to take passwords from customers. The other thing that we've just introduced really recently relates to what we call a security dashboard. In other words, you might be familiar with other services such as Google that presents you a dashboard to show your security settings in your account. In MyGov now, we present that particularly where we see accounts that don't take advantage of some of the new features we've introduced. And an example of that could be secret question and answers, which is a very old way of opening up MyGov accounts. What's the street you lived in, those kind of examples, to moving to capabilities such as passkeys. They're presented to customers every time they log into MyGov to encourage them to switch over. The other example that I would recommend to talk to now is in relation to how the staff support customers. So often we receive phone calls for people that need extra help or need help resetting their MyGov accounts. We're introducing additional tools for our staff to help customers reset their passwords safely, so we make sure it's the person that actually owns the account. And we're also closing unused accounts that are no longer active as well to make sure they can't be used for other purposes that Mr Bira just made mention of earlier.
Have there been any prosecutions over these scams, to your knowledge?
Yes, Senator, there is. So the agency has quite a mature fraud investigation capability, consisting of sort of a couple of hundred fraud investigators as well as an intelligence